1. Letter to Indira Nehru after October 15, 1939, 1 CHI. INDU, you must have now lost the habit of writing Hindi. But I must write, mustn't I, in the Rashtrabhasha? Have you gone there for studies or for falling ill? How did you contract pleurisy? I have suffered the pangs of pleurisy. May God restore you soon to health. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, CW 9805. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library 2. Notes: a poser, a Britisher, has written to Dinabandhu Andrews a letter on the war expounding his own views. He is an ardent pacifist. Dinabandhu has shared the letter with me. In it occur the following paragraphs: for India too, I think that this is a very critical time. The danger I see is that Britain may promise full dominion status or something of the kind, and as a result India will raise an army and become one more military-minded nation. Her witness for the way of non-violence and sole force would then be largely discounted. How can Gandhiji, as a believer in non-violence, ask for clarification of war aims with a view to getting India's support for Britain in this way of war? The only thing that he can do, and that we should all be doing, is to build up an army of men and women who are committed to the way of love and forgiveness, and to receive but never to return violence. We have to work this out to see how it will alter our daily life as well as all our thinking and acting towards other communities and nations. We have to be disciplined in this, and also to 1. In her book, With No Regrets, Krishna Hathizing explains that the addressee went hiking during the autumn of 1939, got soaked and caught a chill which developed into pleurisy. In a letter dated November 6, 1939, Jawaharlal Nehru had written to the addressee that he had a joint cable from Agatha and Pandari that you are going to Europe. She went to Leysin in Switzerland after having spent some time in Middlesex Hospital. Vide also the preceding item and letter to Jawaharlal Nehru. October 25, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 1. Learn to act together as one man. Along this line I see tremendous possibilities. Of course we should also use all the influence we can to urge Britain to acknowledge and put into practice full democracy in India, as it is a high principle quite apart from whether India helps Britain in the war or not. The danger that the writer senses is real. I dealt with it last week when the writer cavils at my sympathy with the Allies. I have shown it as an out-and-out believer in non-violence, even because of my belief. Whilst all violence is bad and must be condemned in the abstract, it is permissible it is even the duty of, a believer in ahimsa to distinguish between the aggressor and the defender. Having done so, he will side with the defender in a non-violent manner, that is, give his life in saving him. His intervention is likely to bring a speedier end to the duel and may even result in bringing about peace between the combatants. Applying the argument to the present war, if the Congress actively sides with the Allies in a non-violent way, the Congress assistance will lift the Allied cause to a high moral plane and the Congress influence will be effectively used in the cause of peace. What is more, it will be the special business of the Congress to see that, if the war is fought to a finish, no humiliation is heaped upon the vanquished. That is the role I have conceived for the Congress. The Declaration of Independence has become a necessity. The question having been raised, the Congress cannot help Britain if Britain is secretly fighting for imperialism while it declares to the world that the fight is for saving democracies. For Britain to be in the right, a clear declaration of her war aim is a necessity, irrespective of the Congress policy. Sagaon, October 16, 1939. Harijan, October 21, 1939. 3. The fiction of majority. It is painful to find the British press and Britishers advancing the minority claim to prevent the declaration suggested to by the Congress, if I may say so, in the common interest. If the force of the Congress suggestion has not been overwhelmingly felt, the declaration will not. 1. Vide on trial, October 10, 1939. 2. Vide Appendices Working Committee's Manifesto, September 14, 1939 and AICC Resolution, October 14, 1939. 2. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Come. There need be no dejection among congressmen if it does not. We shall get our independence when it is deserved. But it would be well for the British government and the Allied cause, if the minority argument were not flung in the face of a credulous world. It would be honest to say that the British desire to hold India yet a while. There will be nothing wrong in such a desire. India is a conquest. Conquests are not surrendered except when the conquered successfully rebel, or under an awakened conscience the conqueror repents of the conquest, or when the conquered territory ceases to be a profitable concern. I had hoped and still hope that the British, having become war-weary and sickened over the mad slaughter involved in the present war, would want to close it at the earliest possible moment by being above board in every respect and therefore in respect of India. This they can never be, so long as they hold India in bondage. I know that many have been angry with me for claiming an exclusive right for the Congress to speak for the people of India as a whole. It is not an arrogant pretension. It is explicit in the first article of the Congress. It wants and works for independence for the whole of India. It speaks neither for majority nor minority. It seeks to represent all Indians without any distinction. Therefore those who oppose it should not count, if the claim for independence is admitted. Those who support the claim simply give added strength to the Congress claim. Britain has hitherto held India by producing before the world Indians who want Britain to remain in India as ruler and arbiter between rival claimants. These will always exist. The question is whether it is right for Britain to plead these rivalries in defense of holding India under subjection or whether she should now recognize the mistake and leave India to decide upon the method of her own government. And who are the minorities? They are religious, political and social, thus Musalmans religious, depressed classes social, liberals political, princes social, Brahmins social, non-Brahmins social, Lingayats social, Sikhs social, Christians, Protestants and Catholics religious, Jains social, Zamindars political. I have a letter from the Secretary of the All India Shia Conference registering their claim for separate existence. Who are the majority in this medley? Unfortunately for unhappy India, even Muslims are somewhat divided and so are the Christians. It is the policy of the Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 3. British government to recognize every group that becomes sufficiently vocal and troublesome. I have drawn no fanciful picture of the minorities. It is true to life. The Congress itself has been obliged to deal with every one of the groups I have mentioned. My list is not exhaustive. It is illustrative. It can be increased ad libitum. I know that the fashion is to talk of the Hindus forming the majority community. But Hinduism is an elastic, indefinable term, and Hindus are not a homogeneous whole like Muslims and Christians. And when one analyses the majority in any provincial legislature, it will be found to consist of a combination of the so-called minorities. In other words, and in reality so far as India is concerned, there can only be political parties and no majority or minority communities. The cry of the tyranny of the majority is a fictitious cry. I observe that Janab Jinnah Sahib has said, in reply 1 to Rajan Babu's letter to offering to refer the League's grievances against the Congress governments to an arbitration tribunal, that he has already placed the whole case before the Viceroy and Governor-General and requested him to take up the matter without delay, as he and the governors of the provinces have been expressly authorized under the Constitution and entrusted with the responsibility to protect the rights and the interests of the minorities. The matter is now under His Excellency's consideration, and he is the proper authority to take such action and adopt such measures as would meet our requirements and would restore complete sense of security and satisfaction amongst the Musalmans in those provinces where the Congress ministries are in charge of the administration. It is unfortunate that he had rejected Rajendra Babu's reasonable proposal. Is it rejection of the proffered hand of friendship? Be that as it may, nobody can have anything to say against the Viceroy investigating and adjudicating upon the charges brought against Congress ministries. Let us hope he will soon conduct the investigation. Whether the Muslims are regarded as minorities or otherwise, their as well as any other community's rights and privileges, religious, social, cultural and political, must be regarded as a sacred trust to be jealously guarded. And the independence of India will make no difference to the protection of those rights. In fact, they will. 1 dated October 6, 1939. 2 dated October 5, 1939. 4. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Be better protected in every way, if only because in the framing of the Charter of Independence by the nation's representatives the Muslims and other minorities, real or so-called, will have an effective voice. Consider for one moment what can happen if the English were to withdraw all of a sudden and there was no foreign usurper to rule. It may be said that the Punjabis, be they Muslims, Sikhs or others, will overrun India. It is highly likely that the Gurkhas will throw in their lot with the Punjabis. Assume further that non-Punjabi Muslims will make common cause with the Punjabis. Where will the congressmen composed chiefly of Hindus be? If they are still truly non-violent, they will be left unmolested by the warriors. Congressmen won't want to divide power with the warriors but will refuse to let them exploit their unarmed countrymen. Thus, if anybody has cause to keep the British rule for protection from the stronger element, it is the congressmen and those Hindus and others who are represented by the Congress. The question, therefore, resolves itself into not who is numerically superior but who is stronger. Surely there is only one answer. Those who raise the cry of minority in danger have nothing to fear from the so-called majority, which is merely a paper majority and which in any event is ineffective because it is weak in the military sense. Paradoxical as it may appear, it is literally true that the so-called minority's fear has some bottom only so long as the weak majority has the backing of the British bayonets to enable it to play at democracy. But the British power will, so long as it so chooses, successfully play one against the other, calling the parties by whatever names it pleases. And this process need not be dishonest. They may honestly believe that so long as there are rival claims put up, they must remain in India in response to a call from God to hold the balance evenly between them. Only that way lies not democracy but fascism, Nazism, Bolshevism and imperialism. All facets of the doctrine of might is right. I would fain hope that this war will change values. It can only do so if India is recognized as independent and if that India represents unadulterated non-violence on the political field. Sagaon, October 16, 1939. Harijan, October 21, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 5. 4. Famine work in Morvi. Referring to Rai Kumari Amrit Kaur's visit to Morvi during the Rensha Jayanti celebrations, the Dewan writes as follows: 1. His Highness the Maharaja Sahib has been giving for some years Rs 10,000 every year during the Gandhi Jayanti for the benefit of the Harijans and Khadi. Sometimes the amount is sent to you as was done last year, and many times the amount is spent in Morvi for Harijans and for the encouragement of Khadi. This year we are hard hit by famine. We have organized relief measures on an extensive scale. Cheap grain and grass depots are opened throughout the state where food and fodder are distributed on cash and credit. Agriculturalists are given food and fodder on credit and are helped to grow fodder crops by giving loans for seeds. Every available source of water is used for irrigation by setting up small pumping plants. You will be glad to learn that one of the activities of famine relief is to produce khadi. The famine department purchases raw cotton, and all operations from carding to weaving are paid for at reasonable rates. The state takes all the khadi that is being produced. It is hoped that this will give the much required employment to a large section of the people, most of them Harijans, to their doors. This year His Highness has decided to distribute khadi worth Rs 1,000 to the needy, and owing to scarcity conditions many will need free help of clothing. This will be his usual donation on Gandhi Jayanti. Bangas and Megwars would not use the common tank for taking their water and the state had closed it till their differences were composed. During the period of the existing stress they have made up their differences and now they use the common tank. During the year the state has provided two measures for the benefit of the lower ranks of state service, which include Harjans. One is to give them loans without interest, and the other is to give female servants the benefit of 1 month's maternity leave on full pay. Seeing that generally it falls to my lot to criticize the states, it is a pleasure to be able to record the good work done in Morvi in connection with famine. I congratulate the Maharaja Sahib on the one. Only excerpts are reproduced here. 6. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Effort that is being put forth to alleviate distress. As to khadi, I would like to suggest that if it is to become a permanent insurance against famine, the Maharaja Sahib and the people of Morvi have to use khadi for their personal and domestic use. Morvi grows good cotton enough for its requirements. Its people can produce all the khadi they need. Those who are too poor to pay the higher price at which khadi must be sold if it is to give an adequate wage to the spinners, should become spinners themselves. Sri Narenda's Gandhi's yearly experiments have shown progressively the immense possibilities in this direction. But these latent virtues of khadi cannot be brought out so long as the Maharaja Sahib and the people of Morvi remain distant patrons instead of becoming lovers and wearers themselves of khadi. It is suicidal economy to buy cheap mill cloth even though the people can easily produce enough khadi in their own homes without much extra effort or outlay of capital. Sagaon, October 16, 1939. Harijan, October 21, 1939. 5. Bappa Jalandhar Thakur Bappa, the father of Harijans and all those who are almost like them and classified as semi-civilized races, animists and whatnot, completes his 70 years on 29 November next. The inmates of Harijan Niwas in Delhi have planned to celebrate the event in a manner that must delight Thakur Bappa's heart. They want to collect the modest sum of Rs 7,000 to be presented to Thakur Bappa on his birthday for the Harijan cause. They want me to bless and advertise the effort. I have written to them accusing them of little faith. Thakur Bappa is a rare worker. He is unassuming. He wants no praise. His work is his sole satisfaction and recreation. Old age has not slackened his zeal. He is himself an institution. I once suggested that he might take a little rest. Immediately came the answer, "How can I rest when there is so much to do? My work must be my rest." He puts to shame every young man around him in the energy he expends upon his life mission. A purse of Rs 7,000 is an insult to the cause and to him who carries on his broad shoulders its heavy burden. The workers must aim at collecting nothing less than Rs 70,000 from all India. Even that amount is nothing for the cause and its father. But it is a respectable enough sum to be collected inside a month. How I wish it was possible to collect coppers from Harijans and pills. They. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 7. Know him. But the moneyed and middle-class men too know Bappa and love him. I have no doubt that they will subscribe liberally to the fund both for the cause and for the Jeet Sevak who represents it. Subscriptions may be sent to 1. Harijan Niwas, Kingsway, Delhi, 2. Harijan Ashram, Sabarmati, or 3. Sagaon via Wardha. Sagaon, October 16, 1939. Harijan, October 21, 1939. 6. Letter to C.F. Andrews. Sagaon, Wardha, October 16, 1939. My dear Charlie, I hope you got my wire. Deeper consideration made it clear to me that I must not force the pace. Therefore I am not sending Mahadev. God will guide every one of us. You are right in not rushing to Calcutta. Your place is clearly there where you are. You will avoid all anxiety. Love. Mohan P.S. Amrit says, there means Calcutta. Hence the addition. From the original, CW 10203. Courtesy, Visva-Bharati, Santiniketan 7. Fragment of letter to Horace Alexander Sagaon, Wardha, October 16, 1939. DEAR Mr. Alexander, I am commissioned by Bapu, who is overwhelmed with work, to write and acknowledge yours of the 3rd instant duly received. He is grateful for the greetings from your college staff and sends you all his love. Yours sincerely, AMRITKAUR from a photostat, GN 1431. 1. The source is illegible. 8. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 8. Letter to Narandas Gandhi Sagaon, Warda, October 16, 1939 CHI. Narandas, I have sent your article 1 to Harijan Bandhu. I have written 2 as much as I could in Harijan. I have had no time for further embellishment. What is your suggestion regarding how the money collected should be used? I understand your difficulty. What cannot be cured must be endured. Blessings from BAPU from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMUE. Also CW 8567. Courtesy, Narandas Gandhi. 9. A silence day note on or after October 16, 1939. 3. I thought that you were keeping a daily count. You should study my article carefully. It answers all difficulties. Even the majority can't function without the British bayonet. The whole agitation is bluster to force as much as they can from the so-called majority. From the original, CW 9263. Courtesy, Jaramdas Dulatram. 10. Notes Hindu-Muslim clashes. If proof were wanted to show that the non-violence of the Congress was in effect violence in suspension or an act of violence, it is furnished by the effective though quite indisciplined violence exhibited in Hindu-Muslim clashes. Had the thousands of Hindus and Muslims who took part in the Caliphate agitation been non-violent at 1. The addressee's article Rensha Jawandi and Raikot appeared in Harijan Bandhu, October 22, 1939. 2. Vide notes, December 7, 1939. 3. From the reference to article, presumably, The Fiction of Majority, pages 258 to 61. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 9. Heart. They could never have been violent towards one another as they are continually found to be. Nor can it be said that those who take part in the clashes are not congressmen. If we rule out all those who resort to violence as non-congressmen, the Congress will cease to be a mass organization. For the combatants in these clashes are derived from the masses. Moreover, one finds today violence resorted to by rival congressmen at Congress meetings. The gross indiscipline and fraud practiced at Congress elections are all illustrations of Congress violence. It is difficult to say, therefore, who, if any, are non-violent congressmen. If they were in a majority in the Congress and if they played an effective part in Hindu-Muslim clashes, they could stop them or at least give their lives in stopping them. If the bulk of congressmen were truly non-violent, Muslims would be obliged to confess that congressmen could not be accused of anti-Muslim bias. It is not enough for congressmen to say that they have not been found guilty of incorrect attitude. I may be proved to be legally correct but may fail miserably if my action was examined in non-violent scales. But this non-violence has to be non-violence of the brave and the strong. It must come from inward conviction. I have, therefore, not hesitated to say that it is better to be violent if there is violence in our breasts than to put on the cloak of non-violence to cover impotence. Violence is any day preferable to impotence. There is hope for a violent man to become non-violent. There is no such hope for the impotent. Not too late. Rashtrapati Rajan Babu, Acharya Kirpalani, Sri Shankarao Dev, Dr. Prafulla Chandra Ghosh and Sri Jaramdas had remained behind for 2 or 3 days after the meeting of the AICC. All of these except Rajan Babu gently complained that I had wronged them by saying that the whole of the working committee was against me in the interpretation I had put upon their action in terms of non-violence. They said that they had hitherto given teamwork. They had always followed Rajan Babu and the Sardar at the meetings of the working committee. It must be said for them that they had whispered in my ears that they were with me in the interpretation I had put on non-violence. I had remonstrated that that was not enough. They had boldly to assert themselves at this critical juncture. But their humility would not allow them to do so. But even their vote, if they had cast it in favor of my interpretation, 10. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi, would have been in their individual and not representative capacity. As I have made clear in my note on Hindu-Muslim clashes, it is not possible to claim non-violence for the Congress masses. Those congressmen who believe in non-violence as a creed, to be enforced as much in Hindu-Muslim quarrels as in defending India, have to begin with the alphabet of non-violence and find out how many congressmen are with them. It is highly probable that they will have to retire from the Congress and, like me, serve and convert the Congress from without. The new road is straight enough but difficult to negotiate. It is overlaid with the bones of lonely seekers. They died without finding the way, but they had the inward satisfaction of having lived and died for their faith. When I wrote one on the formation of Peace Brigade, I had adumbrated a program for them. The brigades died as soon as they were born, but the program abides. It is a program of courting death and preventing Hindu-Muslim clashes and the like. It is a program of dying to prevent violence. Such death, however, will count as criminal suicide if the suicide has not a heart free from impurity and malice. Sagaon, October 17, 1939. Harijan, October 21, 1939. 11. Letter to Narandas Gandhi. Sagaon, Warda, October 17, 1939. CHI. Narandas, please find with this a letter from Kaganal. Please read it and send me your suggestion. Kaganal's suggestion about the money collected appeals to me. But all the same, let me know your view. Blessings from BAPU from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU. /II. Also CW. 8568. Courtesy, Narandas Gandhi. 1 Vide Qualifications of a Peace Brigade, June 18, 1938. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 11. 12. Statement to the PRESS-1. The Viceregal Declaration 2 is profoundly disappointing. It would have been better if the British government had declined to make any declaration whatsoever. The long statement made by the Viceroy simply shows that the old policy of divide and rule is to continue. So far as I can see, the Congress will be no party to it, nor can the India of Congress conception be a partner with Britain in her war with Herr Hitler. The Indian Declaration 3 shows clearly that there is to be no democracy for India if Britain can prevent it. Another round-table conference is promised at the end of the war. Like its predecessor, it is bound to fail. The Congress asked for bread and it has got a stone. What the future has in store for India I dare not foretell. I do not blame the Viceroy or the leaders of Britain for the unfortunate result. The Congress will have to go into the wilderness again before it becomes strong and pure enough to reach its objectives. I have no doubt that Congressmen will await the Working Committee's decision for Sagaon, October 18, 1939. Harijan, October 21, 1939. 13. Letter to Lord Linlithgow. Sagaon, Warda, October 18, 1939. DEAR Lord Linlithgow, I must thank you for your kind letter enclosing an advance copy of your pronouncement 5. I suppose it had to be. I have just 1. This appeared under Notes, subtitle, Disappointing. The statement was also published in the Hindu, October 18, 1939. 2. Vide Appendices. Viceroy's Declaration, October 17, 1939. 3. Vide Appendices. Congress Working Committee Resolution, after July 18, 1939, Working Committee's Manifesto, September 14, 1939 and AICC Resolution, October 14, 1939. 4. Vide Appendix. Congress Working Committee Resolution, October 22, 1939. 5. Vide Appendix. Viceroy's Declaration, October 17, 1939. 12. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. Issued a press statement, one of which a copy is enclosed herewith. Yours sincerely, M. K. Gandhi. From a microfilm, Lord Linlithgow Papers. Courtesy, National Archives of India. 14. Letter to M.R. Masani Sagaon, Warda, October 18, 1939. My dear Masani, I want the cooperation of everyone. But the question is whether our agreement is superficial or solid. The Viceregal Declaration 4 will soon show where we are. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a photostat, GN. 4131. Also CW. 4889. Courtesy, M.R. Masani. 15. Letter to G.V. Gurjail Sagaon, Warda, October 18, 1939. My dear Bhikshu, I had your wire and now have your letter. I hope things will shape themselves as you expect to. Yours, BAPU from a photostat, GN. 1388. 16. Letter to Harishchandra. By Harishchandra, I got your letter of good wishes. Thank you. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 5679. Sagaon, Warda, October 18, 1939. M.K. Gandhi. 1. Vide the preceding item. 2. Vide also telegram to G.V. Gurjail, September 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 13. 17. Letter to Prabhavati Sagaon, October 18, 1939. CHI. Prabha, I did write to you. How is it that you did not get the letter? Jayaprakash came and saw me afterwards. We have decided that you should come and stay with me. I am eagerly waiting for you. Saraswati has gone to Trivandrum, and Candy also will go. Raikumari has come here. Vijaya and Sharda are here. Sharda is pregnant. It is the 7th month. Radha also is here at present, and so is Krishnada's Gandhi. Ba is alright. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 3529. 18. Letter to Shurendra and Manubin Mashruwala Sagaon, Warda, October 18, 1939. CHI. Shurendra and Manuti, I have your letter. I am in correspondence with Kanvarji. I have written one to him and advised him to stay there as long as he feels some improvement. Otherwise he may come over here. There is no facility for staying in Nagpur. The doctor is competent. If he comes, I shall make some arrangement for him to stay either at Sagaon or Warda. Manuti must be fine. I hope she is taking care of her health. Does she read the books prescribed for her? Blessings from BAPU Shri Shurendra Mashruwala Balkaran, South Avenue, Santa Cruz from a photostat of the Gujarati, CW. 2672. Courtesy, Manubin S. Mashruwala. 1. Vide letter to Kanvarji K. Parekh, December 10, 1939. 14. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 19. Letter to Kankan bin M. Shah. Sagaon, Warda, October 18, 1939. CHI. Kankan, I have your letter. What a girl you are. In your letter you have mentioned Sagaon as your address, and have not given your correct address there. I got it from Manalal. I did not even know that you were unwell. But thank God you have reached there safely. Now stay there in peace. Write to me regularly. Blessings from Shri Kankan bin Co. Shri Maganal Kalidas Shah. BAPU. VALOD, via MADHI. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 8290. Also CW. 7060. Courtesy, Manalal G. Shah. 20. Letter to Najuklal and Shakshi Sagaon, Warda, October 18, 1939. CHI. Najuklal, I was glad to have your letter after a long time. Modi one should get well. There is no question of violence or non-violence on the part of God. Prahlada's non-violence, however, remained inviolate. If the whole world were non-violent there would be no Hiranyakashipu or his like. But if there should be any, then there would be many more like him. God will always use them. However, they do not cease to be violent. How do we know for whose destruction Hitler was born? But will Hitler's violence ever count as non-violence? Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, SN 12153. One addressee's wife to Prahlada's father who defied God. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 15. 21. Letter to BPRUSTOGI 1 Sagaon, Warda, October 19, 1939 DEARSIR, please give me the due one's name, his salary, etc. What is your occupation? Are the previous dictators in jail? If they are, what is their sentence? How many are in prison? Yours sincerely, from a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL 22. Letter to Gandhi and Parikh Sagaon, Warda, October 19, 1939 CHI. KANTI, you have taken a great many pledges before and broken many of them. May God grant you the strength to keep the latest one. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 6274. 23. Letter to Jawaharlal Gandhi Sagaon, Warda, October 19, 1939 CHI. Jawaharlal, I read your letter to Mahadev. Will the work you have done ever be undone? There is no need for newspaper publicity. What do you intend to do now? Blessings from BAPU from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU. /III. 1. The addressee was Joint Secretary, Prakriti State Praja Mandal. 16. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 24. Letter to Kanu Gandhi. Sagaon, October 19, 1939 CHI. Kaneo, your birthday note is lying in front of me. May you rise higher every day and grow stronger in body and mind. May your angularities get smoothed out in the course of time. From a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/II. Blessings from BAPU. 25. Letter to Tarajasani Sagaon, Warda, October 19, 1939 CHI. Tara, you have made no mistake. Being dubbed the Mahatma, I have 2 birthdays. Greater ones still may have 3 birthdays. You must find out and let me know how I have 2 and others may have 3 or more birthdays. Blessings from BAPUSMT. Tia Rabanjasani Anand Kunraikot, Kathy Hour from a photostat of the Gujarati, CW. 9833. Courtesy, Tara bin Pratap. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 17. 26. Speech at Conference of Local Bodies Representatives, WARDHA 1 October 19, 1939, 2. I am glad that you have asked me this question. I had better answer it by saying that the present system of primary education was devised without any thought of the economic advancement of the country. The state gets no return whatsoever for the money it is spending on primary education. That we get a few administrators like Shuklaji III as products of the so-called higher education is no justification for the waste on primary education. It only brings into painful relief the pathetic superstition that we cannot carry on the affairs of India except through men with English degrees or possessing a knowledge of English. Directors of public instruction have admitted that the present system of primary education is a colossal waste, that a very small percentage of the pupils reach the higher classes, that there is nothing like permanency in the literacy imparted and that, even as it is, it touches but a small fraction of the vast rural areas. What a small fraction of the CP villages, for instance, have even these primary schools. And the few schools that there are in the villages bring no kind of return to them. The question that you have asked me, therefore, really does not arise. But the new scheme is claimed to be based on sound economics, for all education will be through the medium of a craft. It is not education plus training in a craft, but it is all education by means of a craft. Therefore a boy who receives education, say, through weaving, will surely and must be better than a weaver as a mere craftsman. And nobody can say that a weaver is an economic waste. This weaver will know the various tools and the technique of all the processes and will produce better results than a weaver craftsman. The economic results of the system as it has been carried out during the past few months had better be studied in the facts and figures collected by Srimati. 1. This is extracted from CP Local Bodies Give the Lead by Mahadev Desai, who explains, a conference of the representatives of the local bodies in these central provinces and bearer invited Gandhiji to address them. Gandhiji did so confining himself to a general question put to him by one of the members, viz., how was the basic education scheme calculated to contribute to the economic and political advancement of the country? 2. From the Hindu, October 20, 1939. 3. Ravi Shankar Shukla, Premier, Central Provinces, who welcomed the representatives. 18. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Ashadevi 1. They have gone far beyond our expectations. That is what I mean by self-supporting education. When I use the word self-supporting, I did not mean that all the capital expenditure would be defrayed from it, but that at least the salary of the teacher would be found out of the proceeds of the articles made by the pupils. The economic aspect of the basic system of education is thus self-evident. Then there is another aspect, viz., that of the national awakening. I wonder if you have read the Kumarappa Committee's Report 2 on rural industries. The traditional figure of the average income per capita is Rs 70, but he has proved that the per capita income in the CP villages does not exceed Rs 12 to Rs 14 per year. Spinning and other village industries for basic education have been so selected that they answer village wants. Therefore the boys who receive their education through village crafts must spread their knowledge in their homes. Now you will see that the average income of the villager can be easily doubled by the village crafts being revived. Most of the bickerings in the district boards will also cease if you will become servants of the people and interest yourselves actively in the new system. As I was coming to the meeting, I had a letter from a school where the children had earned out of a 4 hours spinning for 30 days Rs 75 odd. If 30 children earned Rs 75 inches a month, you can easily work out how much would be the earning of crores of primary school children in India. And imagine the result of the self-confidence and resourcefulness fostered among these children, as also of the consciousness that they are adding to the income of the land and solving the problem of unequal distribution. This would lead to an automatic political awakening. I would expect the children to know everything about the local affairs, about our corruption and how it can be ended. This kind of political education I would wish every one of our children to have. That would surely add a cubit to their stature. I think I have more than proved that the system of basic education is sure to promote the economic and political advancement of the country. Having said this, I would make an appeal to you. Now that you have come here, I would ask you to study this system of education and 1. Ashadevi Ariana Yakam, Editor, Nai Talim, the chief organ of the Hindustani Talimi Sanj. Her article Conference of Basic Education appeared in Harijan, July 10, 1939. 2. For Gandhiji's summary of the report, Vide Summary of Industrial Survey Committee Report, July 29, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 19. To tell Shuklaji and Ariana Kamji 1 whether you are going away with faith in it or not. I am sure that if you give it a fair trial, in 3 months' time you will be able to report that you have revivified the schools, and put new energy and new life into the children. A seed may take years before it grows into a tree, but the limited results of the educational seed you will sow will be seen in the course of a few months. I have placed the simplest things before the people of India, simplest things calculated to bring about revolutionary changes, for example, khadi, prohibition, revival of handicrafts, education through crafts. But unless you can get over the intoxication of the existing regime, you will not see the simple things. Whatever you do, do not deceive yourselves and us. If you do not feel enthused over the system, you will please plainly say so. A word about capital expenditure. The capital expenditure that you will incur will be no dead loss like the expenditure on buildings. You will have to expend on tools and stock which will be of productive use for years. The spinning wheels and the looms and the carding bells you will invest in should be useful to numerous batches of students. Industrialization involves heavy capital expenditure and plenty of wear and tear and depreciation. The present scheme involves nothing like it, as indeed nothing like it is required in a well-planned rural economy. One last thing. I want you not to be disturbed by the impending changes in our political system. The ministries may go as they came. They came on the understanding that they would have to go at the shortest possible notice. They knew that they would have to march from the Secretariat to the prison if the occasion came, and they would do so with a smile on their lips. But your work and your program need not depend on the ministries. If the work that you have planned is based on solid foundations, it will endure, no matter how many ministries come and go. But it depends on the faith you have in your work. The Congress and its work will endure so long as it remains true to its creed of truth and non-violence. I have criticized the Congress severely and mercilessly exposed its failings, but I also know that it has still got a fair credit balance. Above all, let me tell you that everything will depend on your faith and your determination. If you have the will, there is sure to be. 1 E.W. Ariana Yakam, Secretary of the Hindustani Talimi Sanj. 20. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. The way. Every difficulty will dissolve, if you make up your minds that this is a scheme that has to be put through. Only the faith has got to be a living faith. Thousands profess to have faith in God, but if they fly in terror at the slightest alarm, their faith is a dead faith, no living faith. A living faith endows one with the requisite knowledge and resources to put one's plan through. I am glad that every one of you claims to have that faith. If that is really so, your province will have set a noble example to other provinces. 1 Harijan, October 28, 1939. 27. Letter to Ravi Shankar Shukla on or after October 19, 1939. Bhai Shuklaji, the report you have sent me of our talks is not worth revising. You will realize it from the few lines that I have revised. There are very few shorthand writers in India who can accurately take down conversations. I have summarized below my thoughts on the subject, which may perhaps better clarify my attitude. You may publish it if you like. If you need an English rendering, get it done there. If you want the same thing in English from me, I shall send you one. In that case, you will please return the Hindi. Here is an abstract of the discussion with the Chief Minister regarding his scheme and mine. There is no need to coordinate the President's scheme 3 with mine 4. Both can run parallel, but their aims are different. Under the President's scheme, the burden of expenditure on primary education is to fall on the individual village, and this through the dedication of the land. This is certainly commendable if it can be done. People will develop an interest in the education of their children. But I doubt the possibility of earning Rs 15 per month from a plot of land thus acquired. Nonetheless, there can be no harm in making an experiment. 1 Mahadev Desai adds that the members had a discussion after this for several hours and passed resolutions. 2 From the reference to talks with the addressee, which, presumably, took place during the conference of local bodies. Vide the preceding item. 3 The Vidya Mandir scheme sponsored by the addressee. A bill on the scheme was passed by the Central Province's Legislative Assembly on November 2, 1939. 4 The Basic Education Scheme. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 21. Meant if some zamindar gifts a large plot in the village. The experiment, if it succeeds, will certainly be beneficial. We shall not come across many people who will utilize the land profitably. Those who graduate from the agricultural colleges are not at all trained for work on the land. Hence the knowledge acquired in agricultural colleges proves generally sterile. The aim of my scheme is to change the very system of education. The new system will fulfill the needs of the country as well as the individual and bring about self-reliance. Self-reliance is also a true test of the fulfillment of education. Hence it makes no difference to my scheme of education even if someone gives a donation for running a primary school. And here is the scheme in a nutshell. Primary education shall be given only through some craft or the other. Real education and an all-round development of the child is not possible without it. And such education must be self-supporting. This does not mean that each class will be self-supporting. However, boys or girls who will go through the 7-year curriculum in a craft school will be able to pay all these years' expenses through their earnings from the crafts. From a copy of the Hindi, PRL papers. Courtesy, PRL. 28. Letter to V.A. Sundaram. Sagaon, Warda, October 20, 1939. My dear Sundaram. The voice within told me not yet. So the contemplated letter has not gone. Love. BAPU. From a photostat, GN. 3183. 29. Letter to PRL Sagaon, October 20, 1939 CHI. PRL, what a letter from you. I have not understood it at all. It does not contain answers to my questions. If you believe that my decisions. 22. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi are inspired by God, then I should not find it a strain to get work out of you. These are our decisions. 1. From Tuesday onward you will do the massage and bathe me. Sushila will do these on Sundays and Mondays too. You will take care of the mail, maybe with a sense of detachment but with the same interest. 3. You will write something for Harijan. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, PRL papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Beladevi Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar 30. Letter to Krishnakandra. October 20, 1939 CHI. Krishnakandra, go to Dr. A. Lakshmipati. Give him the service he needs. Let me know about his health. BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 4329. 31. Letter to Krishna Chandiwala. Sagaon, Warda, October 20, 1939. CHI. Krishna, I see no comparison between gambling and wine. I have taken donations from many wine merchants. Also from prostitutes. Whose money should I reject and whose should I accept? Yes, I had refused Rs 12,000 from Gaharjan because of the condition that I should go and listen to her music. But Alnapai went and collected the money. Tell me what we can do now. Strange are the ways of Dharma. P.S. Blessings from BAPU. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 23. If Balvanson has arrived there, 1, tell him that his other letters have been received. He must be visiting the dairy there. Mahadev had written to him. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 2472-32. Interview to the Times of India to Sagaon, October 20, 1939. 3. Requested to give a reply to the Times of India's editorial appeal addressed to him. Mr. Gandhi told me in a special interview that no amount of clarification or explanation of the viceregal statement 4 would make it acceptable so long as the precise demand of the Congress was not met. There was no evidence of a desire or readiness on the part of Great Britain to transfer power to Indians. The Times of India's appeal related to the scope, authority and function of the Conference of India's Representatives, proposed to be called at the end of the war. The journal drew attention to the following words from the Viceroy's statement: His Majesty's government recognise that when the time comes to resume consideration of the plan for the future Federal Government of India, and of the plan destined to give effect to the assurances given in Parliament by the late Secretary of State 5 to which I have just referred, It will be necessary to reconsider in the light of the then circumstances to what extent the details of the plan embodied in the Act of 1935 remained appropriate. The Times of India interpreted these words to mean that it would be open to the projected conference at the end of the war to consider Dominion status. It requested Mr. Gandhi and the Congress to appreciate the value of such a conference and, if they had any doubt, to ask for an authoritative clarification of the scope of that conference. The words quoted by the Times of India, thought Mr. Gandhi, were too vague to admit of clarification. They left everything beautifully indefinite. He added, "What the Congress wants is the clearest possible acceptance." 1 Delhi to this appeared under the title An Important Interview as reproduced from the Times of India, October 21, 1939. 3 from Gandhi 915-1948, a detailed chronology 4 of October 17. Vide Appendix Viceroy's Declaration, October 17, 1939. 5 Sir Samuel Hoare. 24. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Of the fact that India is to be treated as an independent nation. For India to become enthusiastic about participation in this war, it is necessary to speak to her in the language of precision, admitting of no other meaning. Surely what the Congress wants is easy enough to give, if the will is there. I miss the will in the Viceregal Declaration. And whom is the conference to consist of? Are they to be those to be invited by the Viceroy or the Secretary of State? How can they be called representative in the true sense of the term? In order to avoid any doubt, the Congress had suggested a representative assembly of men and women elected on the widest possible franchise. Such an assembly the Congress described by the accepted phraseology, namely, a constituent assembly. How can this be objected to by any party which desires freedom for India? Is it right to invite people to say whether they want freedom or not? Should a slave be consulted as to the desirability of his freedom? He might be asked as to the manner thereof. This the Constituent Assembly can do. It is for that assembly to decide whether it is to be Dominion status or what. It may be more or less. The people's representatives should have the fullest freedom to decide upon the nature and content of the freedom. It is surprising how the minorities are being played against the Congress. Surely the Congress has no quarrel with any of them. The Congress will safeguard the rights of every minority so long as they do not advance claims inconsistent with India's independence. The Muslims, the scheduled classes and every other class will be fully represented in the Constituent Assembly, and they will have to decide their own special rights. Even the princes and the zamindars have nothing to fear if they become, and appear, as representatives of the rights. Independent India will not tolerate any interests in conflict with the true interests of the masses, whether the latter are known as Muslims, scheduled classes, Christians, Parsis, Jews, Sikhs, Brahmins and non-Brahmins, or any other. But I blame neither the Viceroy nor the British War Cabinet. Independence is not to depend upon the British or anyone else's mercy. It will come when the people are ready for it. Evidently British statesmen think that the people of India are not ready. The Congress or any other organization that seeks to represent the millions has to consolidate its strength and resources for the purpose. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 25. Mr. Gandhi said he had hoped that British statesmen, from the bitter experience of European turmoil, had turned over a new leaf. That hope was for the time being dashed to pieces. Mr. Gandhi, proceeding, remarked that the Times of India should direct its appeal to the Englishmen and ask them to do the right thing by India in keeping with the professed war aims of Britain. He said he was grieved to find that the paper which had till the other day been urging the authorities to make a generous gesture had suddenly changed its front. Judged by the paper's own past demands, the Viceroy's statement was a poor response. Yet the Times of India praised it. Mr. Gandhi concluded with a reply to the personal reference made to him in the Times of India editorial. He denied that he had been inconsistent or that he had deviated from his first statements 1 inch which he had expressed his sympathy for England and France. He said he still held the view. But now that the issue has been raised, he expected England to face the issue and give a satisfactory answer. His advice to the Congress did not mean that India's support to the Allied cause should be at the expense of her own freedom. He would not be a party to India being tied to the chariot wheel of Britain. His prayer still was not only that Britain and France should win, but also that Germany should not be ruined. He had no desire to rear India's freedom on the ashes of any of the belligerent powers, even as he did not want the freedom of the European powers to be built upon the ruins of India's freedom. Origin, October 28, 1939. 33. Am I a messenger of God? A Muslim friend writes a long letter which pruned down reads as follows. The chief difficulty that stands in your way of right thinking is that your heart has so hardened by looking at and interpreting things in the light of your self-assumed principles, that you cannot bring to bear an open mind on anything howsoever valuable it may be. If God has not appointed you as his messenger, what you say or teach cannot be claimed to be a word of God. No one would contest the truthfulness of truth and non-violence as teachings of the prophets, and principles of very high spiritual value. But their true understanding and application require a soul that is in direct communion with God. Any person who has only polished his one vide statement to the press, May 9, 1939 and source of my sympathy, 119-1939. 26. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Soul by suppressing or acting against the desires and cravings of the flesh and the self is not a prophet. The fact that you stand as a teacher of the world and claim to have diagnosed the disease from which the world is suffering, and proclaim that the truth of your choice and practice and the non-violence of your conviction and application are the only cures for the afflicted world, betrays your utter disregard and misconception of the truth. You admit you make mistakes. Your non-violence is actually a concealed violence, as it is not based on actual spiritual life and is not the earnest of true inspiration from God. As a true believer and in pursuance of that teaching of Islam which enjoins on every Muslim to convey the truth to every human being, I would request you to clear your mind of all complexes, to place yourself in the position of an ordinary human being who wants to learn and not to teach, and to become a real seeker after truth. If you wish to find out the truth, I would request you to study the Quran and the life of the Prophet Muhammad, peace of God be upon him, written by Shebli Nawani and M. Sulaiman Nadwi, with an open mind. As for unity among the different communities inhabiting India, it can never come in terms of a single nation. Broad-minded toleration of each other's religion and practices, and an agreement based on the recognition of the Muslims as a nation with their own complete code of life and culture to guide them, and an equality of status in political life, shall bring harmony and peace to India. I have omitted no argument used by the writer. I have not hardened my heart. I have never claimed to be a messenger of God except in the sense in which all human beings are. I am a mortal as liable to err as any other. Nor have I claimed to be a teacher. But I cannot prevent admirers from calling me a teacher or a Mahatma, as I cannot prevent traducers from calling me all sorts of names and ascribing to me vices to which I am a stranger. I lay both praise and blame at the feet of the Almighty and go my way. For the information of my correspondent, who was a schoolmaster in a high school, I may say that I have reverently studied the works he mentions and also many other works on Islam. I have more than once read the Quran. My religion enables me, obliges me, to imbibe all that is good in all the great religions of the earth. This does not mean that I must accept the interpretation that my correspondent may put upon the message of the Prophet of Islam or any other prophet. I must use the limited intelligence that God has given me to interpret the Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 27. Teachings bequeathed to mankind by the prophets of the world. I am glad to find that my correspondent agrees that truth and non-violence are taught by the Holy Quran. Surely it is for him, as for every one of us, to apply these principles to daily life according to the light given to us by God. The last paragraph in the letter lays down a dangerous doctrine. Why is India not one nation? Was it not one during, say, the Mughal period? Is India composed of two nations? If it is, why only two? Are not Christians a third, Parsis a fourth, and so on? Are the Muslims of China a nation separate from the other Chinese? Are the Muslims of England a different nation from the other English? How are the Muslims of the Punjab different from the Hindus and the Sikhs? Are they not all Punjabis, drinking the same water, breathing the same air and deriving sustenance from the same soil? What is there to prevent them from following their respective religious practices? Are Muslims all the world over a separate nation? Or are the Muslims of India only to be a separate nation distinct from the others? Is India to be vivisected into two parts, one Muslim and the other non-Muslim? And what is to happen to the handful of Muslims living in the numerous villages where the population is predominantly Hindu, and conversely to the Hindus where, as in the frontier province or Sindh, they are a handful? The way suggested by the correspondent is the way of strife. Live and let live, or mutual forbearance and toleration, is the law of life. That is the lesson I have learned from the Quran, the Bible, the Zend-Avesta and the Gita. Sagaon, October 21, 1939. Harijan, October 28, 1939. 34. Telegram to Padam Thanu Pillai 1. October 21, 1939. Should not publish without reference, ask him, otherwise I can write. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. Doin. U. 1. This was in reply to the addressee's telegram dated October 21, in which he informed Gandhiji of the Working Committee's decision to publish the correspondence regarding Gandhiji's talks with the Doin and sought permission for its publication. 28. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 35. Letter to N.S. Hardikar, Sagaon, October 21, 1939. DEAR Dr. Hardikar, several Mysore friends have been here. I have told them that I shall do nothing without the consent of those of you who have hitherto guided the Mysore workers. Ramdurg is bad business. I can only advise mute suffering one. If there is no retaliation even by way of reply in the press, the fictitious agitation will die out. It follows that violence must always be from the traducers. You must train your followers in the art of non-violence. This presupposes a living faith on your part in the efficacy of non-violence under all conditions. To yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. From the original, N.S. Hardikar Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 1 inch. His letter dated October 18, the addressee had, inter alia, said, the minds of the people are poisoned against those who gave evidence against Justice Davar. Sri Shankaracharya, Gangadharao Deshpande, R.R. Diwakar, H.S. Kajalji and myself are the targets. If this is left unchecked, I am afraid it is bound to lead to violence. 2 inches. His reply dated October 26, the addressee said, we will mutely suffer everything as advised by you. Now as regards the present movement, it was started by the Mysore workers on their own initiative. We have, however, been giving some publicity to the actual happenings in the state and necessary suggestions. Beyond that we have been doing nothing. We were glad to learn from Sri Bhimappa Naik that you were willing to intervene provided the state agreed to it. We feel sure that the Mysore State Working Committee or responsible Mysore workers will certainly jump at the idea of your intervention. Vide also letter to N.S. Hardikar, October 14, 1939 and fragment of letter to people of Mysore, 24-111,939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 29. 36. Letter to Krishna Chandiwala, Sagaon, Warda, October 21, 1939. CHI. Krishna, do what you can about the Harijans after discussing the matter with Bappa, Hariji 1 and others. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN 247137. Virtues of silence. Thus writes Dr. Rajan to Mahadev Desai. The other day when I was at Sagaon to see Mahatmaji, I found him observing silence. You know, he wrote on the slip of paper to the following effect, referring to his silence: "This has become a health necessity with me." These few words have made me ponder over the idea of silence in relation to physical health. As a piece of scientific information, it will be good to have a record of his personal experience. I should like to know, as a result of his observing silence, 1. Whether there is any visible drop in the blood pressure variation. 2. Whether after a period of silence he feels physically better and is able to put forth greater energy and application to his work. And 3. Whether he feels mental recuperation also pari passu with that of his body while he is observing silence. To observe silence is indeed a difficult self-imposed restriction. But it is worthwhile in the interests of physical and mental well-being to make this possible. 3. You know that I never write or indulge in such speculative writing to a busy person like Gandhi. You will therefore appreciate as to why I am writing to you. If you think the information which I seek is worthwhile, I shall be glad if you can publish it in Harijan. Before I answer the questions, let me say that for me silence is 1. Vyogi Hari of Harijan, New Delhi. 2. Dr. T.S.S. Rajan, Minister of Public Health, Madras. 3. As in the source. 30. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. No strain and no effort. Indeed, I am so tired of arguing and talking that I speak only when I feel I must. Generally, therefore, I am nowadays silent except to visitors who come by appointment and on some business connected with activities with which I am identified. In the Sagaon ashram I am silent to everybody except in cases of sickness and the like. I observe too that I get easily irritated if members of the ashram act in a manner contrary to expectation. I find that silence avoids irritation. Now for the questions. 1. There is a perceptible drop in blood pressure when I observe silence. Medical friends have therefore advised me to take as much silence as I can. 2. There is no doubt whatsoever that after every silence I feel recuperated and have greater energy for work. The output of work during silence is much greater than when I am not silent. 3. The mind enjoys a peace during silence which it does not without it. That is to say, the decision to be silent itself produces a soothing effect on me. It lifts a burden off my mind. My experience tells me that silence soothes the nerves in a manner no drugs can. With me it also induces sleep. Caution: I have noticed in the jails that prisoners get moody when, deprived of company, they have to observe enforced silence. To produce the effect I have described, silence has to be liked. No one, therefore, need be silent out of love of imitation or merely for the knowledge that it produces on me the effect described by me. The best thing would be to take silence on medical advice. Needless to say that here I do not refer to the spiritual need and effects of silence. Sagaon, October 22, 1939. Harijan, October 28, 1939. 38. On Brahmacharya one may say I have long ago stopped writing for Harijan Bandhu. The will is not absent, but lack of time has stood in the way. I have been waiting for a long time to write on this subject. Today I shall dwell on it briefly. A friend has pointed out to me that in an earlier article I had promised to state my views on Brahmacharya. I do not recollect the exact words, but I had certainly said that I would try to write. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 31. Something. My definition of Brahmacharya still stands. According to it, a man who is affected by passion even mentally has fallen from Brahmacharya. One who is not free from passion even in thought can never be considered a perfect Brahmachari. I do not consider myself an ideal Brahmachari since I have not reached that ideal. Though I am far away from this ideal, I think I have progressed from what I was when I started. Freedom from passion and thought cannot be achieved until one gets a vision of the Supreme One. When one achieves complete control over one's thoughts, man and woman include each other. I believe in the possibility of such a Brahmacharya, though I have not come across one. I still continue my strenuous efforts to become such a Brahmachari. So long as such Brahmacharya is not attained, man cannot realize the full potentialities of ahimsa. I have not recognized the permanent need for the conventional restrictions on a Brahmachari. One who needs outer restrictions is not a perfect Brahmachari. On the contrary, one who is on the lookout for opportunities to waive the restrictions is not a Brahmachari but a fraud. How to achieve such fearless Brahmacharya? I do not have the right key to it, for I have not attained perfection in it. But I may state what I have found essential for myself. One should keep the mind engaged in pure thoughts. Constant repetition of Ramanama should go on all the 24 hours as naturally as breathing, even during sleep. One should engage oneself in reading good books and thinking about one's own work, which again should be infused with public spirit. Those who are married should not seek privacy. They should not sleep in one room or in one bed. If their passion is aroused on seeing each other, they should live separately. If they experience passionate feelings while talking to each other, they should stop talking. One who is aroused at the sight of any woman should abandon the thought of Brahmacharya and have restrained marital relations with his wife. If he is not married, he should think of marrying. None should insist on exceeding one's own capacity. I can think of many instances when men have fallen in attempting to exceed their capacity. Anyone who gleefully listens to obscene talk, indulges in staring. 1 Bhagavad Gita, Second 59. 32. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. At women, reads dirty books and gloats over filthy stories violates Brahmacharya. Many students and teachers fail in practicing Brahmacharya because they are not aware of the discipline in hearing, seeing, reading, speaking and so on. And they ask me how they should practice Brahmacharya. They do not even try to observe it. Let us bear in mind that a man who on any pretext touches a woman with passion violates Brahmacharya. Those who strictly observe the above discipline can observe Brahmacharya without difficulty. An idle man can never practice Brahmacharya. One who conserves his vital fluid acquires unfailing power. He must put his body and mind ceaselessly to work. Hence every seeker should select such service as would leave him no time for indulging the senses. The seeker has to have complete control over his diet. Whatever he eats he should eat as medicine, for the preservation of the body, never to pamper the palate. He should, therefore, never take intoxicants, spices, etc. A person practicing Brahmacharya should be not merely temperate but abstemious in eating. Everyone should prescribe his own restrictions. Fasting, etc., do have a place in the observance of Brahmacharya. But those who attach undue importance to fasting, etc., and think that they have done their duty if they have fasted are gravely mistaken. When a man starves his senses, the objects of those senses disappear from him, but not the yearning for them. When fasting is beneficial for physical health. An abstemious person may also make mistakes, and hence occasional fasts will certainly benefit him. Why should I lose my vitality for the sake of a momentary pleasure? Why should I deceive God by misusing His gift, i.e., by wasting my vitality which has the power of generating progeny? Since I can gain power by conserving my vitality, why should I lose that power by wasting it? If a seeker always meditates on these lines and prays for God's grace, it is possible for him to retain his vitality and be a Brahmachari during this very life. I live in this hope. From Gujarati Harjan Bandhu, October 22, 1939. 1 Bhagavad Gita, Second 59. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 33. 39. Note to Police Superintendent and Deputy COMMISSIONER 1 October 22, 1939. I have been thinking hard over the proposal. I feel that it is wholly unnecessary to provide any protection so far as I am concerned. My cooperation in such protection will conflict with my own response to any attack on my own life. If therefore the authorities must take any precautions, they should be taken outside the ashram limits. If the authorities will consult my wishes, they should drop all measures for protecting me. They can use this writing for absolving them from all responsibility about me. From the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai 40. Letter to Manal G. Shah Sagaon, October 22, 1939 CHI. Manal, what a confusion reigns in your mind. Read your note again. In one place you say that you would go to Ramana Maharshi since I advise you to do so, but later on say that you do not know where to go. I suggest only one thing. You should go straight from here to Ramana Maharshi's ashram, stay there for 7 days, and if you feel no benefit by the end of that period, either go to Pondicherry or return here straight. Did you understand what I told you yesterday about Shankaran? If you did not, reflect over it deeply till you understand it. It was no ordinary mistake. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 8557. Also CW 7059. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah. 1. The addressees had met Gandhiji and proposed to arrange for his protection as they had received the news that some people were planning to assault him. 34. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 41. Cable to World Press 1. October 23, 1939. In answer to your inquiry, I may say the Congress has demanded no constitutional change during war. Its demand is for declaration that Britain's war aims necessarily include India's independence according to the charter framed by her elected representatives after war. This declaration should be acted up to during war to the utmost extent possible. The minorities question is a bogey. Not that it does not exist, but its proper solution can only come out of the proposed Constituent Assembly. The burden of solving the tangle rests not on Britain but on the Constituent Assembly according to Indian opinion. Hindu-Muslim question is the direct product of British rule. The least the Congress could do was to withdraw the Congress ministers from provincial administrations. Further action will wholly depend upon Britain's handling of the crisis. The Congress has left the door open to Britain to mend the mistake. Harijan, October 28, 1939. 1. This appeared under the title Door Still Open as Gandhiji's reply to a press correspondent representing various European papers. According to the Hindu, 2610-1939, among the newspapers and agencies that made the request were the New York Times, the Daily Herald, Paris Sawyer, Popolo d'Italia, Rome, National Tidend, Copenhagen, Aftenposten and Telegraph, Amsterdam, the TASS News Agency, Moscow, Arbitsi, Madrid, the Dagen Stockholm, Swiss News Agency, Geneva, the La Nación, Buenos Aires, Yomiuri Shimbun, Tokyo, Unsi Suomi, Helsingfors and Nation Belgium, Antwerp. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 35. 42. Cable to YMDA DOO1 October 23, 1939 DADOO 47 N Street Johannesburg. Advise patients send details what goes on. BAPU from a photostat, CW 11347. Courtesy, ES Ready. Also South Africa's Freedom Struggle, pages 310. 43. Cable to J.C. Smuts. October 23, 1939. General Smuts. Pretoria. Disturbing news from Indian friends Johannesburg. You are not enforcing new legislation suggest inviting drive DADOOCU. Trust your Gandhi. From a photostat, CW 11348. Courtesy, ES Ready. Also South Africa's freedom struggle, pages 310. 44. Letter Sierra, October 23, 1939. I am quite clear in my mind that what has happened 3 is the best for the cause. It is a bitter pill, I know. But it was needed. It will drive. 1. This was in reply to the addressee's cable of October 21, 1939, which read, Act of 1939 inflicting intolerable hardships on growing number of our people. Patience stretched to straining point. Pray cable definite advice. 2. This was found among the letters to C. Rajagopalachari. The date line has been written by Emirate Corps 3. The references to the Congress Working Committee resolution of October 22. Vide Appendix Congress Working Committee Resolution, October 22, 1939. 36. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Away all the parasites from the body. We would have been obliged to do wrong things which we shall be able to avoid. We shall come to power with added strength. I shall still be trying for peace, if I keep my strength. From a photostat, GN 2077. 45. Causes. The best way of losing a cause is to abuse your opponent and to trade upon his weakness. Whatever may be true of other modes of warfare, in Satyagraha it had been held that the causes for failure are to be sought within. The refusal by the British government to fulfill the Congress hope that they would make the expected declaration is solely due to the weaknesses in the Congress organization and Congressmen. The greatest weakness lies in our want of full appreciation of non-violence and its many implications. All our other weaknesses are to be derived from that one grave defect. Whilst we have fairly observed physical non-violence, our breasts have harbored violence. Hence our non-violence in respect of the government is a result of our incapacity for effective violence. But therefore we have been betrayed into violence in our dealings with one another. We have quarrelled with one another in committees. Sometimes we have even come to blows. We have refused to carry out instructions of the working committee. We have formed rival groups wanting to seize power. Hindus and Muslims have come to blows on the slightest pretext. Congressmen must be held partly responsible for the failure to compose communal differences. It is all very well to blame the British government for our disunity. But that way we prolong the agony. We knew that the policy of divide and rule was there in 1920, and yet we made Hindu-Muslim unity part of our constructive program. We did so because we had expected that, in spite of the government being in our way, we would achieve unity. What is more, we seemed for the time being to have attained it. These examples of our weaknesses are terrible. They have prevented the Congress from rising to its full height, and reduced our professions of non-violence to a mockery. If my analysis of the causes of our failure is correct, there is the solid consolation that the remedy is dependent not upon any extraneous circumstance but upon Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 37. Ourselves. We must put our own organization in order and make it pure enough and strong enough to command respect, not by inspiring fear among those who impede our march towards the goal but by the indubitable evidence of our non-violent speech and action. The Working Committee's resolution, if it is evidence of Congress' earnestness in vindicating India's freedom, is also a test of Congressmen's discipline and non-violence. Though nothing is said in the resolution, the control and management of civil disobedience has been left in my hands at the will of the committee. Needless to say, I have no sanction, never had any, save the willing and knowing obedience of the vast mass of congressmen, registered and unregistered, to the instruction issued to them through the committee, or through Young India and Navajivan, whilst they were published, and now through Harijan. When, therefore, I find that my instructions have no running power, Congressmen will find me retiring from the field without ado. But if I am to retain the general control of the struggle, I shall want the strictest adherence to discipline. So far as I can see, there is no possibility of civil resistance on a large scale unless Congressmen show perfect discipline and greater appreciation than hitherto of non-violence and truth. There need be none unless we are goaded into it by the authorities. We are engaged in a life and death struggle. Violence surrounds us. It is a time of great trial for the country. No camouflage will answer our purpose. If congressmen find that they have no non-violence in them, if they cannot cast out bitterness against the English officials or the countrymen who may oppose the Congress, they must say so openly, discard non-violence and displace the present working committee. Such dismissal will be no calamity. But it will be a calamity of the first magnitude to keep the committee without full faith in them and in their instructions. So far as I can see, there is no independence for India except through the strictest adherence to truth and non-violence. My generalship is of no use whatsoever if I have an army which doubts the efficacy of the weapons with which I earn them. I am as determined a foe of the exploitation of my country as anyone can be. I am as impatient as the hottest congressman for the complete deliverance of the country from the foreign yoke. But I have no hate for a single Englishman and for that matter for anybody on earth. If I may not help the Allies, I do not wish disaster to them. Though the British government have grievously disappointed the Congress my hope, I do not seek any gain from there. 38. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Embarrassment. My attempt and my prayer are, and will be, for an honorable peace between the belligerent nations in the least possible time. I had nursed the hope that there would be an honorable peace and partnership between Britain and India, and that I might be able to play a humble part in finding a way out of the awful carnage that is disgracing humanity and making life itself a burden. But God had willed it otherwise. Sagaon, October 24, 1939. Harijan, October 28, 1939. 46. Letter to Lord Linlithgow. Sagaon, Warda, October 24, 1939. Dear Lord Linlithgow, Mr. Thompson one has been here. He told me that you had thought I was guilty of discourtesy in making the statement I did on your Declaration 3. I've not understood Mr. Thompson, but I told him I would write to you and make amends if I was guilty. Will you please enlighten me in the matter? I've no doubt that the friendship that has sprung between us will bear the strain of differences of opinion that may arise among us. India. I am, yours sincerely, M. K. Gandhi. From a microfilm, Lord Linlithgow Papers. Courtesy, National Archives of 47. Letter to PRL, October 24, 1939. CHI. PRL. I agree that it would have been better for me to have you rather than Sushila to attend to my massage and bath. But since you, 1 Edward Thompson, British poet and writer. Vide also my life. 2 Vide statement to the press, October 18, 1939. 3 Vide appendix Viceroy's Declaration, October 17, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 39. Will be busy with the Harijan work on Sundays and Mondays. Sushila can do these on those days. I must not waste time over this argument. I shall be happy if you can do this much cheerfully. I have discussed it with Sushila. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, PRL Papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Beladwi Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar. 48. Letter to Panal Jhaveri. October 24, 1939. CHI. Panal. I am impatient for a talk with you. But I am saving my time and my wits. Before going, have a good look at the dairy, the fields and so on, and let me know your conclusions about anything else you may have seen. I forbade Nanibin to massage my feet. That was for the sake of A. But my word had no effect. I am facing such tests here all around. From Gujarati. Blessings from BAPU. Manotana Prahari and Al Jhaveri, pages 38. 49. Letter to Salam, October 24, 1939. Daughter, what am I to do? I did my best. Certainly Ba is extremely displeased with you. I don't know about others. Your duty is to leave this house. You may return when the cloud blows over. I had no inkling of Boz's displeasure. I was surprised when I noticed it today. How can I send for Hanif one here under these circumstances? Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 432. 1A Khadi worker of Punjab. 40. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 50. Letter to Jawaharlal Nehru Sagaon, Warda, October 25, 1939. My dear Jawaharlal, I have gone through the American thing. It is most expensive. In other respects, too, it does not attract me. I hope you have good news about Indu One Love. BAPU Gandhi Nehru Papers, 1939. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 51. Letter to Balvin Sinha. Sagaon, Warda, October 25, 1939. CHI. Balvin Sinha, yes, do go to Hardwar. Also take a look at Dale Bag. We shall talk about your test when we meet. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN 1926. Blessings from BAPU. 52. Discussion with executive members of Gandhi Seva Sangh2 Warda, October 25, 1939. The problem haunts me. It gives me no rest. I have described 3 inches hard in the position of the junior members of the working. 1 wide footnote of letter to Indira Nehru, after October 15, 1939. 2. This is extracted from the hour of trial by Mahadev Desai, who explains, on the 25th morning Gandhiji woke up at 1 o'clock and was thinking about what he should say to the executive members of Gandhi Seva Sangh, whom he was to meet in the afternoon. 3 wide notes, October 17, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 41. Committee. Theirs was a difficult position. They were torn between loyalty to a principle and loyalty to their colleagues. But their eagerness to make their position clear to me was most welcome. It shows that we are all votaries of truth, and even our mental struggles and conflicts arise out of our anxiety to be faithful to it. We had a very fine discussion in the working committee yesterday, and we discussed threadbare the position of the members as individuals and as representatives of the Congress and the people. The question with you is different. For you are here in your individual capacity and you have to decide your conduct no matter what Congress or congressmen may think. The question is thus much simpler for you. Will you adopt an attitude of brotherliness to one who has done your dear ones a grievous injury? Supposing Rajendra Babu was attacked, would you retaliate or rather stand between Rajendra Babu and the assailant and bear cheerfully the blows meant for him? You will do the latter if you have shed all fear of death and injury to limbs, and all considerations for the domestic ties that bind you. But unless you have nothing but brotherliness for those that despitefully use you, your resolution that you would stand by the principle of non-violence through thick and thin will have no meaning. It would be far better to wind up the Sangh than to have an empty resolution. Non-violence is not a cloistered virtue, confined only to the rishi and the cave dweller. It is capable of being practiced by the millions, not with full knowledge of its implications, but because it is the law of our species. It distinguishes man from the brute. But man has not shed the brute in him. He has to strive to do so. This striving applies to the practice of non-violence, not to the belief in it. I cannot strive to believe in a principle. I either believe in it or I do not. And if I believe in it, I must bravely strive to practice it. Ahimsa is an attribute of the brave. Cowardice and ahimsa do not go together any more than water and fire. It is that ahimsa that every member of the Gandhi Seva Sangh has to make a conscious effort to develop in himself. We have often thought about this question, but the hour of our trial has arrived today, as much with reference to war as with the struggle for Swaraj and equally with reference to Hindu-Muslim unity. Remember also that your non-violence cannot operate effectively unless you have faith in the spinning wheel. I would ask you to read Hind Swaraj 1 with my eyes and see there in the chapter on how to 1 Vid Hind Swaraj, November 22, 1909. 42. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Make India non-violent. You cannot build non-violence on a factory civilization, but it can be built on self-contained villages. Even if Hitler was so minded, he could not devastate 700,000 non-violent villages. He would himself become non-violent in the process. Rural economy as I have conceived it eschews exploitation altogether, and exploitation is the essence of violence. You have therefore to be rural-minded before you can be non-violent, and to be rural-minded you have to have faith in the spinning wheel. 1 Harijan, April 11, 1939. 53. Letter to Jawaharlal Nehru Sagaon, Wardha, October 26, 1939. My dear Jawaharlal, I could see that though your affection and regard for me remain undiminished, differences in outlook between us are becoming most marked. Perhaps this is the most critical period in our history. I hold very strong views on the most important questions which occupy our attention. I know you too hold strong views on them, but different from mine. Your mode of expression is different from mine. I am not sure that I carry the other members with me in the views that I hold very strongly. I cannot move about. I cannot come in direct touch with the masses, not even with the Congress workers. I feel that I must not lead if I cannot carry you all with me. There should be no divided counsels among the members of the working committee. I feel that you should take full charge and lead the country, leaving me free to voice my opinion. But if you all thought that I should observe complete silence, I should, I hope, find no difficulty in complying. If you think it worthwhile, you should come and discuss the whole thing. Love. BAPU Gandhi Nehru Papers, 1939. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Also a bunch of old letters, pages 394. 1 According to Mahadev Desai, the members had a discussion with Gandhiji on the next day also. Vide discussion with executive members of Gandhi Seva Sanjay, October 26, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 43. 54. Letter to B.G. Kursagaon, Wardha, October 26, 1939. Bhai Bala Sahib, as you are going to leave your post, take double interest in the work on hand and have such faith that whatever seeds you have sown will never be wasted. This great sacrifice will yield tenfold reward to the Congress. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 66. 55. Letter to Kanvarji K. Park. Sagaon, Wardha, October 26, 1939. CHI. Kanvarji, I have your letter. You may come whenever you wish to. I shall fix up your stay either at Wardha or Sagaon in the very same place where I had lodged Balkrishna. With me it is so crowded that you will feel suffocated. But we will decide all that when you come. We will have to send you to Nagpur to be examined by the expert there. 2-1 were cured in this manner. You will be the third. There is no need for Rami to come. But there will be no harm either if she does come. Do what you both consider best. If that place does not suit you, do not delay coming over here. Shri Kanvarji Kitsiparikandu Dharmashala, Marai. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, SN 9731. 1 Bilkoba and Matthew. Vide letter to Kanvarji K. Park, December 10, 1939. 44. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 56. Letter to Digvijay and Sagaon, Wardha, October 26, 1939. Meherban Maharaja1, I thank you for sending me a prompt reply. I understand what you write about water. Nevertheless, I am requesting you to go deep into the matter and resolve to rid Kathy hour of this scarcity of water. It is my humble opinion that very little has been done to increase the number of trees. When I get an opportunity to meet you, I shall certainly state my views about the doubt you have raised. It is my firm belief that the path you have adopted is not right. This much I have written as a friend. Yours, from a copy of the Gujarati, PRL papers. Courtesy, PRL. 57. Discussion with executive members of Gandhi Seva Sanjay Warda, October 26, 1939. Question: how can a believer in the non-violence of your conception to be a minister? Gandhiji: I fear he cannot in the present state of things. We have seen that our ministers have had to resort to violence even as the British government in the pre-autonomy days. It was inevitable perhaps. Had congressmen been truly non-violent, there would have been no resort to force. But the Congress majorities were not based on unadulterated non-violence. A minister said the other day that although he had not given up an iota of non-violence, he could not do without resorting to the minimum of firing. He had resorted to it only to the extent that it was unavoidable. He may have said it then, he may not say it again if I can help it. For if he goes in again, he will have one of now another two-wide discussion with executive members of Gandhi Seva Sanjay, October 25, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 45. Made his position clear, and he will represent a house that is predominantly non-violent. In other words, he will take office if he is sure that the people would let him carry on the government on a non-violent basis. But may it not be that whereas a non-violent minister will confine violence to the lowest minimum, one who does not believe in non-violence would observe no such restraint? That belief is a delusion. All those who are using violence today make the same claim. Hitler too would say the same thing. General Dyer was acclaimed as the hero of the hour by the House of Lords because his object was said to be to prevent the spread of mob violence. Soviet Russia believes its violence is a transitional stage to the establishment of an order without violence. In the present state of our belief and practice, it may be better to wind up the Sanj, leaving each one to grow unfettered. Kisharella Mashruwala, but the suggestion is being made that we may confine the membership to those who are engaged in constructive work. That suggestion is good, and we can conceivably convert the Sanj into such a body and then try each of us in our individual capacity to purify ourselves as much as we can. For non-violence is impossible without self-purification. Let us therefore be members of a self-purification association, but no association is necessary for that purpose. Therefore let us try each in our own way to face difficulties and problems as they come and see how far we can go. In Hudley, 2 years ago, I asked you to help in the elections and in sending the best possible men to the legislatures. I gave advice in the atmosphere as it excised then. I cannot give you that advice today. In fact, the time may have come when it becomes necessary for such of you as believe in the non-violence of the brave to retire from the Congress, as I did in 19,342. How do you think that the masses can practice non-violence when we know that they are all prone to anger, hate, ill will? They are known to fight for the most trivial things. They are, and yet, I think they can practice non-violence for the common good. Do you think the thousands of women that collected contraband salt had ill will against anyone? They knew that the 1-inch April 1937. Two-wide statement to the press, October 30, 1939. 46. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Congress or Gandhi had asked them to do certain things, and they did those things in faith and hope. To my mind, the most perfect demonstration of non-violence was in Champaran. Did the thousands of riots who rose up in revolt against the agrarian evils harbor the least ill will against the government or the planters? Their belief in non-violence was unintelligent, even as the belief in the earth being round with many is unintelligent. But their belief in their leaders was genuine, and that was enough. With those who lead it is another matter. Their belief has got to be intelligent, and they have to live up to all the implications of the belief. But then are not the masses the world over like that? They are not, for others have not that background of non-violence. But if there was non-violence ingrained in our masses, how should they have come to this state of slavery? There indeed is what I flatter myself is going to be my contribution. I want that non-violence of the weak to become non-violence of the brave. It may be a dream, but I have to strive for its realization. Origin, April 11, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 47. 58. Letter to Valjean Desai Sagaon, Warda, October 27, 1939 CHI. VALJI, it is very good indeed that you have decided to come here. We shall see what is to be done. You must have received Rs 25 cent for chitter. I have asked Kanu to send today another Rs 30. I would like chitter staying with you. I would then have to worry less about you. If he was needed there, why won't he be needed here? However, do whatever you and chitter wish. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, CW 7489. Courtesy, Valjean Desai 59. Letter to PRL October 27, 1939 CHI. PRL, I do not have the strength to command you. I do not wish to thrust on you a burden which you cannot carry. I wish to entrust to you only the work of your choice. When I ask you to do the massage and it hurts your feelings, it also hurts my feelings. I do not know what has caused your anguish. If it is only mental, the remedy for it is in God's hands or yours. If there is something which I can do, let me know. I shall do it, or at least try. If you find attending to the mail burdensome, I shall take away that burden. I am being tested outside. I am being tested here and within my heart. That is why I am not able to find any way out. How can I guide you in your pitiable state? I am willing to break my silence if you wish to talk. Perhaps writing suits you better. May God be our guide. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, PRL papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library courtesy, Beladevi Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar. 48. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 60. Letter to Prithvi Singh October 27, 1939 BHAI Prithvi Singh, I got your letter. You may stay in Bombay as long as it is necessary. Get yourself medically examined. Blessings from BAPU Sardar Prithvi Singh CO Janmabhoomi Meadow Street Bombay from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 5636. Also CW 2947. Courtesy, Prithvi Singh 61. Statement to the PRESS1 Sagaon, October 27, 1939 I have read Sir Samuel Hoare's speech too with the attention it deserves. I appreciate the conciliatory tone behind it. It makes it, therefore, embarrassing for me to produce what may appear to be a jarring note. But even as he speaks from a sense of duty, I hope I shall receive the same credit. Has dominion status for India any meaning unless it is synonymous with independence? Has the India of his imagination the right to secede from the Commonwealth? I like the declaration that the British have shed imperialistic ambition. Will he allow the people of India to judge for themselves whether in reality that ambition has been shed? If it is, the proof of it should be forthcoming even before India is statutorily declared independent. When the protection of minorities is pleaded against, the declaration required by the Congress, the great pronouncement made. One this appeared under the title found wanting. The statement was also published in the Bombay Chronicle and the Hindu on October 28. 2. Replying to the debate on India, in the House of Commons, on October 26. Vide Appendix Sir Samuel Hoare's speech, October 26, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 49. By Sir Samuel Hoare sounds unreal. What the Congress has asked is not any sounding of Indian opinion but a declaration of Britain's intention. I have endeavored to show that there is no such thing as real minorities in India whose rights can be endangered by India becoming independent. With the exception of the depressed classes, there is no minority which is not able to take care of itself. I observe that Sir Samuel Hoare has mentioned the Europeans also as a minority. The very mention of Europeans, in my opinion, condemns the cry of the interest of minorities. But the protection of minorities, whatever they are, is common cause between the British government and the Congress. I would like the British government to remember that there is every prospect of Congress India, to use Sir Samuel's phrase, being a hopeless minority. I like Sir Samuel's division of India into Congress and non-Congress. And if non-Congress India contains not merely the princes but the people of Princes India, all the Musalmans, all those who might be represented by the Hindu Mahasabha and others who refuse to be classified as part of Congress India, it is Congress India which will be in danger of a non-Congress majority. And the Congress has got to make good its position even though it may represent a minority wholly unarmed, partly by outside force but largely by its own will. I am glad that Sir Samuel Hoare has declared that the present British policy is to be judged in the moral scale suggested by me. I venture to suggest that if Sir Samuel's speech is the last word on behalf of the British government, British political morality will be found wanting. Sir Samuel has laughed at non-cooperation as a barren doctrine. I am convinced that it is not as barren as he thinks. It has proved its worth in the eyes of millions of Indians and will do so again if the Congress remains truly non-violent, as I hope it will. The Congress decision too is an imperative call of duty. It puts both the Congress and the British government on their trial. Nothing but good will come out of it if both will play the game. 3 Sigaon, October 27, 1939. Harijan, April 11, 1939. 1 Vide the Fiction of Majority, October 16, 1939. 2 That the ministries should resign. Vide Appendix Congress Working Committee Resolution, October 22, 1939. 3 Vide also Good and Bad, October 30, 1939. 50. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 62. Cable to the News Chronicle 1. Before October 28, 1939. I have no doubt whatsoever STATEMENT2 on behalf of British. That the government. Viceregal in reply to Congress invitation could not have been made more irritating than it has proved to be. What Congress had asked was not an answer to India's demand for independence, but it had reminded Britain of neglect to declare whether her war against Herr Hitler to preserve democracy included India. This had no connection with India's readiness to digest independence. But the Congress demand was evidently misunderstood and the Viceroy began a sort of round-table conference in which one member did not know what the other said to the Viceroy, and as a result of these talks, he was instructed to make a statement wholly unrelated to the unprecedented upheaval going on in front of us. If the British government wanted to measure the strength of the Congress and that of other political organizations, it should have been obvious that the Congress could not satisfy the government standard, but the Congress had set before itself a higher mission. The Congress wanted to help Britain by giving her the moral support which was its speciality and the only thing it could give. The Congress would not give this unless it was clear that Britain's political morality was wholly sound. I wish British government would realize that India is not begging for independence. The Congress asked Britain to say that Britain would not resist independence. The Hindu, Muslim and other Difficulties are there beyond dispute. The question is whether Britain will stand aside and let India settle. 1. The cable appeared under the title Congress Demand Misunderstood, with the note that it was in response to a request from the News Chronicle London. 2. Vide Appendix Viceroy's Declaration, October 17, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 51. Her own difficulties in her own way when the war is over. That is why the Congress has suggested a Constituent Assembly where every community will be fully represented to frame India's constitution. The mischief done is past. Very mild. Real. The Resolution 1. Working Committee it still affords. Have scope for repairing the blunder. Will the British public realize that it is a blunder, or will they persist in the hypnotic belief that the India Office can never err and that India must always remain their milch cow? I can only say that the Congress will not rest and will give no rest till the goal is won. Its very existence depends upon its relentless pursuit of the goal, which is no less than complete independence of India. Origin, October 28, 1939. 63. Notes. Thakur Bappa and Servants of India Society. A friend who loves the Servants of India Society as himself, in sending his donation of Rs10 for the Thakur Bappa Fund, writes, I endorse every word of your praise to of Thakur Bappa. The only suggestion I would venture to make is that his membership of the Servants of India Society might have been mentioned. The Society may not take credit for his meritorious work, but it has kept him there without a demur and indeed taken pride in his great services to humanity. The rebuke is well merited. To tell the truth, I did not even know that I had omitted to mention among Bappa's many merits that he had given up his office of road engineer for the Bombay Municipal Corporation to become a servant of India. He is a loan to the Harjan Civic Sanj by the Society. The Society needs no advertisement from me. And since I call myself an unofficial self-appointed member of the Society, to mention the latter is, in a way, advertising myself. But I am quite capable of performing that somewhat delicate task. The 1. Vide Appendix Congress Working Committee Resolution, October 22, 1939. 2. Vide Bappa Jayanti, October 16, 1939. 52. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Reason for omitting the mention was, however, accidental. I work under tremendous pressure, and though it was my intention to connect Bappa with the Society, I evidently failed to carry it out. I hope that this belated reference will bring more funds to the Bappa purse, which is Harjan purse. Let the Servants of India too, official and unofficial, set apart some time daily for the collection of the purse. I do not mind their collecting coppers. The real tribute to Bappa will consist in collecting coppers from Harjans and the numerous poor lovers of Harjans. Let no one plead shortness of notice. Let novices know from me, an experienced collector, that funds big or small do not need months to collect. They are collected in a few days if the collection is well organized and the cause worthy. Let them know that the crore for the Tilak Swaraj Fund 1 was collected in 1 month. Sagaon, October 28, 1939. Origin, April 11, 1939. 64. Message to PONA Basic Education CONFERE and CE2. Sagaon, October 28, 1939. I hope that the Pune Educational Conference will, in all it does, keep steadily in view the newness of the Nai Talim, rendered in English as basic education. Just as we may neither reduce nor increase ingredients in a chemical experiment, so also we may not add to or discard anything from the essentials of the Warda scheme. The newness of this scheme is that education is to be given through a village craft. The end in view is not to be accomplished by merely adding a village craft to the current syllabus. Origin, April 11, 1939. MKG. 1. Bal Gangadhar Tilak died on July 31, 1920. 2. This appeared under Notes, subtitle Basic Education as a translation of the message in Hindi. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 53. 65. Letter to Puritan J. Butch Sigaon, Ward, October 28, 1939 CHI. Puritan, I have your letter. When you cannot restrain your wish to come here, do come. Room can always be found for a person like you. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 9174. Blessings from BAPU. 66. Letter to Manal G. Shah Sigaon, October 28, 1939 CHI. Manal, I was glad to have your letter. Return only after you have completely recovered your peace of mind. Do go to Pondicherry. I will certainly look forward to your return. I do miss you. But I felt that your good lay in sending you there. You have done well in asking Kankan to join you there. It will be good if she comes, and no harm will be done if she doesn't. Blessings from BAPU Shri Manalalji of Sigaon Ramana Ashram Tiruvannamalai South India from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 8556. Also CW 7062. Courtesy, Manalalji Shah. 54. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 67. Letter to Krishnachandra. Sigaon, October 28, 1939. CHI. Krishnachandra. 1. The idea is that a man, one by becoming passionless, transforms himself into a woman, that is, he includes the woman into himself. The same is true of a passionless woman. If you visualize the state of passionlessness in your mind, you will understand what I say. It is a different story that we do not come across such men and women. 2. Ektara too can blend with any music. No other instrument can take its place. Ramanama, like Ektara, sustains the tune. If Ramanama fills our hearts, it goes on sounding there like breathing during sleep. 3. We overeat in the name of balanced diet. That is why the Gita uses the word lavwire 3. Limited diet should not mean going hungry. Rarely does a man go really hungry. One should never feel weak. The quantity of food will differ with each individual. I shall remember about the letter to Panchgani. You can give up anything else except teaching Hindi to the Japanese brother 4. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN 4330. Blessings from BAPU. 68. Letter to Haribhau Upadhyaya Sigaon, Ward, October 28, 1939 CHI. Haribhau, I got your letter. I shall not judge in a hurry. I shall bother you no more. Your foremost duty is to recover your health by staying in A. 1. The rest of this sentence and the one that follows are in Gujarati. 2. A musical instrument with only one string. 3. Bhagavad Gita, XVII. 52, however, has lavashi, which also means one unspare diet. 4 inches a note. At the bottom of the letter, the addressee had remarked that Gandhiji had misunderstood his point. He had himself given up learning Japanese but continued teaching Hindi to the Japanese friend. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 55. Quiet place. If the place you are staying in is not suitable, why not go to Delhi? The weather there is excellent these days. Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, CW 6087. Courtesy, Haribhau Upadhyaya. 69. Letter to Amrit Kaur. Unrevised. Sigaon, October 29, 19391. My dear idiot, it is never too late to learn. No one is too old to learn. It is your laziness which makes you say you may be too old to learn. And it is your pride which feels wounded to be corrected. No one will drive you out of Sigaon. You alone can perform that trick, i.e., of driving yourself out. and idiocy is no bar to people living in Sagaon. I thought you had penetration enough to see that this was an asylum for the insane, the infirm, the abnormals and the like. Do cheer up. Love. P.S. BAPU. One airmail letter was redirected. If Mahadov is still there, tell him I had his letter. From the original, CW 3661. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 6470. 70. Letter to Jawaharlal Nehru Sagaon, Ward, October 29, 1939. My dear Jawaharlal, I wrote to you yesterday. This is to send you a complaint from me to please inquire and write directly to the correspondent. I have told him I have passed the letter on to you. Love. BAPU Gandhi Nehru Papers, 1939. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 1. This is in Devanagari. 2. The reference is, presumably, to the communal riots which broke out in Meerut on October 4, when the army was called out and arrests were made. 56. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 71. Letter to Premabin Kandik Sagaon, Wardar before October 30, 1939, 1 Chi. Prema, why should you feel despondent? 2. How shallow is your faith? True faith is that which stands unshaken against the whole world, such faith alone counts. How can one's ahimsa endure without such faith? It would be a different matter if you were to say that you had no ahimsa in you. But if it were so, what could you do about it? And in that case, why feel despondent? You have then to watch and see what happens. If I have true ahimsa in me, it will shine out in any one of you at the right moment. But if I don't have it, how will it show itself in you all? It is, therefore, I who am being tested. That should make you dance with joy. You have made a good beginning in Bihar. But what next? What has already been done will of course not be wasted. I take it that on your way back at any rate you will break journey here. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 10402. Also CW 6841. Courtesy, Premabin Kandik 72. Unconditional support? Several British friends are puzzled and ask, have you really said, you will give unconditional support to Great Britain as you are reported to have said? The origin of this report lies in my very first statement 3 after my talk 4 with the Viceroy. The phrase unconditional one, according to the addressee, the letter was written sometime in October 1939. The addressee, who had gone to Bihar to organize a women volunteer corps, came to Wardha on October 30, 1939. Vide letter to Kankan bin M. Shah, and letter to Shardaban G. Shakawala, October 30, 1939. 2 inches Bapuna Patro 5, Premabin Kantak, pages 270. The addressee explains, in view of the World War, the Congress Working Committee passed a resolution that ahimsa could not retain its primary place in the party's program. 3 Vide statement to the press, May 9, 1939. 4 On September 4 at Simla. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 57. Support does not occur in that statement. But had the Congress appreciated the position I took up, Congress support would have been unconditional in the sense that the Congress would not have asked for a clarification of Britain's war aims. But the Working Committee could not honestly take up that position. Therefore it passed as it had every right and justification for passing, the resolution when it did. Events have shown the prudence of the course adopted by the Working Committee. But had it waived the demand for the declaration of war aims, the support would have been unconditional. Remember, according to its constitution, the Congress is a non-violent body. Therefore its support would have been purely moral. It has no soldiers to supply, it has no money to give. But it has its good wishes. In my opinion, those good wishes would have been more than many battalions. The Congress support would have put the British cause on an unassailable moral basis. It would have made the British case just, beyond measure. all the dependent races of the earth would have felt an indescribable glow of freedom. British moral stock would have shot up high at a bound. That is what the Congress' unconditional support would have meant. But God had willed otherwise. British statesmen had not faith enough in the Congress' profession of non-violence. I must confess that the Congress could not pass the test to the satisfaction of a strict though just examiner. Anyway, my British friends should have no difficulty in understanding my position. Of course it is open to them to argue that as a war resister I could not even give moral support. I have already said in these columns too that I do not hold such a view. It is open to a war resister to judge between two combatants and wish success to the one who has justice on his side. By so judging he is more likely to bring peace between the two than by remaining a mere spectator. Sagayon, October 30, 1939. Origin, April 11, 1939. 1 Vide Appendix Congress Working Committee Resolution, after July 18, 1939. 2 Vide Notes, October 16, 1939. 58. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 73. My Life. The following from its Allahabad correspondent appears in the Bombay Chronicle. Startling revelations have come to light regarding what has been going round the House of Commons about Gandhiji. It is reported that Mr. Edward Thompson, the British historian who visited Allahabad recently, threw some light on the curious mentality prevailing in England. Mr. Thompson, who met some political leaders here, is reported to have told them 3 things going round the House of Commons regarding Gandhiji. 1. Gandhiji was for unconditional cooperation with the British government. 2. Gandhiji could still influence the Congress. 3. There were various stories about Gandhiji's sensual life, it being the impression that Gandhiji had ceased to be a saint. Impressions about Gandhiji's sensual life, it appeared to Mr. Thompson, were based on some Marathi papers. He spoke about them, I understand, to Sir Bahadur Sapru, who repudiated them. He spoke about them to Pundit Jawaharlal Nehru and Mr. P.N. Sapru also, who strongly repudiated them. It appears Mr. Thompson, before leaving England, had seen several members of their House of Commons. Mr. Thompson, before leaving Allahabad, sent a letter to Mr. Greenwood, MP, on the suggestion of Pundit Nehru, pointing out that the stories regarding Gandhiji were absolutely baseless. Mr. Thompson was good enough to visit Sagayon. He confirmed the report as substantially correct. The unconditional cooperation is dealt with in another note. 1. The country will presently know the influence I have over the Congress. The third charge needs clearing. 2 days ago I received a letter signed by 4 or 5 Gujaratis sending me a newspaper whose one mission seems to be to paint me as black as it is possible for any person to be painted. According to its headline, it is a paper devoted to the organization of Hindus. The charges against me are mostly 1. Vide the preceding item. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 59. Taken from my confessions and distorted from their setting. Among many other charges, the charge of sensuality is most marked. My Brahmacharya is said to be a cloak to hide my sensuality. Poor drive. Sushila Nayar has been dragged before the public gaze for the crime of giving me massage and medicated baths, the 2 things for which she is the best qualified among those who surround me. The curious may be informed that there is no privacy about these operations which take over 2 hours and during which I often go off to sleep, but during which I also transact business with Mahadev, PRL or other co-workers. The charges, to my knowledge, began with my active campaign against untouchability. This was when it was included in the Congress program and I began to address crowds on the subject and insisted on having Harjans at meetings and in the ashram. It was then that some Sanatanists, who used to help me and befriend me, broke with me and began a campaign of vilification. Later, a very high-placed Englishman joined the chorus. He picked out my freedom with women and showed up my saintliness as sinfulness. In this chorus, there were also one or two well-known Indians. During the round table conference, American journals indulged in cruel caricatures of me. Mirabai, who used to look after me, was the target of their attack. As far as I could understand, Mr. Thompson, who knows the gentlemen who have been behind these charges, my letters to Prema Kantik, who was a member of the Sabarmati ashram, have also been used to prove my depravity. She is a graduate and worker of proved merit. She used to ask questions relating to Brahmacharya and other topics. I sent her full replies. 1. She thought they might be of general use and she published them with my permission. I hold them to be absolutely innocent and pure. Hitherto I have ignored these charges. But Mr. Thompson's talks about them and the importunity of the Gujarati correspondents, who say the indictment sent by them is but a sample of what is being said about me, impel me to repudiate them. I have no secrets of my own in this life. I have owned my weaknesses. If I were sensually inclined, I would have the courage to make the confession. It was when I developed detestation of sensual connection even with my own wife and had sufficiently tested myself that I took the vow of 1 Vide letter to Prema Kantik, June 5, 1936 and May 21, 1936. Also letter to Prema Kantik, May 2, 1937 and August 25, 1937. 60. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Brahmacharya in 1906, and that for the sake of better dedication to the service of the country. From that day began my open life. I do not remember having ever slept or remained with my own wife or other women with closed doors except for the occasions referred to in my writings in Young India and Navajivan. Those were black nights with me. But as I have said repeatedly, God has saved me in spite of myself. I claim no credit for any virtue that I may possess. He is for me the giver of all good and has saved me for his service. From that day when I began Brahmacharya, our freedom began. My wife became a free woman, free from my authority as her lord and master, and I became free from my slavery to my own appetite which she had to satisfy. No other woman had any attraction for me in the same sense that my wife had. I was too loyal to her as husband and too loyal to the vow I had taken before my mother to be slave to any other woman. But the manner in which my Brahmacharya came to me irresistibly drew me to woman as the mother of man. She became too sacred for sexual love. And so every woman at once became sister or daughter to me. I had enough women about me at Phoenix. Several of them were my own relations whom I had enticed to South Africa. Others were co-workers' wives or relatives. Among these were the Wests and other Englishmen. The Wests included West, his sister, his wife, and his mother-in-law who had become the granny of the little settlement. As has been my wont, I could not keep the new good thing to myself. So I presented Brahmacharya for the acceptance of all the settlers. All approved of it. And some took it up and remained true to the ideal. My Brahmacharya knew nothing of the orthodox laws governing its observance. I framed my own rules as occasion necessitated. But I have never believed that all contact with women was to be shunned for the due observance of Brahmacharya. That restraint which demands abstention from all contact, no matter how innocent, with the opposite sex is a forced growth, having little or no vital value. Therefore natural contacts for service were never restrained. And I found myself enjoying the confidence of many sisters, European and Indian, in South Africa. And when I invited the Indian sisters in South Africa to join the civil resistance movement, I found myself one of them. I discovered that I was specially fated to serve womankind. To cut the for me enthralling story short, My return to India found me in no time one with India's women. The easy access I had to their hearts was an agreeable revelation to me. Muslim Sisters Never Kept. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 61. Purdah before me here even as they did not in South Africa. I sleep in the ashram surrounded by women for they feel safe with me in every respect. It should be remembered that there is no privacy in the Sagaon ashram. If I were sexually attracted towards women, I have courage enough, even at this time of life, to become a polygamist. I do not believe in free love secret or open. Free, open love I have looked upon as dogs' love. Secret love is besides cowardly. Sanatanist Hindus may abhor my non-violence. I know many of them think that Hindus will become cowards if they remain under my influence. I know of no man having become a coward under my influence. They may decry my non-violence as much as they like, but they'll serve themselves or Hinduism by indulging in palpable lies. Sagaon, October 30, 1939. Harijan, April 11, 1939. 74. The next step I have never felt the weight of responsibility as heavily as I do today in connection with the present impasse with the British government. The resignation of Congress ministries was a necessity. But the next step is by no means clear. Congressmen seem to be expecting a big move. Some correspondents tell me, if I only give the call, there will be an India-wide response such as has never been made before. And they assure me that the people will remain non-violent. Beyond their assurance I have no other proof in support of their statement. I have proof in my own possession to the contrary. These calls have contained some of that proof. I cannot identify myself with any civil disobedience unless I am convinced that congressmen believe in non-violence with all its implications and will follow implicitly the instructions issued from time to time. Apart from the uncertainty of the observance of non-violence in Congress ranks is the tremendous fact that the Muslim League look upon the Congress as the enemy of the Muslims. This makes it wellnigh impossible for the Congress to organize successful non-violent revolution through civil disobedience. It will certainly mean Hindu-Muslim riots. Non-violent technique, therefore, demands the reduction of civil disobedience to the lowest term consistent with national self-respect. The offensive will have to be taken by the British. 62. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Government. In a situation so delicate and unexampled, no individual congressman or even Congress committee can be allowed to take law into their own hands. The working committee should alone have the right to declare and regulate civil disobedience. I have undertaken to guide the working committee, but my limitations appall me. My physical condition makes it impossible for me to move about as I used to before. I am therefore cut off from all outward contact with the masses. Even the present Congress workers I do not know personally. I never meet them. My correspondence has to be restricted as much as possible. Therefore, unless congressmen almost instinctively perceive the duty and the necessity of the preliminary inaction I am prescribing, my guidance will be not only useless but it will be harmful. It will create confusion. I hold the opinion strongly that whilst by their own action the British government have made it impossible for the Congress to cooperate with them in the prosecution of the war, the Congress must not embarrass them in its prosecution. I do not desire anarchy in the country. Independence will never come through it. I do not wish for the defeat of the British or, for that matter, of the Germans. The peoples of Europe have been helplessly drawn into the war. But they will soon be awakened from their torpor. This war will not be a war to the finish unless the whole of modern civilization is to perish. Be that as it may, holding the views I do, I am in no hurry to precipitate civil disobedience. My prescription to congressmen, for the time being, is to consolidate the organization by purging it of all weaknesses. I swear by the old constructive program of communal unity, removal of untouchability and the charkha. It is quite clear that non-violence is impossible without the first two. If India's villages are to live and prosper, the Charkha must become universal. Rural civilization is impossible without the Charkha and all it implies, i.e., revival of village crafts. Thus the Charkha is the symbol par excellence of non-violence. And it can occupy the whole of the time of all congressmen. If it makes no appeal to them, either they have no non-violence in them or I do not know the ABC of non-violence. If my love of the Charkha is a weakness in me, it is so radical as to make me unfit as a general. The will is bound up with my scheme of Swaraj, indeed with life itself. All India should know my credentials on the eve of what can become the last and decisive battle for Swaraj. Sagaon, October 30, 1939. Harijan, April 11, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 63. 75. Good and bad. The more I ponder over Sir Samuel Hoare's recent speech when in the House of Commons, the more puzzled I become. It is both good and bad. But the bad part is so bad that it vitiates the good. His statement that the British government have shed imperialism hardly squares with his defense of the promises made to the minorities. He gives up the whole of his case when he brackets the Europeans of India and the princes with the other minorities. If Europeans who have made no home in India and whose roots are all in Europe are a minority requiring protection, the British soldiers and civilians too who are a hopeless minority require to be protected. In other words, rights acquired by conquest are to remain intact. European interests are an imposition protected by the British bayonet. A free India will claim to examine every European interest on its merit, and that which conflicts with the national interest will go by the board. I turn up the concise Oxford Dictionary and I find the following definition of imperialism: extension of British Empire where trade required protection of the flag. If this is imperialism, does not Sir Samuel's speech fully protect it? India's ambition is to destroy that imperialism. Do not princes stand much on the same footing as the Europeans? Many, if not most, of them are an imperial creation and sustained for imperial interests. The princes in no way represent their people. If I publish the complaints I receive weekly from the people of the states, I should need to double the size of Harijan. They make a woeful tale neither creditable to the princes nor to their protector, the British authority. Does not this British protectorate mean naked imperialism? The Congress is invited to regard the princes as a minority. British power is the overlord without whom the princes cannot breathe. They are not free even to see congressmen, much less to enter into any settlement with them. I do not complain against the princes for what they are doing in the crisis. They are powerless to do otherwise. Sir Samuel talks of the communal award too as a meritorious act of the British government. I am sorry he mentioned it. I have very bitter memories of the award which was being hatched during the one vide appendix Sir Samuel Hoare's speech, October 26, 1939. 2 vide second footnote of letter to Ramsay MacDonald, August 18, 1932. 64. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Round Table Conference time. I am unable to regard it as a proud British achievement. I know how miserably the parties themselves failed. I regard the award as discreditable for all parties. I say this apart from its merits which do not bear close scrutiny. But the Congress has loyally accepted it because I was party to the request made to the late Mr. MacDonald to arbitrate. Then his division of India into Congress India and non-Congress India. It would have been better if Sir Samuel had talked of armed India and unarmed India. The Congress represents the unarmed millions, no matter to what caste or creed they belong. Is it right to pit armed India against its unarmed part? It will be hard to find a parallel in history in which unarmed people have represented the urge for freedom, turning the very armlessness into the central means for deliverance. Sir Samuel has informed the world that India's battle for freedom cannot be won till unarmed India has come to terms with armed India, including, of course, the British government. Again, I do not complain. Sir Samuel could not, all of a sudden, alter British tradition and nature. Only it is my painful duty to show how an unbiased Indian has understood his speech. I have no doubt that Sir Samuel has meant what he has said. Only he has said nothing that can quench the parched throats of congressmen who are thirsting for freedom. The Congress has to live up more closely than ever to its creed and develop the non-violent strength which will disarm armed India and with it armed Britain. If it can do so, it will be the greatest contribution to the peace of the world. For peace won't come out of a clash of arms but out of justice lived and done by unarmed nations in the face of odds. Once again, October 30, 1939. Origin, April 11, 1939. 76. Notes: Hindu-Muslim unity. Hindu-Muslim unity means communal unity. No pact seems to be in front of us. Janab Jinnah Sahib looks to the British power to safeguard the Muslim rights. Nothing that the Congress can do or concede will satisfy him. For he can always, and naturally, from his own standpoint, ask for more than the British can give or guarantee. One Vide also Statement to the Press, October 27, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 65. Therefore there can be no limit to the Muslim League demands. So far as the Congress is concerned, it does not represent all Hindus or all of any single community except in the sense that the Congress represents all because all are believed to desire independence for the country and the Congress is without a rival in fighting for that goal. In fact, the Congress is the only national army the country possesses. It is not the less but all the more an army for its being non-violent. It has been the unbroken tradition of the Congress to refuse to represent any but the national interest. It has certainly never represented the Hindus as such. That function is claimed by the Hindu Mahasabha just as that of solely representing Muslim interests is claimed by the Muslim League. The only course left open to the Congress, therefore, is to state its own communal policy for the guidance of congressmen, no matter to which community they belong. The Congress should have no quarrel with the League for getting all it can through the British power. An institution that is fighting that power will never put itself in the wrong by fighting the Muslims. Sagaon, October 30, 1939. Origin, April 11, 1939. 77. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sagaon, Ward, October 30, 1939. My dear idiot, strange. No letter, no telegram. Rajan Babu and I are off to Delhi tomorrow to see the Viceroy. Hope to return on Thursday. Love. Bapu Shri Rai Kumari Amrit Kaur Pona Hotel Pona from the original, CW 3662. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 6471. 66. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 78. Letter to C. Rajagopalachari. Sagaon, Ward, October 30, 1939. My dear Cr., yours to Mahadev of 28th was duly read by me. I agree with every word of what you say. I had anticipated you as you will see from Harjan 1. Keep well. We Ajendra Prasad and I ray off to Delhi, I hope, only for a few hours. Love. Shri C. Rajagopalachari 48 Basilella Road Thyagara Nagar Madras. BAPU. From a photostat, GN 2076. 79. Letter to Kanu Gandhi October 30, 1939. CHI. Kaneo, I do not have the courage to take you along. I am leaving behind Seshalabin. Get well soon. Afterwards, if you wish, you may go to Raikot to regain your strength. For getting the tonsils removed you will have to go to Bombay. I hope to return on Thursday. Is that all right? From a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/II. Blessings from BAPU. 1. The reference is, presumably, to the statement to the press. Vide Statement to the Press, October 27, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 67. 80. Letter to Kankan bin M. Shah Sagaon, Ward, October 30, 1939. CHI. Kankan, I have your letter. You should write your address in every letter. Manal has gone to Ramana Ashram and I have received a nice letter from him from there. He says that he has sent for you there. Go if you feel like it. He will return in about a month's time. Sharda has left and Premabin has arrived. Lilavati is here. Vasumati will be coming in a few days. Thus the house remains full. Take proper care and improve your health. I am leaving for Delhi tomorrow. I hope to return on Thursday. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 8289. Also CW 7063. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah 81. Letter to Shardaban G. Shah Kawala Sagaon, Ward October 30, 1939 CHI. Babudi, I have your letter. You must make it a point to go out for regular walks. Is it that you don't get any woman friend to accompany you? Here everything is all right. Premabin arrived today. I shall have to leave for Delhi tomorrow. I hope to return on Thursday. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, CW 10017. Courtesy, Shardaban G. Shakawala. 68. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 82. The congressman seems to have become a distinct species. The various groups who make up the Congress organization have one thing in common. They are nationalists to the core. They will die for India's independence as they are living for it. They have made nationalism part of their religion, whether they are Hindus, Muslims, Christians or any other. Now the Congress contains, besides those who need no other label but that of being congressmen, socialists, communists, Kisan Sabhates, trade unionists, Congress nationalists, royists, ex-terrorists, the so-called Gandhiites, etc. I have not intentionally omitted any group. Some of these have subdivisions. The forward bloc is an amalgam. Its other name is leftists. As the Congress movement spreads, it may throw up other groups. But all of them have one thing in common, a burning passion for freedom and readiness to die for it. It is true that the vast majority of congressmen are Hindus. But they stand apart from other Hindus as we have found in the South during the campaign for temple entry. The Sanatanists, who I think and hope are a handful, have fought the reformers who are mostly congressmen, and have denounced the latter as traitors to their religion. The Hindu Mahasabha is becoming a protest against the Congress. Some of its members use about the Congress language calculated to create contempt for it. They regard Hindus who belong to the Congress as enemies of Hinduism. The Muslims who belong to the Congress are almost outcasts. That the congressman stands for complete independence, for bold social reform, for broad tolerance, has a brilliant record for suffering and sacrifice, is a matter for legitimate satisfaction. The formation of different groups in a mass organization like the Congress is inevitable and may be a distinct sign of progress and life. But if it is so, why are there communal quarrels? Why do the Mahasabhates distrust Congress Hindus? Why do not men and women belonging to all faiths flock to the Congress banner? And, last but not least, is it all well with the groups themselves which I have mentioned? Let us examine their condition. Are they centripetal or centrifugal? Do they strengthen the organization or do they weaken it? Are they not bidding for power? Do they not distrust one another? Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 69. Do they submit to discipline? I am not able to give a flattering answer to all these questions. I am afraid that these groups contain in themselves the seeds of the decay of the Congress. The cause that accounts for weakness within Congress ranks is also the cause that accounts for the Congress failure to draw all communities to its ranks. That cause is absence of a living faith and non-violence in thought, word and deed. Now, therefore, is the time for every one of us to test the efficacy or otherwise of non-violence. A false step by the Congress at this stage of its career is bound to retard the country's progress towards its goal. Strange as it may appear to congressmen, I make bold to suggest that the one way to disarm communal suspicion is not to offer civil disobedience in terms of Swaraj. The prospect that is about to face the country is that of the British government in alliance with the so-called minorities arrayed against the Congress single-handed. Civil disobedience against this combination is a contradiction in terms. It would not even be civil war. It would be criminal war. If congressmen, whether labeled or unlabeled, do not subscribe to non-violence as I have been developing it in these columns, and do not appreciate the instructions issued by Rajendra Babu and the advice I have tendered 1-inch Harijan, they should signify in writing their discontent to Rajendra Babu and tell him what they would like him to do and, if he cannot comply with their wishes, what they would themselves do. It must be clear to every congressman that this is no time for divided counsels, indecision, or half-hearted obedience to instructions. For decisive action the whole Congress has to move forward in confidence and with one mind. On the train to Delhi, October 31, 1939 Harijan, November 11, 1939. 1 Vide notes, October 17, 1939 and the next step, October 30, 1939. 70. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 83. Letter to Amrit Kaur October 31, 1939 My dear idiot, this one has just come. You will do what is proper. Love. BAPU from the original, CW 3938. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7274. 84. Letter to Vallabhbhai Patel. Sagaon, Warda, October 31, 1939. Bye Vallabhbhai, why do you fall ill so often? You must take care of your health. Send me wire at Delhi. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel 11 Chowpatty C Face Bombay from Gujarati. Blessings from BAPU. Bipina Patro, Sardar Vallabhbhai, pages 237. 85. Telegram to Sempurnanand October 2, 1939 My sympathy with you and your loss. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL 1 The references to a telegram to the addressee, at the back of which Gandhiji had written this letter. The telegram dated Dehradun, October 30, 1939 from Ramdev, a leader of Arya Samaj, read, if possible, arrive one day earlier. To the source, however, has September. In his Memories and Reflections, pages 104, the addressee says, my youngest son died in October 1939 and his death was followed about a fortnight later by the death of my wife. In the course of the next 12 months or so, I lost another son and my elder daughter, Minakshi. VOL. 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 71. 86. Letter to Kundar Diwan. October 1939, 1. Bye Kundar, your letters arrive regularly. You have enclosed Vacharajbhai's letter which, too, is good. Balkrishna should stay there for the present. The present is the best time to benefit from the weather there. You mentioned your nature. In all these matters ahimsa or pure love is the only way. If we start with recognizing the temperament of our patient, or colleague or opponent, much friction can be avoided. From a photostat of the Hindi GN. 214. Blessings from BAPU. 87. Letter to Sikandar Hayat Khan Sagaon, WARDHA 2, O and the moving train to Delhi, November 1, 1939 DEAR Sir Sikandar, you will forgive me please for reverting to such a Singh's case. Here is a copy of his reply to my inquiry. There seems to be no reason to doubt his version. Whatever he may have said in his evidence, the jail superintendent's evidence should be conclusive. I suggest his indefinite release on parole. His record in the Hazaribagh jail seems to be clean. His release is not likely to result in any mischief being done by him. I plead for mercy on grounds of humanity. Yours sincerely, from a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. One from the reference to Balkrishna's illness. Vide letter to Kundar Diwan, June 10, 1939 to permanent address. 72. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 88. Fragment of letter to Kung 1 November 1, 1939, to what you say of the relations between our two countries finds a ready echo in my heart. The Hindu, November 13, 1939 89. Fragment of letter to children of China November 1, 1939 How I wish I could meet you and see your beautiful country. The Hindu, November 13, 1939 90. Fragment of letter to Yin Yunshan November 1, 1939 I know I occupy a corner in the Chinese heart. The Hindu, November 13, 1939 91. Telegram to Amrit Kaur New Delhi November 1, 1939 Shri Rai Kumari Amrit Kaur POONA Hotel POONA Your wire hope you are better. Leaving tomorrow love BAPU from the original, CW 3939. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7248. 1. The addressee was the Chinese premier to reporting this and the two following items as written by Gandhiji during his train journey to Delhi, which was on November 1. The source explains, these have been sent to Professor Yin Yunshan to be forwarded to their respective addresses. In one of his replies Mr. Gandhi humorously explains that writing was rendered difficult owing to jolting. VOL. 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 73. 92. Speech at Harjanivas, New Delhi November 2, 1939 The hall built by the Chandiwala brothers in commemoration of Srimati Janaki Devi 1 has in fact been already open for prayers for the last so many days. But this formal function has been organized with the pious feeling that it would be better if I threw open the temple. I do not know whether or no my hands would add to its religious merit. The importance of this shrine will increase if the hearts of the Harijan children present here are filled with true prayer. I would like to say a few words to the Harijan boys who come here for prayer and to their superintendent Vyogi Hariji. Deprivation of food does not do much harm to a man. On the other hand, it may benefit him, because we often indulge in overeating. But prayer is the food of the soul without which it is starved to death. The more you pray the better it is. In prayer there can be no excess. I have never come across a person harmed by excessive prayer. We should devote the maximum time to prayer so that ultimately our life becomes one continuous prayer. Therefore, if this hall increases such religious faith, the devotion of the brothers who have built it will have borne fruit and the spirit of Srimati Janaki Devi will rest in peace. There are a few Harijan ashrams in the country through which caste Hindus are atoning for their past sins. If untouchability is eradicated by such atonement, it will help the preservation of Hinduism. Harijan children here are living without any discrimination. The superintendent also lives and mixes with them freely without any inhibition. It is certainly desirable of them if all pray together in harmony and rhythm. But the value of true prayer is never lost for want of any rhythm or harmony. Prayer should proceed from the depth of one's heart. If one perseveres, success is assured. The very purpose of opening a temple is to strengthen religious feeling. If this is fulfilled, the people who have built it will be content. May our goodwill bear fruit. From Hindi Harijan Sevak, April 11, 1939 One mother of the Chandiwala brothers. 74. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 93. Interview to the Manchester Guardian New Delhi, November 4, 1939 Mahatma Gandhi, in an interview to the Indian correspondent of the Manchester Guardian on the Lord's debate one on India, said he was shocked at Lord Zetland's suggestion that the Congress is a Hindu organization, and was amazed that it could emanate from one in the responsible position of the Secretary of State. Mahatma Gandhi observed that though the vast majority of congressmen are Hindus, the Congress contained many Indians of all classes and creeds. What is more, from its very commencement the Congress has claimed to be and has been a wholly political organization and never communal. It has proved its claim repeatedly and on every relevant occasion. The Hindu Mahasabha is a communal organization, and it came into being because even notable Hindus thought that the Congress did not and could not protect the special rights of Hindus. Lord Zetland, as a former governor and an author, knows all these facts. His misdescription of the Congress is untimely, disturbing, and calculated to increase irritation and bitterness. Mahatma Gandhi hopes that Lord Zetland will lose no time to correct what Gandhiji regards as a great blunder. The Hindustan Times, May 11, 1939-94. Letter to Jawaharlal Nehru Railway Station, Delhi, November 4, 1939. My dear Jawaharlal, just after you had gone, Kripalani told me that in United Provinces there was great ferment and preparation for civil disobedience. He told me, too, that anonymous placards had been circulated asking people to cut wires and tear up rails. My own opinion is that there is at present no atmosphere for civil disobedience. If people take the law into their own hands, I must give up command of civil disobedience movement. I would like you to read this week's Harjan too. It deals with my position in this connection. It was this that I had intended to discuss with you. But it was not to be. 1 on November 2nd. Vide also Statement to the Press, June 11, 1939, and is Congress a Hindu organization? November 13, 1939. 2. Vide The Next Step, October 30, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 75. At this critical time in our history there should be no misunderstanding between us and, if possible, there should be one mind. Love. BAPU Gandhi Nehru Papers, 1939. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Also a bunch of old letters, pages 394 to 595. Interview to the PRESS1 Nagpur, November 5, 1939. I will resist civil disobedience unless I find the country prepared for that. As for non-cooperation, he said, it had already begun with the resignation of the Congress ministries. The Hindu, June 11, 1939-96. Travancore. Again there was a forced lull in Travancore after the acceptance by the State Congress of my advice to suspend civil disobedience. But things seem to have gone from bad to worse. The inactivity of the State Congress was perhaps mistaken for fatigue or worse. I knew that the State Congress leaders were being held down by me. Their loyalty was great. But when the other day a deputation came to me and asked me whether, in order to avoid civil disobedience, they were to stop even ordinary activity which one knows as political, I told them that even that severe restraint might be part of the people's training. But I also told them that I could not judge for them in such matters. I could not have the data they had. They could not help me in judging the atmosphere in Travancore. Physical presence there was necessary to enable me to judge. No second-hand evidence could be of much assistance, at least not to me. I told them, therefore, that they must judge for themselves, irrespective of my opinion. For I was not prepared to take the risk of curbing even harmless political activity for fear of imaginary consequences. The leaders should, therefore, when Gandhiji passed through Nagpur en route to Wardha. 76. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Consider themselves free from any restraint from me. After the greatest deliberation they took 2 steps embodied in restrained language. Their resolutions and the press note and reply are printed below. 1 inch. My opinion, the State Congress had every right to dissociate themselves from the glorification of the Dewan's administration. Even an adversary is entitled to many happy returns of the day. But it is another matter when an attempt is made, as it is said to have been made in the present case, to make political capital out of an innocent event like a birthday. The first resolution is a protest against such political use of the Dewan's birthday. The second resolution has nothing controversial about it. It is a mere assertion of the right to hold public meetings, etc. News has now been received that Shri Thanu Pillai, Shri Philippos and 3 others were arrested on the 2nd instant and that the State Congress office was taken possession of by the Travancore government. Furniture, it is said, was thrown out. The policy of the Travancore government is ununderstandable. The repression seems to me to be wholly unjustifiable. It is wrong to put the best and wisest citizens in jail. I know that those who have been arrested are sincere, devoted and able workers. I can send no better consolation to the Travancore State Congress workers than that those who go to jail should do so joyously and with the determination to serve the whole period of imprisonment. I have no doubt that it is the surest way to Swaraj if those who are imprisoned possess pure hearts. Sagaon, November 6, 1939. Harijan, November 11, 1939. 97. Letter to Kanvarji K. Park, November 6, 1939. CHI. Kanvarji, I was delayed by 3 days and you have meanwhile gone in for fever. Today is my day for Harijan. I, therefore, will not go over. 1. The resolutions are not reproduced here. For the press note, vide Appendix Travancore Government Press Note, October 30, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 77. There. Besides, it is Silence Day. There is one complaint against you, that you do not take complete rest. You must take complete rest. Strictly follow Seshalabin's instructions. She told me everything last evening. If you take complete rest, your fever will certainly subside. Only then can you be taken to Nagpur. I hope there is no difficulty. If there is, tell Seshalabin. Write to me. However, I shall certainly see you tomorrow. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, SN 9732. 98. Letter to Ghulam Rasul Qureshi. November 6, 1939. CHI. Qureshi, I feel that if you are able to engross yourself in Qadi besides the work that is given to you, that is the only firm thing for Hindu-Muslim unity. Literature cannot do much. Knowledge of letters can be useful along with Qadi. Do not think of the whole India for serving but only the sphere which you can easily handle yourself. If while doing so we have purity in us, it is bound to have its impact. I have Akbar's one letter. Blessings to him. He must be all right now. Is Amina too getting fever? From Gujarati. Blessings from BAPU. From the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai. Also CW 10768. Courtesy, Ghulam Rasul Qureshi. One addressee's son and wife to Abid. 78. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 99. Statement to the Press1 Sagaon, November 6, 1939. The London Times editorial seems to me to be unfair. The minorities question has invariably been brought up whenever the question of India's freedom has come to the fore. To represent the Congress and its demand as totalitarian is to misrepresent facts. This misrepresentation is not less serious because it is unconscious. The Congress has deliberately discarded the use of force. It has no military backing or tradition. It has from its inception believed in communal unity. It seeks to represent non-Hindus as well as Hindus. It has had Parsis, Muslims and Christians leading it. It has gone out of its way to placate all communities. It could not do otherwise, as its only sanction was constitutional agitation till it forged non-cooperation and civil disobedience as an addition to constitutional agitation and as an effective substitute for violence. Communal differences have been used by the British government to thwart India's aspiration. That the process is likely to have been unconscious does not make it less mischievous. That the Congress has no desire for loaves and fishes must be crystal clear from wholesale resignations of Congress ministries. The Congress will never be party to communal quarrels. It will rather stand aside and wander in the wilderness and wait for a better day. Even now the ugly spectacle of playing off the League against the Congress seems to be going on. I had expected that the stupendous European crisis would bring better perception to British statesmen. The mention of the princes in this connection is particularly unfair. They owe their existence to the paramount power and have no status independent of it. Strange as the assertion may appear, they can do nothing good or big without the consent, tacit or implied, of the paramount power. They represent nobody but themselves. To invite the Congress to settle with the princes is the same as inviting it to settle with the paramount power. The Times wants the Congress record of dealings with Muslims. This appeared under the title Unfair. The statement was also published in The Hindu, July 11, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 79. And depressed classes during the last 2 years. All that I can say is, let governors of provinces speak. That the Muslim League and some depressed class leaders complain is nothing strange. Some discontent is inevitable in democracy. The Congress has made a handsome and sporting offer. Let a constituent assembly of elected representatives frame a constitution for future government of India subject to safeguards for protection of rights of minorities to their satisfaction. Will British statesmen play the game? 1 Harijan, November 11, 1939 100. Opinions differ. NMA of Aligarh writes, you have said on many occasions that your study of the Holy Quran has revealed to you that Islam enjoins non-violence upon its followers. You again say that your study of the life of the Holy Prophet confirms you in this belief. Allow me to say that it must be only a sort of wishful reading that you have done. The simple fact is that your philosophy of ahimsa eschews the use of force altogether. Islam, on the contrary, does allow the use of force on certain occasions. Did not the Prophet meet force with force at Badr? I dare not cite any authority because you have refused to accept any interpretation except your own. Yet I hope you will show some respect to what your own hypnotized Maulana Sahib said so long ago as during the first non-cooperation movement. He said in his statement to the court, I do not agree with Mahatma Gandhi that the use of force should not be allowed in any case. Because I am a Muslim, I believe that the use of force is allowed on the particular occasions specified by Islam. Again he said in the same statement to the court during his trial, against the non-Muslim government, Islam prescribes only sword, protracted battle and the cutting of throats. I am sure Maulana Sahib cannot deny it even today. So much for non-violence in Islam. As to the question whether the Muslims are a separate nation or not, I would say that the Muslims have been a separate nation ever since the beginning of Islam. They were so when Muhammad bin Qasim first set foot on Indian soil, they were so during the days of the Mughal Empire, they are so even today, and they will remain the same forever if they are true to their religion. Akbar attempted to evolve not only a common religion but also a common social system, but were not his. One Vide also interview to the Manchester Guardian, April 11, 1939. 80. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Attempts doomed to failure? The Muslims are a separate nation in the sense that they cannot merge their identity with any other community. But this need not frighten the champions of unity at all. Cooperation in some particular sphere for some particular goal is always possible. Breathing the same air and inhabiting the same land does not make a nation. It is the unity of thought that really matters. It is religion which molds the mind. A Muslim may be the next-door neighbor of Sikh, but their viewpoints, their modes of thought and their modes of life will always differ from each other. The air is the same all around the globe. Is the air of England in any way different from that of India? Physical surroundings affect only the physical features. The mind is not affected by them. Of course, the Christians are also a separate nation, and so are the Parsis. India is a land of nationalities. It will be a red-letter day in the history of India when the Indian National Congress is transformed into a federation of Indian nations. Yes, the Muslims are a separate nation in China. If the insinuation is that they merge themselves with the other Chinese, then I can only say that they stand as an object lesson before the whole Islamic world. Islamic Brotherhood will be reduced to a mere farce if the same process continues. Islam has definitely laid down that the Muslims should have some distinction even in their dress. Does not Maulana Sahib stand prominent among the members of the Congress Working Committee? I have no doubt that this letter represents the present mood of many educated Muslims. I do not propose to enter into any long argument about the interpretation of the Quran. Being a non-Muslim, I am at a disadvantage. If I began an argument, the natural retort would be, how can you, a non-Muslim, interpret Muslim scriptures? It would serve no purpose to answer back that I have the same reverence for Islam and the other faiths as I have for my own. I may, however, inform my correspondent that I had before my mind the Battle of Badr and similar incidents in the Prophet's life. I was aware of verses in the Quran itself contradicting my interpretation. I suggest, nevertheless, that it is possible that the teaching of a book or a man's life may be different from isolated texts in a book or incidents in a life, however many the latter may be. The Mahabharata is the story of a bloody war. But I have maintained in the teeth of orthodox Hindu opposition that it is a book written to establish the futility of war and violence. I have no right to speak for the Maulana Sahib. He's well able to take care of himself. I must confess that I have no recollection of. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 81. The Maulana Sahib having given the evidence quoted. I do not question the veracity of my correspondent. Only that evidence does not affect the opinion I have held for many years about the central teaching of the Holy Quran. Opinions will differ to the end of time. I plead for mutual forbearance. The proposition laid down by my correspondent about nations is startling. There may be arguable grounds for maintaining that Muslims in India are a separate nation. But I have never heard it said that there are as many nations as there are religions on earth. If there are, it would follow that a man changes his nationality when he changes his faith. According to my correspondent, the English, Egyptians, Americans, Japanese, etc., are not nations, but Muslims, Parsis, Sikhs, Hindus, Christians, Jews, Buddhists are different nations no matter where born. I am afraid my correspondent occupies very weak ground in maintaining that nations are or should be divided according to their religions. In his zeal to maintain an untenable proposition he has overproved his case. I must deny that the Muslim dynasties divided India into two nations. Akbar's example is irrelevant. He aimed at a fusion of religions. It was a dream not to be realized. But the other Muslim emperors and kings surely regarded India as one indivisible whole. That is how I learned history as a boy. If we Hindus, Muslims and others are to evolve democracy, we shall do so only by the whole nation speaking its mind through its representatives elected under the broadest franchise possible, and that either through British goodwill or in the teeth of its opposition. The pronouncements made on behalf of the British government give no promise of British goodwill. British imperialism is still vigorous and, in spite of Sir Samuel Hoare's declaration one to the contrary, it will die hard. The proposal to vivisect India is a contribution to imperialistic growth. For vivisection can only be made by the aid of the British bayonet or through a deadly civil war. I hope the Congress will be party to neither game. British refusal to make the required declaration of Britain's war aims about India has perhaps come as blessing in disguise. It removes the Congress out of the way to enable the Muslim League to make its choice, unfettered by the Congress administration in 8 provinces too, as to whether it will keep the British yoke by 1. Vide Appendix Sir Samuel Hoare's speech, October 26, 1939. 2. Assam, Bihar, Bombay, Central Provinces, Madras, Orissa, United Provinces and the Northwest Frontier Province. 82. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Vivisecting India or whether it will fight for the independence of an undivided India. I hope that the League does not want to vivisect India. I hope that my correspondent does not represent a large body of Muslim opinion in India. Presently the talks won between Janab Jinnah Sahib and Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru will be resumed. Let us hope that they will result in producing a basis for a lasting solution of the communal tangle. Sagaon, November 7, 1939. Origin, November 11, 1939. 101. Letter to Shamha Shankar Trivedi 2 November 7, 1939. Your letter called for no reply. Keep your pledge. One must certainly put up hedges round oneself to be able to keep a pledge, but how long one should cling to them, even if one breaks down, should be decided by each one for himself. What one should do about others who fail to keep their pledges depends on each individual case. Is politics at your place improving? From Gujarati, from the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai. 102. Telegram to ruler of Palitana. After November 7, 1939, 3. The Kaur Sahib. Palitana. Understand Shamha Bai's starving breach of promise by you hope and save precious life. As protest against alleged you will give satisfaction. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 1. The first round of talks took place in Delhi on November 2. 2. A constructive worker of Palitana Saurashtra known for his fasts 3. Vide the preceding item, Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 83. 103. Statement to the PRESS-1 Sagaon, November 8, 1939. I have read with respectful attention His Excellency the Viceroy's broadcast 2 and his introductory remarks 3 on the correspondence between himself and Sri Rajendra Prasad and Jinnah Sahib released by His Excellency. I welcome His Excellency's refusal to accept defeat and his determination to solve what seems to have become insoluble. I share to the fullest extent His Excellency's anxiety to reach a solution. Without, therefore, waiting for the Congress reaction to these two declarations and purely for the sake of assisting the common cause, I would like to suggest that no solution is possible unless an acceptable declaration of war aims about India is forthcoming. The pronouncements hitherto made, whether here or in Great Britain, are after the old style, suspected and discredited by freedom-loving India. If imperialism is dead, there must be a clear break with the past. Language suited to the new era has to be used. If the time has not yet come for the acceptance of this fundamental truth, I would urge that further effort at reaching a solution should be suspended. In this connection I would remind British statesmen that what is wanted is a declaration of Britain's intention regarding her Indian policy irrespective of India's wishes. A slaveholder, who has decided to abolish slavery, does not consult his slaves whether they desire freedom or not. Once a declaration to free India from bondage, not in stages but at once, is made, an interim solution will be found to be easy. Protection of rights of minorities will then become simple. The game of seesaw will cease. The minorities are entitled to protection, not in stages but to the fullest extent and in one single step. No charter of freedom will be worth looking at which does not ensure the same measure of freedom for the minorities as for the majority. The minorities will be full-fledged partners in the framing of the one. This appeared under the title and the game of seesaw. The statement was also published in the Hindu, September 11, 1939. 2. Vide Appendix Viceroy's Broadcast Declaration, May 11, 1939. 3. Vide Appendix Viceroy's Prefatory Remarks on Correspondence with Leaders, May 11, 1939. 84. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. Constitution. How that can be attained will depend upon the wisdom of the representatives charged with the sacred duty of preparing the Constitution. Britain has hitherto held power as is inevitable in any system of imperialism while playing the minorities against the so-called majority and has thus made an agreed solution among the component parts well nigh impossible. The burden of finding a formula for the protection of minorities should be thrown on the parties themselves. So long as Britain considers it her mission to bear this burden, so long will she continue to feel the necessity of holding India as a dependency. And patriots impatient for deliverance will fight, non-violently if I can guide them, and violently if I fail and perish in the attempt. God's curse of war, I had hoped and still hope, would be turned into a blessing by Britain realizing that the one thing needful for her to justify and hasten the end of this war was to free a great and ancient country like India from her yoke. Believing as I do in the Viceroy's sincerity, I would urge fellow workers not to lose patience. There can be no civil resistance so long as, first, the Viceroy is exploring the possibilities of a settlement, secondly, the Muslim League blocks the way, and thirdly, there is indiscipline and disunity in Congress ranks. The second condition should not offend Muslim friends. So long as there is no workable arrangement with the Muslim League, civil resistance must involve resistance against the League. No congressman can be party to it. I observe that my Note 1-inch Harjan has shocked Jinnah Sahib. I am sorry for it. But at this stage I would not defend myself. I do not want to mar in any way the negotiations between him and Pundit Nair, which I hope will be resumed soon and pray will lead to communal peace. Since making the above statement I have read the report of the further statement 2 of the Secretary of State in the House of Lords yesterday. It leaves the main position unchanged. Harjan, November 11, 1939. 1 Vide Notes, October 30, 1939. 2 Vide Appendix Lord Zetland's Statement, July 11, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 85. 104. Cable to JCSMUTS 1. November 8, 1939. Prime Minister. Pretoria. Your kind. Cable greatly relieved. Gandhi. From a photostat, C.W. Courtesy, E.S. Ready. Also South Africa's Freedom Struggle, pages 311. 105. Telegram to S. Satyamurti. My blessings, you have the Hindu, September 11, 1939. On or before November 9, 1939, 2. On your. ELECTION 3. 106. Telegram to Padmaja Naidu. Padmaja Naidu, Red Hills, Hyderabad, Deccan. Wardnagan, November 11, 1939. Live long live true love, playmate from the original, Padmaja Naidu Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Musamman Library. 1. This was in reply to the addressee's wire which read, no justification for alarm. Dr. Dadu evidently misinformed and is being granted interview by Minister of Interior. 2. The telegram was reported under the dateline Madras, November 9. 3. As Mayor of Madras. 86. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 107. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sagaon. My dear idiot, your wire is disturbing. May God keep you. I hope you will not have to go through a strenuous program. I shall expect a wire tomorrow, though it is Sunday. Love. Tyrant from the original, CW 3940. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7249-108. Letter to Prabhavati Sagaon, Wardna, November 11, 1939 CHI. Prabha, I got your letter. I have no intention of courting imprisonment. Nor have you. The future lies with God. Jayaprakash wishes that you should stay with me so that the household expenses may be saved and your studies may continue. This can be arranged in Sagaon or Wardha. I would be generally staying in Sagaon. Occasionally when I go out for 3 or 4 days, I will not take you with me. Your study must remain uninterrupted. I, therefore, feel that you are needlessly wasting your time there. Ba asks, what? Prabha will not come to stay with me, or will she never come for my sake? What difference would it make whether or not you are here? Write to her, Ba wants you here. This is her message. She often inquires, when is Prabha coming? I have to reach Allahabad on the 19th instant. Come there if you can, and accompany me from there. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 3536. 1. To attend the Congress Working Committee meeting. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 87. 109. Letter to Amritlal Nanavadi. CHI. Amritlal, let Naparlal come. P.S. Vijaya's letter is enclosed. Tear it up. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 10797. Sagaon, November 11, 1939. Blessings from BAPU. 110. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sagaon, Warda, November 12, 1939. My dear Amrit, you have been true to your word. Though your telegrams have made bad reading, they have consoled me, being so full and accurate. I hope that in spite of all the trouble, you will come well out of your illness and reach Simla in a fairly fit condition. I must have wires while you are ailing. Love. BAPU from the original, CW 3941. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7250. 111. Letter to Iswar Saran Sagaon, Warda, November 12, 1939. DEAR Munshiji, I should like to see your creation. But I fear there will be no time left. I should be reserved for such special work which my health still permits me to do. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. Munshi Iswar Saran 6 Edmonston Road, Allahabad. From the original, CW 10204. Courtesy, Municipal Museum, Allahabad. 88. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 112. Letter to Mithridates Trikunji Sagaon, Warda, November 12, 1939. CHI. Mithridates, those who are on committees do not have to come out for the present. The addressee had asked whether, in pursuance of the Congress resolution of October 22, 1939, congressmen who were members of municipalities ought to resign. I see no harm if government officials are heading them. We shall have an opportunity of testing them. We can even quarrel with them if it becomes necessary. Maybe the committees will be superseded. Let the municipality maintain all connections. Non-cooperation this time is not like it was in 1920. These are my personal views. You can decide the matter in consultation with Sardar. Harijan should certainly have a right to use the cremation ground which is under municipal control. The municipality should requisition houses in some areas. These houses can be rented out to everyone, but Harijan should have the first preference. Are you looking after your health? From the Gujarati original, PRLO Papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Beladevi Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar. 113. Is Congress a Hindu organization? 1. Evidently we have not heard the last of Lord Zetland's charge that the National Congress is an organization representing Hindus and therefore national only in name but in reality communal. There cannot be a grosser libel on the Congress than this. From its inception it has been national. Its originator was an Englishman. The late A.O. Hume was long its secretary. It has always had one or two Muslim secretaries. It has had Muslim, English, Christian and Parsi presidents. Dadabhai was, till he became invalid, the soul of the Congress. His was the guiding hand and the directing brain in everything. Sir Firoz Shah Mehta was the uncrowned king of the Bombay Presidency. He was the maker of presidents both of the Congress and one. Vide also interview to the Manchester Guardian, April 11, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 89. Of the Bombay Corporation. Badruddin Taibji was for years a decisive factor in the deliberations of the Congress. Who does not know that whilst Hakim Sahib Ajmal Khan was alive nothing could be done by the Congress if it had not his imprimatur. Dr. Ansari was for years Joint General Secretary. The readers know the influence that the Ali brothers exercised over the Congress during the Khilafat days. Today the Working Committee does not move without Maulana Abul Kalam Azad's cooperation and wise guidance. His is the decisive voice on Hindu-Muslim questions. Through its whole history, now running into the second half of a century, the Congress has ever striven to represent the whole of India in a manner no other organization has done. Every victory scored by the Congress has benefited all communities. If such is really the case, why has the Congress usurped the function that belongs to the All India Hindu Mahasabha? Asked some angry correspondents. The Tribune has also pointed out what has appeared to the editor: the illogicality of the Congress. The illogicality has to be admitted. But neither life nor institutions are governed by logic. Obviously, the Congress felt the necessity of a communal adjustment for the political advancement of the country, and the Congress League Pact of 1916 was born. Ever since that time, the Congress has made communal unity a plank in the Congress program. Though the function should logically belong to communal organizations, a mass organization like the Congress cannot look on if communities quarrel and when in the national interest a solution becomes necessary. Thus the Congress could not shirk what came to it as a clear call to duty. The Congress is and should be the organization to take a purely nationalistic and impartial view on communal questions. Whatever may be said to the contrary, I maintain that the Congress embodies the hope and aspirations of India. It can conclude no pact with any person if it does not represent the whole of India in so far as her political aspirations are concerned. Its traditions unfit it to represent Hindus as against Muslims or vice versa. It is fit to represent the common interest of all sons of Hindustan. I can see nothing wrong in the Congress trying to arrange pacts with men or their organizations for the furtherance of common interest. Needless to say, they must be all mutually helpful, never contradictory. It is a difficult task, no doubt. But if people and organizations extend their goodwill to the Congress, the task is not beyond its scope or capacity. It does not inspire that all-round trust. 90. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Today. It may therefore have to wait for that day. If some other organization does it, congressmen will welcome it. Sagaon, November 13, 1939. Harijan, November 18, 1939. 114. Unnecessary alarm. Writing on my statement 1 on the Viceregal Preface 2 to the correspondence between the Viceroy and Sri Rajendra Prasad and Jinnah Sahib, an esteemed co-worker says, I have read with some surprise and distress your statement in today's papers, which makes any further action by us dependent on the settlement with the Muslim League and on the Viceroy continuing his efforts at parleying. I should imagine that this attitude makes any settlement either with the British government or the Muslim League most difficult. This sentiment is probably shared by many congressmen. I must therefore try to dispel the fear. In my opinion, suspension of civil disobedience is inherent in both the cases. We may not precipitate civil disobedience whilst the Viceroy is making an effort to placate parties. The suspension cannot be indefinite or even prolonged. We may not put ourselves in the wrong. Suspension for the sake of the Viceroy is an aid to settlement. As to the Muslim League, it seems to me to be self-evident that, whilst we are quarrelling among ourselves, we cannot resort to civil disobedience on any large scale. This is obvious. Moreover, we cannot come to a true settlement by hiding the truth from ourselves or others. I refuse to believe that Muslims can possibly hold up for any length of time the progress of the country, which is as much theirs as others. I see no harm in making the admission that, if the crores of Muslims do not desire freedom, they can at least for a time prevent it for the others, unless the latter are prepared to fight the former. I have eliminated that possibility so far as the Congress is concerned. The admission of the obvious is a gesture of goodwill towards the Muslim League. It throws also the onus on the League of blocking the country's progress. The admission should improve the prospect of a 1. Vide statement to the press, August 11, 1939. 2. Vide appendix Viceroy's prefatory remarks on correspondence with leaders, May 11, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 91. Settlement. It is worthwhile noticing the use of the word action in the remarks quoted by me. What I have contemplated is merely suspension of civil disobedience in the event of the two contingencies mentioned by me, not of every variety of action. The Congress is not a static organization. It is ever moving. Whilst I cannot anticipate events, I have no doubt that the Congress will find means other than civil disobedience, within its self-imposed limits, of dealing with the crisis. I must repeat that we shall harm the cause by being impatient. I daily receive letters from men and women telling me that they are ready for the word and they will give a good account of themselves, and that I need have no fear of an outbreak of violence. To all these I would say that, if they are sincere in their professions, patient waiting will add to their strength and ensure success. Sagaon, November 13, 1939. Harijan, November 18, 1939. 115. Telegram to Amrit Kaur Wardagan, November 13, 1939. Raikumari Amrit Kaur 2 Metcalfe House Road, Delhi. Hope trouble subsiding. Keep well love BAPU from the original, CW 3942. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7251 116. Politics v. Morals. In response to my suggestion in my Article 1 on the Congressman, Shri M. N. Roy has sent a long letter not to Dr. Rajendra Prasad but to me. He asks for a public discussion of the points raised by him. Omitting the prefatory paragraphs which have no interest for the reader, the letter is reproduced elsewhere. To take the ministerial resignations to first, I feel sure that they won vide the Congressman, October 31, 1939. 2 inches his letter, M. N. Roy said that it was not necessary to have the Congress ministers resign at this stage. 92. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi have added to the prestige of the Congress. The Working Committee would no doubt have done better to have accepted my proposal, only if it could have assimilated non-violence with all the implications suggested by me. But the members of the Working Committee were too conscious of their duty to accept my proposal mechanically and without heart belief. The Working Committee's resolution was, therefore, the only true course for the Working Committee to adopt. Having done so, resignations were the logical result. It would have been unbecoming to have retained office for the doubtful advantage of guarding civil liberty. If they were ministers of autonomous states they could never have been ignored as they were about the war. Having been ignored, they would have been given satisfaction, when the attention of the British government was drawn by the Working Committee to the grievous omission and when they were told how they could repair the mischief and retain India's cooperation in the prosecution of the war. The least that the ministers could do, therefore, was to resign if only to show the hollowness of autonomy. To remain in office after the discovery of their impotence would have been to court ignominy. To retain office for the protection of civil liberty would have been to mistake the wood for the tree. And Shri Roy may feel quite sure that the weakened ministers would have been poor guardians of civil liberty. The governors would have set aside their decisions and caught hold of those whom they would have chosen to imprison. The ministers had taken office principally to advance independence. When they failed, they were bound to forego every other advantage however great in itself. And they can never go back to their offices so long as the demand of the Congress remains unsatisfied. Civil disobedience is by no means the next inevitable forward step. It depends upon a variety of circumstances, some of which I have already mentioned. Inaction is often the most effective action in the strategy of war, or so when the war is non-violent. Now for the crucial point 1. Non-violence is the central fact of the civil disobedience technique. It was in 1920 that the Congress hooked its politics deliberately to fundamental morals and vital social reform. It came to the conclusion that Swaraj could not be won without non-violence and certain definite social reform, viz. 1. M. N. Roy criticized the doctrine of non-violence as having no bearing upon the political program of the Congress. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 93. Prohibition and removal of untouchability. It also put the charkha at the center of its economic program. Indeed, it eschewed the then known political program, that is, the parliamentary. Hence the introduction of morals into Congress politics was not and is not irrelevant to the Congress fight for freedom. It is its core. There were a few grumblers then, but the vast majority welcomed the program as the Congress had never done in the whole of its brilliant history. That program justified itself by giving rise to a mass awakening on a phenomenal scale. By it the Congress gained an importance it had never before enjoyed. Shri Roy would not expect me at this stage to repeat here the argument that led to the enthusiastic acceptance of the program. He should turn to the pages of Young India if he would know the pros and cons of the subject. The Congress became a mass democratic organization from the time of acceptance of the program, and it framed a democratic constitution, one which stands to this day without much material and fundamental alteration. The Congress has a double function. It is a democratic organization in peacetime. It becomes a non-violent army in wartime. In its second capacity it has no voting power. Its will is expressed by its general, whoever he may be. Every unit has to tender him willing obedience in thought, word and deed. Yes, even in thought, since the fight is non-violent. Shri Roy and other congressmen do not need to be told that I'm not in the habit of losing co-workers too. I go a long way with them in winning their affection and retaining it. But there does come a limit beyond which my compromise does not and cannot and should not go. No compromise is worth the name which endangers chances of success. Sagaon, November 14, 1939. Harijan, November 18, 1939. One Vide Congress Constitution adopted at Nagpur session, December 1920, and Constitution of the Indian National Congress, October 28, 1934. 2 M. N. Roy concluded his letter with a note that he and his group should not be driven out of the Congress for no other fault than the courage of our conviction and our devotion to the cause of Indian freedom. 94. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 117. Notes, award or decision? Protests against an innocent sentence in my article Good and Bad 1 Harijan, April 11, 1939, are being showered upon me from all sides. The writers pay me an intended compliment for accuracy when they detect and severely criticize a hasty inaccuracy in my writings. I admit that what I have described as an award was after all not an award but a decision of the British government. And if it was an award, there could be no question of my being party to it. But apart from that, my being party requires an explanation. I was signatory to no application to the late Mr. Ramsay MacDonald. But having refused to sign the reference that was placed before me, I wrote to the deceased Prime Minister to the effect that whatever all parties agreed to in the matter of communal adjustment would be accepted by the Congress. That project, however, fell through, and there was no award but a decision given by the British government in the absence of an agreed reference. A lapse of memory on my part cannot alter facts. But I am sorry for the trouble so many correspondents have been put to owing to my inaccuracy. Beyond, however, expressing my sorrow, I am afraid I shall not be able to mend my ways. Working under double pressure, the slip like the one that has angered so many correspondents is likely to recur. But would-be correspondents will find me always ready to correct inaccuracies whenever they occur. And let my critics remember that of the neutral Formula 3 of the Congress too, for which they have suddenly developed a liking, I was the author. They may also feel assured that if the time came during my lifetime for an agreed revision of the decision, which has many glaring defects, they will find me among the workers helping to evolve an equitable adjustment. What I will not do is to make an appeal to the British government to revise it over the heads of the parties affected. It stands till the parties agree to purge it of its absurdities. Sagaon, November 14, 1939. Harijan, November 18, 1939. 1 Vide Good and Bad, October 30, 1939. Also notes, November 27, 1939, subtitle, Communal Decision Again. 2 Vide Letter to Prime Minister, November 14, 1931. 3 Vide Proposed Communal Solution, July 16, 1931. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 95. 118. Letter to Jawaharlal Nehru Sagaon, Warda, November 14, 1939. My dear Jawaharlal, your letters have been coming in regularly. I have seen yours to Rajan Babu. Before I saw it I had written a note one on it for Harjan. I must try to send you an advance copy. If you need me longer in Allahabad, you will keep me to the interested editings in London of our statements here. Do not worry me. If I find time I shall write out a brief message 3 for the News Chronicle. I have prepaid authority from that paper. More when we meet. Love. Bapu. P.S. Mahadav just reminds me that you complete half a century today. I hope you will complete the other half retaining the same vigor, frankness and robust honesty. B. Gandhi. Nehru Papers, 1939. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Also a bunch of old letters, pages 396-119. Cable to the News Chronicle for November 14, 1939. I observe that the main issue between Britain and India is being confused in the British press. Does Britain intend to recognize India as an independent nation, or must India remain Britain's dependency? 1. The reference is, presumably, to the preceding item. 2. The addressee, in his letter dated November 8 to Gandhiji, said, all the members of the UPPCC were desirous of having an opportunity of meeting you, if this was possible during your stay in Allahabad. The working committee is likely to last up to the 21st or possibly the 22nd. May I suggest the 23rd for an informal meeting between you and some of our prominent workers in the UP, say, about 30 or so? 3. Vide the following item. 4. This appeared under the title The Main Issue. 96. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. This question has not been raised by the Congress to gain an advantage over Britain, but to enable the people of India to decide how they should behave during the world crisis. The issue thus becomes purely moral, for, owing to her material and military control of India, Britain is able to regulate the Indian and British garrison and drain India's wealth at her will. 8 provinces out of 11 have said in emphatic language that they cannot participate in the war, if it does not mean, among other things, India's complete freedom. All other issues are subordinate. The question of minorities is purely a domestic one for the majority and the minorities to settle themselves. The proposed Constituent Assembly is the only body that can evolve a proper and lasting solution. Any other can only be a makeshift carrying no popular sanction. To fling the minorities question in India's face is to confuse issues. To raise the question of the princes is still more untenable. They are part of the paramount power. It is painful to think that British statesmen do not so much as mention the millions of people of the states. Have they no voice in their own government? Are they to remain serfs, which they are, though they are dragged into the war? No wonder Herr Hitler has challenged the British government to prove her sincerity by recognizing India as a free nation. Whatever may be his intention in issue and challenge, it cannot be denied that it is pertinent. Anyway, let the British public know that the Congress demand is unequivocal and capable of being satisfied if there is the will to shed imperialism. The Working Committee meets on the 19th instant at Allahabad to consider the next step. There should be no misunderstanding, therefore, about the issue. If there is to be a fight between Britain and the Congress, the world should know clearly what it is to be for. Harjan, November 25, 1939. 120. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sagaon, Warda, November 14, 1939. My dear idiot, you have been very regular in sending me wires. Yesterday I sent mine one before yours came into my hands. Thank God for the one vide telegram to Amrit Kaur, November 13, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 97. Ending of the Dehradun program. You must now have complete rest. I hope you will have no worry in Simla. I am well. The strain of work is there. B. Pages 180/106 and 160/100. Radha and Lilavati went today, so did Homi. No more tonight. Love. Tyrant from the original, CW 3943. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7252-121. Letter to G.V. Gurjail Sagaon, Warda, November 15, 1939. My dear Nirmalananda, you must not divert your attention from the service you are performing. Yours, BAPU from a photostat, GN 1389-122. Letter to Janaka Devi Bajai Sagaon, Warda, November 15, 1939. CHI. Janakiban, if Dinshaw so advises, have your teeth pulled out. You ought not to be afraid of it. It is better to get the teeth removed when there is discharge of pus. Though, if the roots are too strong, one may have to consider. Let Dinshaw follow his judgment. Write to me in detail. How is Madalasa? I got Om's letter. Thanks. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 3005. 98. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 123. Telegram to Amrit Kaur Warda, November 16, 1939. Rai Kumari Amrit Kaur Simla WS. Your wire disturbing. My prayers with you. You must take complete rest, get thoroughly well. Love, BAPU from the original, CW 3945. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7254. 124. Telegram TO Drive Gopikand Bhargava. Dr. Kapikand Lajat Bhuvan Lahore. Warda, November 16, 1939. Not going Delhi 1 BAPU from the original, Dr. Gopikand Bhargava Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 125. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sagaon, Warda, November 16, 1939. My dear idiot, your wire from Simla has disturbed me. I have a guilty conscience. Why did I promise to send you to Doon? But there am I. It is my nature to exploit co-workers to the fullest extent possible. But I should have known your weak body. 10,000 apologies to 1. The addressee in his letter of November 12 had expressed his wish to meet Gandhiji in Delhi if he was going there. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 99. Shami 1. None to you. For you would resent even the thought of my sparing you. But I shall have to spare you for the sake of the cause. I am sending you a wire. You must now become strong. You can be, if only you will make up your mind to be strong. You have to get rid of your moods and sensitiveness. It is no use your saying you cannot change your nature. We are on this earth to bend our natures to the higher will. I hope Shami is well. Tofa too must have received you boisterously. The patients are doing well. Love to you all. Tyrant P.S. I understand I had given the letter to Kanshyamdas to have it gummed and posted. From the original, C. W 3946. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7255-126. Letter to Amritlal T. Nanavati Sagaon, November 16, 1939. CHI. Amritlal, you did well in remaining there for the sake of Kamath. I shall discuss with Sushila about the purgative. What you have written about Ashaladabin is correct. Hers is a difficult problem. I shall see. If grown-up persons cannot look after themselves, what can we do? Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 10798-127. Letter to Vijayabanam Pankoli Sagaon, Warda, September 16, 1939. CHI. Vijaya, I have your letter. I, for my part, did write to you. How is Nainabai's health? Is your health improving? As Kake Sahib is not one Shamsher Singh, the addressee's brother, a retired surgeon to the addressee's pet dog. 100. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Here, Amritlal sleeps here for the present. He leads the prayers. Today he is not here because Kamath is ill and laid up at his place. Blessings from P.S. I am going to Prayag for some 3 days. BAPU. Shri Vijayaban. CO Shri Nainabai. AMBLA, via Sonigad. Kathy Anwar. From a photostat of the Gujarati, CW 4612. Courtesy, Vijayaban M. Pankoli. 128. Letter to Dilkush B. Duwanji. Sagaon, Warda, November 16, 1939. Bhai Dilkush, I have your letter. Your work is no doubt always solid. Has your problem been solved? Your weaving is done there, isn't it? Can you weave fine yarn? Try to attain perfection. Dilkush Duwanji Gandhi Kutir Karate, via Navsari. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 2643. 129. Letter to Kankan Benem Shah Sagaon, Warda, November 16, 1939. CHI. Kankan, I got your 2 letters. They did not call for any reply. Go to Ramana Ashram only if you feel like going. Recently there has been. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 101. No news from Manalal. But there is nothing to worry. Improve your health. I am going to Allahabad for some 3 days. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 8288. Also CW 7064. Courtesy, Manalal G. Shah. 130. Letter to Nirmala, Kenam, Sumatra and Usha Gandhi Sagaon, Warda, November 16, 1939. CHI. NIMU, what an idler you are. Ba is pining for a letter from you, no letter from Nimu even on the occasion of Diwali. I told her you are busy with your work. Is that right? CHI. KANAM, the camera you wanted is getting ready. But do you remember the condition on which it is to be given to you? If Nimu sends a certificate for you, take it that the camera is ready. You will come over here to take it, won't you? CHI. SUMI, you must have grown into a big girl now. Does Kanam harass you? CHI. USHA, you never came to play with me. Would you not come now? Ramdas is here. Blessings from. P.S. Kanvarji is alright. BAPU. Shri Nirmal bin Ramdas Gandhi Dakshinam Urdi Nagar, Kathiawad. From the Gujarati original, Mrs. Sumitra Kulkarni Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 102. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 131. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sagaon, nearing 8 p.m., November 16, 1939. My dear Amrit, this letter one should have gone to you early. But want of time is the excuse, or is it want of method, or both? Love. BAPU. From the original, CW 3944. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7253 132. Interview to a co-worker 2 on or before November 17, 1939. Co-worker, I have come to listen to you, trusting as I do in your leadership. Gandhiji, mine is an insipid leadership. I have nothing but this 3 to show. Your statement 4 about civil disobedience is perplexing. It does not speak for itself. Thus when you say we should not start civil disobedience if the Muslim League blocks the way, I feel very much intrigued. Is there fear of communal rioting? Why should there be a riot? Why was there one the other day in Nellore? Oh, that was over some Diwali affair, nothing to do with politics. Everything to do with want of communal unity. You think they will obstruct us, lest we should secure our demands? No. They will say in fighting government we are fighting them and obstructing them in getting what they want by cooperation. Do you want to fight the Musalmans? 1. The references to a letter dated Bombay, November 10, 1939, from Shankarlal Banker to the addressee, at the back of which Gandhiji had written this letter. 2. The interview is extracted from Mahadev Desai's article Puzzled and Perplexed, dated Sagaon, November 17. 3. Mahadev Desai explains, Gandhiji was laughing and pointing to the spinning wheel which he was trying to put right. 4. Vide statement to the press, August 11, 1939 and unnecessary alarm, November 13, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 103. No. In your talks one with Jinnah Sahib, did you get any such impression from him? He gave me no such impression. But nothing more than ordinary common sense is required to see what I have said. In fact, I am surprised that you do not see what is so obvious. Others of your party are clear that there would be trouble, but they say that we should not mind it, we should be able to deal with it. I say to them it is wrong to anticipate a riot in the hope that we can deal with it. If a big minority is opposed to the launching of civil disobedience, I should say let us wait. But you have mentioned other obstacles. That is the main obstacle. But should I not have said, there should be discipline among us? But there is discipline. We do not start civil disobedience when you say we should not start it. I am surprised at the response given by our own leftists. Of course one or two of us have talked extreme language, but otherwise there is discipline to you, Mahatmaji, will go on waiting and want others also to wait? Therefore I've said, don't have two masters. Either convert me or desert me. So you have no objection to our starting civil disobedience if we do so after leaving the Congress? My objection will have no effect on non-congressmen. But we will remain non-violent. The main obstacle you have mentioned, viz., communal disunity, should be removed. I accept it, but after it is removed you won't resist us. On the contrary, if you remain non-violent in thought, word and deed, you will make me follow you. As I have been telling Prithvi Singh, when he is completely non-violent in thought, word and deed I should follow him as he would be very much superior to me. So when you are all non-violent I should dance with joy. You have mentioned hostile acts by government. What have you in mind? For example, when they make civil liberty impossible. But it is impossible. They arrest us even if we speak. Do you think it would be a breach of our self-imposed vow if we criticize the government? No, if you are not violent in your speech. 1 Inch Delhi, on November 1 and 2 Mahadev Desai adds, Gandhiji gave the friend examples of indiscipline. 104. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. So we can attack Lord Zetland's speech. We can call them international robbers and say, there is nothing to choose between their imperialism and fascism. Oh, yes. That won't get us into trouble? Not certainly with me. Then I come to the next point. Now that there is an irresponsible executive, why should we pay taxes? Some of our Kizan Sabha friends find the position anomalous. Can't we refuse to pay taxes? That would be civil disobedience. How can you start non-payment of taxes on mass scale? No, I do not mean on the mass scale. Then it will not be non-payment of taxes. It has no meaning except on a mass scale. Why not 1 or 2 men in a single village refuse to pay taxes as a kind of protest? It will be a test case. You may try it, but it will be sheer madness, I tell you. And you may be sure no one will listen to you. No, you must not run away with your feelings. I assure you, I am capable of saying to the people, those who are prepared to suffer to the uttermost may refuse to pay. But that will not be today. The time may come someday, and us hope in my lifetime. But is there any harm in doing what the Congress does not ban? Everything is banned that the Congress does not advise to be done. But if a man feels so strongly about it and wants an escape, how is he to find it? By leaving the Congress, which is the only right thing. You have asked us to rest content with a constructive program. Now there are full-blooded people amongst us. They want to do something, anything which may not be civil disobedience, but which may lead irresistibly towards it. That surely is constructive program. It is surely for the general to decide what that is to be. Every man shall walk 5 miles a day, says he, or everyone shall go and help in emptying a tank, and then march. If you believe in observing discipline, don't you think everyone should do this? But we do not know what exactly is to come ultimately. You may therefore say that my language is not precise. U. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 105. Would have me say, ply the charka for so many hours, and, if so many people do it for so many hours, we will have civil disobedience? I am quite prepared to say so. We do not say that the negotiations should not continue and the peace efforts should be relaxed, but we should keep ourselves ready. I am also ready to issue instructions to say that these are my minimum requirements, and that only those can join the non-violent army who satisfy them. I am glad you will do it. When you declared that the working committee had left the whole thing in your hands, at any rate as regards civil disobedience, we were all very happy. You put heart into us, and we gained a feeling of self-confidence. If now you think there is no harm, why should not the working committee organize a sort of preparation committee or give all power to you to prepare for all eventualities? I will see what happens in Allahabad. Lastly, let me ask you one thing. If there is such need for unity, why should there be such persecution of the leftists? Persecution is a wrong word. There is none, and the ban one can be removed provided there is the assurance of hard obedience being yielded. Why don't you assume it? We cannot, as there are apostates in the ranks. And the worst that can happen is that we go on expelling people until, say, I am left alone. Then I should resign and declare that I am defeated. But joking apart, don't you think whoever wants the ban to be removed should say, provided he means it, I must not keep away, I will tender my apology? And he will be immediately taken. It took their breath away when saw that you also approved of the action of the working committee. They have a deep regard for you, not based on reason but personal affection. And for you they will do anything. If you can get the ban removed, they will be all very happy. Then what I suggest is that you should write a letter to Rajendra Babu explaining everything and making this suggestion. I will see what can be done. All I would appeal to you to realize is that there. 1. The references to the ban imposed on Subhas Chandra Bose by the Congress Working Committee. Vide Congress Working Committee Resolution, November 8, 1939. 106. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Should be no question of prestige with the Working Committee. There is no question of prestige, it is a question of discipline. The Congress, I think, has been given greater discipline than any army in the world. Against how few people have you had to take action? But, I wish I could take the same view as you. I have brought into being so many organizations here and in South Africa, and I am not able to say that the Congress compares favorably with them. Wherever the organizations have done well, it was because the members have yielded willing obedience. Whereas here we have had violent disobedience. Well, take away one thought with you and say how many congressmen have carried out the Khadi clause too. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. There is a tremendous surplus of Khadi everywhere. Why should your province not finish all the stocks lying unsold? Harijan, November 25, 1939 133. A letter November 17, 1939. Be careful for nothing. 3. This is the same as Anasakti of the Gita. The book has to be studied with this central theme in view. From the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai 134. Letter to Manubin S. Mashruwala Sagaon, Warda, November 17, 1939. Chi. Manuti, I am not able to write to you as often as I wish to. Now your confinement should be very near. Hope you are keeping up your courage. Shurendra should send a wire. One can say that you passed these last months without any trouble. Krishnadas is progressing and one here Mahadev Desai says, the friend did not agree and was inclined for further argument. But the time was running against him. To Mahadev Desai adds, nothing daunted, the friend tried to make out that in his province at any rate there were few culprits among congressmen. 3 Philippians 4-6. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 107. So is Convarji. They are improving faster than expected. Rami is fine. What a long name one you have given to her daughter. Who suggested that name to you? Or did you take revenge for your having been given a simple name? Blessings to you both from BAPU Shri Manubin Mashruwala Balkaran Santa Cruz from a photostat of the Gujarati, CW 2673. Cortesti, Manubin S. Mashruwala 135. Letter to Ja Isuklal Gandhi Sagaon, Warda, November 17, 1939 CHI. Ja Isuklal, I am leaving for Prayag tomorrow. Most probably I will return before the 25th. Find out from a newspaper before coming. I am not writing separately to Monaklal too or the girls. Blessings to all from BAPU from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/II 136. Letter to Monaklal and Radha Kothare Sagaon, Warda, November 17, 1939 CHILMANEKLAL 3 and Chi. RADHA 4, I got the letters of you both. May you prosper during the new year 5. Blessings from BAPU from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/XXII 1 Nava Malika 2 Addressee's brother 3 Monaklal Kothari, son-in-law of Gandhiji's eldest brother, Lakshmidas Gandhi 4 wife of Monaklal Kothari 5 According to the Vikram calendar the day following Diwali is observed as the New Year's Day Kartik Sud 1. In 1939, it was on November 12. 108. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 137. Letter to Shardabanji Shakawala Sagaon, Warda, November 17, 1939 CHI. Babudi, what a letter from you. Why do you seem to be getting away from me? Write to me in detail. You cause me worry. I have built high hopes on you. Do not disappoint me. We are going to Prayag tomorrow. I am keeping PRL here. I have kept a leprosy patient, Parachur Shastri 1, in the ashram. We hope to return on the 23rd. Hope you are getting on well. Reply to me immediately. Blessings to you both from BAPU from the Gujarati original, CW 10018. Courtesy, Shardabanji Shakawala. 138. Letter to Samangal Prakash. Sagaon, Warda, November 17, 1939. CHI. Samangal, I have your letter. I am glad your marriage has been according to your wishes. May you both be happy and serve the country. Shri Samangal Prakash Navashakti Karyalaya Patna. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Hindi, Samangal Prakash Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 1 inch his book, Under the Shelter of Bapu pp 110-1, Balvanson explains, Parachur Shastri went to Bapuji and said that he would like to stay with him till he died. Bapuji looked thoughtful. Ultimately decided to keep him. When the disease took a serious turn, Bapuji began to massage him with his own hands. Parachur Shastri died on September 5, 1945. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 109. 139. Fragment of letter to Mahamd Yunus November 18, 1939 How can I convince you if you cannot accept my word that my attention is continually devoted to the question of questions? But man can only propose, God alone disposes. Whom he has joined none can keep permanently apart. 1 from the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai. 140. Letter to P. Kodanda Rao on the train, November 18, 1939. My dear Kodanda Rao, your argument is quite good. But tell me, who is today the League of Nations 3? The situation is baffling but deeply interesting. I am hoping that our country will play an important part in this moving drama. From a photostat, GN 6283. Yours, M.K. Gandhi. 141. Letter to Amrit Kaur Itarsi, November 18, 1939. My dear idiot, here we are for 5 hours waiting for the train. Rajiji and Jaramdas are with us. I had your wire from Simala. You have been extraordinarily good. I hope the progress will be steady. You must not worry about anything and concentrate on getting quite well. And one vide also letter to Mahand Yunus, October 14, 1939. To the source, however, has 10. Gandhiji was going to Allahabad. 3. With the outbreak of the war in September 1939, all activity of the League of Nations had ceased, although it continued to exist till April 1946. 110. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Strong. I expect to leave Allahabad for Sagaon on Tuesday, but it may not be possible to do so. In that case I leave on Wednesday. My mind is in Sagaon, especially since the coming of Parachur Shastri. He is God's gift. But it is also medium of my examination. One Love. Tyrant from the original, CW 3947. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7256 142. Letter to J.P. Bansali Itarsi, November 18, 1939. CHI. Bansali, Nayan is pining for a letter from you. It is your duty, since it is ahimsa, to satisfy her. We may not keep up personal relations with our relatives, but we should not hurt them either. As the circle of our kith and kin widens, we must not get involved and maintain relations with them only for the sake of service. Take care of your health in your present exertions. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 433 143. Letter to PRL, November 18, 1939. CHI. PRL, I have your chit. I have not understood it well. My demand is quite simple. If you can accept it, I may or may not get any work out of you. If you can act in good faith, nothing is spoilt. I have not received many letters of the type you imagine. But if somebody writes something, should I divulge it even if it is irrelevant? Is it possible? Explain it to me. But one thing I have already made clear, that is that when I cannot tell something to someone, no one should say anything about it to me. One vide first footnote of letter to Shardabanji Shakawala, November 17, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 111. Meet Parachur Shastri and find out everything from him. He is constantly in my mind. Blessings from BAPU. From the Gujarati original, PRL papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Beladevi Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar. 144. Letter to Krishnakandra. Itarsi, November 18, 1939. CHI. Krishnakandra, I am pleased with your progress. Go ahead. From a photostat of Hindi, GN 4331. Blessings from BAPU. 145. Letter to Dayapai M. Patel on the moving train, November 18, 1939. BHAI Dayapai, I did get your letter. I hope you are getting along well. Blessings from BAPU. Shri Dayapai Manordas Patel Doka. From a copy of the Gujarati, CW 2711. Courtesy, Dayapai M. Patel. 146. The only way Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru has compelled me to study, among other things, the implications of a constituent assembly. When he first introduced it in the Congress resolutions, I reconciled myself to it. 1. At the Congress Working Committee meeting on September 14, 1939. Vide Appendix Working Committee's Manifesto, September 14, 1939. 112. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Because of my belief in his superior knowledge of the technicalities of democracy. But I was not free from skepticism. Hard facts have, however, made me a convert and, for that reason perhaps, more enthusiastic than Jawaharlal himself. For I seem to see in it a remedy, which Jawaharlal may not, for our communal and other distempers, besides being a vehicle for mass political and other education. The more criticism I see of the scheme, the more enamored I become of it. It will be the surest index to the popular feeling. It will bring out the best and the worst in us. Illiteracy does not worry me. I would plumb for unadulterated adult franchise for both men and women, i.e., I would put them all on the register of voters. It is open to them not to exercise it if they do not wish to. I would give separate vote to the Muslims. But, without giving separate vote, I would, though reluctantly, give reservation, if required, to every real minority according to its numerical strength. Thus the Constituent Assembly provides the easiest method of arriving at a just solution of the communal problem. Today we are unable to say with mathematical precision who represents whom. Though the Congress is admittedly the oldest representative organization on the widest scale, it is open to political and semi-political organizations to question, as they do question, its overwhelmingly representative character. The Muslim League is undoubtedly the largest organization representing Muslims, but several Muslim bodies by no means all insignificant in its claim to represent them. But the Constituent Assembly will represent all communities in their exact proportion. Except it, there is no other way of doing full justice to rival claims. Without it there can be no finality to communal and other claims. Again, the Constituent Assembly alone can produce a constitution indigenous to the country and truly and fully representing the will of the people. Undoubtedly such a constitution will not be ideal, but it will be real, however imperfect it may be in the estimation of the theorists or legal luminaries. Self-government to be self-government has merely to reflect the will of the people who are to govern themselves. If they are not prepared for it, they will make a hash of it. I can conceive the possibility of a people fitting themselves for right government through a series of wrong experiments, but I cannot conceive a people governing themselves rightly through a government imposed from without, even as the fabled Jackdaw could. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 113. Not walk like a peacock with feathers borrowed from his elegant companion. A diseased person has a prospect of getting well by personal effort. He cannot borrow health from others. The risks of the experiment are admitted. There is likely to be impersonation. Unscrupulous persons will mislead the illiterate masses into voting for wrong men and women. These risks have to be run, if we are to evolve something true and big. The Constituent Assembly, if it comes into being, I hope it will, a result of an honorable settlement between us and the British people. The combined wit of the best men of the two nations will produce an assembly that will reflect fairly truly the best mind of India. Therefore the success of the experiment at the present stage of India's history depends upon the intention of the British statesmen to part with power without engaging India in a deadly unorganized rebellion. For I know that India has become impatient. I am painfully conscious of the fact that India is not yet ready for non-violent civil disobedience on a mass scale. If, therefore, I cannot persuade the Congress to await the time when non-violent action is possible, I have no desire to live to see a dogfight between the two communities. I know for certain that if I cannot discover a method of non-violent action or an action to the satisfaction of the Congress and there is no communal adjustment, nothing on earth can prevent an outbreak of violence resulting for the time being in anarchy and red ruin. I hold that it is the duty of all communities and Englishmen to prevent such a catastrophe. The only way out is a Constituent Assembly. I have given my own opinion on it, but I'm not tied down to the details. When I was nearly through with this article, I got the following wire from Syed Abdullah Brelvi 1. Considerable misapprehensions among minorities about Constituent Assembly. Strongly urge clarification details, franchise, composition, methods arriving decision. I think I have said sufficient in the foregoing to answer Syed Sahib's question. By minorities he has Muslims principally in mind as represented by the Muslim League. If once the proposition that all communities desire a charter of independence framed by a constituent assembly and that they will not be satisfied with anything else is accepted, the settling of details surely becomes easy. Any other? One editor, The Bombay Chronicle. 114. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Method must lead to an imposed constitution mostly undemocratic. It would mean an indefinite prolongation of imperialistic rule sustained by the help of those who will not accept the fully democratic method of a constituent assembly. The principal hindrance is undoubtedly the British government. If they can summon a round-table conference as they propose to do after the war, they can surely summon a constituent assembly subject to safeguards to the satisfaction of minorities. The expression satisfaction of minorities may be regarded as vague. It can be defined beforehand by agreement. The question thus resolves itself into whether the British government desire to part with power and open a new chapter in their own history. I have already shown that the question of the princes is a red herring across the path. European interests are absolutely safe so long as they are not in conflict with the interests of India. I think this expression finds place in the Irwin-Gandhi Pact too. Look at the question from any standpoint you like, it will be found that the way to democratic Swaraj lies only through a properly constituted assembly, call it by whatever name you like. All resources must, therefore, be exhausted to reach the Constituent Assembly before direct action is thought of. A stage may be reached when direct action may become the necessary prelude to the Constituent Assembly. That stage is not yet. Allahabad, November 19, 1939. Harijan, November 25, 1939. 147. Speech at Kamala Nehru Memorial Hospital, ALLAHABAD 3 November 19, 1939. After my coming from Africa, I came into contact with Kamala Nehru also. She was a remarkable person. Besides being devoted to her husband as most Indian women are, she loved her country much and this love was great. She was a high-principled lady and candid enough to express her opinion if she differed on principles. She had a one-wide statement to the press, June 11, 1939. 2 of March 5, 1931. Vide Appendix Provisional Settlement, December 3, 1931. 3 After laying the cornerstone, Gandhiji spoke in Hindi. He read out a message from Madan Mohan Malavia, one of the trustees of the hospital. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 115. Noble soul, and whatever she did was not for show or gain or favor. Congressmen have gained the reputation of being agitators only and not being capable of constructive work, but such critics are now inclined to change their opinion. During the civil disobedience movement, Kamala's heart went out to the sufferers. It was then that she took active interest in the Congress Hospital which had then been started. During my last meeting with Kamala in Bombay while she was leaving for Europe for treatment, she told me that she might not come back and that I should see that the work of the hospital went on. I gave her my word then. This work is my sacred duty and I come to Allahabad specially for it. I would have gone back tomorrow after this work here, but Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru insisted upon my staying here longer. I gave my signature to the appeal for funds for this hospital, which is for 5 lakhs. Only half the amount has been collected. I hope you will all contribute to the fund. This hospital is not only for the United Provinces, but for all India. We should now think in terms of the whole of India. There are so many universities in the UP, and so many students. I hope they will all help to collect funds. Then there are so many industrial magnates in Kanpur. It should not be difficult for you to raise the money. Finally, I wish God that He may give peace and rest to Kamala's soul. To the Hindustan Times, November 20, 1939 148. Raikot reforms. Having once offended, however unwittingly, against the Thakur Sahib of Raikot and Durbar Shri Bhirawala, I have restrained myself against saying anything by way of criticism of the Durbar's doings in that state. 3. But duty to the people of Raikot who have shown exemplary discipline demands a word from me on the reforms just announced. They expect me to give my opinion on them. It pains me to have to say that they have undone what the late Thakur Sahib had done. The adult franchise, which it was the late Thakur Sahib's boon lasting 15 years, has been revoked, and it has been reduced to the one on May 22, 1935. Kamala Nair died in Geneva on February 28, 1936. 2. Vide also notes, November 20, 1939. 3. The references to Gandhiji's 4 days fast from May 3, which was given up after the Viceroy's assurance. 116. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Possession of property qualifications and a stiff residential test. The elected president gives place to the Dewan as permanent president. The original Sabha, which was wholly composed of elected representatives, is to contain 40 elected members against 20 nominated. The elected members will be subdivided into minorities. The so-called majority will thus become really a minority. The natural course of reforms is progressive increase of popular control. Here, without the slightest justification, popular control has been materially reduced. The original Sabha had wide powers of legislation. These have been curtailed. There was a definite announcement that the privy purse was to be fixed. The reforms ignore the announcement. The notification of December 26 last was to transfer to the people the widest powers possible. My reading of them leads me to the conclusion that not only have the powers already possessed by the people been taken away, but they have been limited as much as possible. In one word, the Thakur Sahibs, i.e., the Dewans, will is to by the supreme law in Raikot. I am sorry to have to write these lines. I do not know whether these reforms are the last act of the tragedy for which my violence is responsible. A fast is a remedy to be applied only by an expert. It interrupts the even course of a movement for better. The slightest touch of violence damages it. I have admitted that my appeal to the Viceroy against the acts of the Thakur Sahib whilst the fast was pending was violence and vitiated the fast. I had thought that I had paid the penalty by repentance, and that the happy relations established between the Thakur Sahib and Durbar Shri Bhirawala and me would open a new and bright chapter for the people of Raikot. The Durbar held in my honor after my public repentance seemed to have set the seal on the good that the repentance had done. I see, I was mistaken. Men's natures are not changed in a moment. I apologize to the people of Raikot. But I do not repent of my repentance. I am quite sure that what was morally right was also politically right. My repentance saved the people of Raikot from a worse fate. It averted a communal clash. I am quite sure that in the end the people of Raikot will come to their own. Meanwhile, the evil that the reforms, in my opinion, are, must be allowed to work itself out. Those citizens of Raikot who have any sense of self-respect must abstain from cooperation in working them. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 117. They will, if they take my advice, watch, wait, pray and literally spin. They will find that they will be also spinners of real liberty in Raikot in the non-violent way, which is the only true way. Allahabad, November 20, 1939. Harijan, November 25, 1939 149. Notes: Kamala Nair Memorial. On the 19th instant I had the privilege of laying the foundation stone of the Kamala Nair Memorial Hospital in Allahabad before a large gathering. This hospital will be not only a fitting remembrance of the memory of a true devotee of her country and a woman of great spiritual beauty, it will be a redemption of the promise made to her by me that I would do what lay in my power to see that the work for which she had made herself responsible was carried on even after her death. She was going to Europe in search of health. The visit proved to be a search of death. As she was going, she had invited me, if I could, either to join her for a brief talk during part of her journey to Bombay or to see her in Bombay. I went to Bombay. During the time that I was able to give her, she asked me, if she died in Europe, to try to see that the hospital which Jawaharlal had commenced in Swaraj Bhavan and which she had labored to keep alive was put on a permanent footing. I told her I would do what I could. That promise was partly the foundation for the appeal, to which I had become party, for funds for the memorial. Owing to circumstances beyond my control, I was not able to take much active part in collecting the funds. The appeal was made for 5 lakhs and only half the amount has come in. At the ceremony of foundation laying, I made an appeal to the large audience composed of the wealthy as also the poor to share the burden of making up the deficit. By judicious organization it ought to be easy to make the collection for a cause so worthy and for a memory so sacred. Able doctors of all India reputation like Jivram Mehta and Bidhan Chandra Roy are among the trustees. They have made themselves responsible for the proper construction, organization and management of the hospital. I hope that not only will the deficit be soon made up but the doctors will have no difficulty in securing a one-fide speech at Kamala Nehru Memorial Hospital, Allahabad, November 19, 1939. 118. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Suitable staff for the efficient management of the hospital. A reminder: Narandas Gandhi tells me that I should remind the readers that all those who want to take part in the spinning yana against the Rensha Gandhi should send in their names at once. The yana took effect from the 11th October last. Those who have not yet sent in their names are already behindhand. But better late than never. Those who are behindhand can make up by spinning more than the stipulated quantity till they have made up for the past neglect. Narandas Gandhi has specialized in this class of khadi work. He loves figures at which he is quick. To keep an exact record of names and addresses of sacrificial spinners and register their output does not tire him. On the contrary, he delights in this work. He believes in method. He thinks that the mere keeping of such registers systematizes the work of which a register is kept, and stimulates workers. If a fairly large number will spin for sacrifice, they can help in bringing about a material reduction in the price of khadi. The scheme is rich with possibilities. I hope, therefore, that it will meet with the response it deserves. A good suggestion: a khadi lover says, now that the ministers have resigned in what are called Congress provinces, will they not be most usefully employed if they will make it a point to sell khadi by hawking or otherwise? Khadi is in the center of the Congress program. Thousands of congressmen can occupy themselves with it as with no other. Will you not put my humble suggestion before the ex-ministers in particular and all congressmen in general? In every province there is a surplus stock. Spinning is consequently being cut down. It should not be so. I endorse every word of what the khadi lover suggests. Congressmen should make it their duty to see that all surplus khadi is sold without delay. Allahabad, November 20, 1939. Harijan, November 25, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 119. 150. Letter to Shamsher Singh, November 20, 1939. My dear Shami, have mercy on poor Emirate. She finds her soul with me. She has got what she has been yearning for years. With her it is not a question of what service I want from her, it is a question with her of how she can serve me, i.e., my cause. She wants to be near me. To be near me, to be of use to me is her joy and solace. It is cruel to resist her. You should not cross with her for wanting to be better, fating herself for the service of humanity. You should encourage her, make her way smooth. She loves you with rare devotion. She freezes, if you are angry with her. She rejoices to see you in good humor. She has become inconsolable because you are cross with her. Do please assuage your wrath and let her come to Sagaon with a willing heart. She really keeps well in Sagaon. She eats with relish. Sometimes most healthy people will be unwell. She has worn herself out by overwork and anxiety. Any strain tells on her. She puts herself to inconvenience without cause. I shall take greater care of her health. After all, the spirit is more than the flesh. Her spirit invariably prospers in Sagaon. You should let her travel so long as your purse allows it. She gains experience. But she shall not travel if you do not want her to. Do wire to me that you have made up with her and that you are no longer angry with her. I am likely to be in Allahabad till Wednesday. I shall wait your wire, if of course you can send it with the conviction that what I say is right and proper. With love to you all, BAPU from the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai. 120. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 151. Congress Working Committee RESOLUTION 1 November 22, 1939. 2. The Working Committee have noted with pleasure the response of the country to the policy enunciated 3 by them regarding the war in Europe and its repercussions in India. This policy, based on numerous declarations of the Congress, was laid down in a statement issued by the committee on September 14, and subsequent events have amply justified its wisdom and expediency. The course of the war and the policy pursued by the British and French governments, in particular the declarations made on behalf of the British government regarding India, seem to demonstrate that the present war, like the World War of 1914-18, is being carried on for imperialist ends, and British imperialism is to remain entrenched in India. With such a war and with this policy the Congress cannot associate itself, and it cannot countenance the exploitation of India's resources to this end. The Working Committee's unequivocal demand was for a declaration of war aims in regard to democracy and imperialism and, in particular, how these aims were going to be applied to India. These aims could only be considered worthy if they included the elimination of imperialism and the treatment of India as an independent nation whose policy would be guided in accordance with the wishes of her people. The answer to this demand has been entirely unsatisfactory, and an attempt has been made on behalf of the British government to create misunderstandings and to befog the main and moral issue. In justification of this refusal to make a declaration in terms of the Working Committee's resolution, communal pleas have been advanced and the rights of the minorities and of the princes pleaded as barriers to India's freedom. The committee wished to declare with all emphasis that no communal considerations arise in meeting the demand of the 1A report dated Allahabad, November 22 in the Hindustan Times read. The Congress Working Committee considered for 7 hours today the draft resolution prepared by Mahatma Gandhi on the present political crisis in India. 2 Ibid 3 Vide Appendix Congress Working Committee Resolution, after July 18, 1939. 4 Vide Appendix Working Committee's Manifesto, September 14, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 121. Congress, and the minorities, whatever their other differences might be, do not oppose India's right to freedom and independence. The princes are represented by, and are emblems of, the paramount power in India. In the end, it will be the people of the Indian states who will determine what part they will take in a free India, though the British government have consistently ignored their wishes in the matter which vitally affects them. In any event, the wishes of those who may oppose India's independence are, and must be, irrelevant to the declaration of the British government's intentions. The committee can only interpret this attempt to avoid a statement of their war aims and Indian freedom by taking shelter under irrelevant issues, as a desire to maintain their imperialist domination in India in alliance with reactionary elements in the country. The Congress has looked upon the war crisis and the problems it raises as essentially a moral issue, and has not sought to profit by it in any spirit of bargaining. The moral and dominant issue of war aims and India's freedom have to be settled satisfactorily before any other subsidiary question can be considered. In no event can the Congress accept responsibility of the government, even in the transitional period, without real power being given to popular representatives. The Working Committee, therefore, approve of and endorse the reply dated November 31, 1939, sent by the Congress President to the Viceroy. The committee wished to declare again that recognition of India's independence and the right of her people to frame their constitution through a constituent assembly is essential in order to remove the taint of imperialism from Britain's policy and to enable the Congress to consider further cooperation. They hold that the Constituent Assembly is the only democratic method of determining the constitution of a free country, and no one who believes in democracy and freedom can possibly take exception to it. The Working Committee believe, too, that the Constituent Assembly alone is the adequate instrument for solving communal and other difficulties. This, however, does not mean that the Working Committee will relax their efforts for arriving at a solution of the communal problem. This assembly can frame a constitution in which the rights of accepted minorities would be protected to their satisfaction and, in the event of one the source, however, has forwarded appendix letter from the Congress President to the Viceroy, March 11, 1939. 122. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Some matters relating to minority rights not being mutually agreed to, they can be referred to arbitration. The Constituent Assembly should be elected on the basis of adult suffrage, the existing separate electorates being retained for such minorities as desire them. The number of these members in the Assembly should reflect their numerical strength. The declarations one made on behalf of the British government, being inadequate, have compelled the Congress to dissociate itself from British policy and war efforts, and, as a first step in non-cooperation, to bring about the resignations of all the Congress governments in the provinces. That policy of non-cooperation continues and must continue unless the British government revises its policy and accepts the Congress contention. The Working Committee would remind Congressmen that it is inherent in every form of satyagraha that no effort is spared to achieve an honorable settlement with the opponent. While a satyagrahi is ever ready for a non-violent fight, if it has to come, he never relaxes his efforts for peace and always works for its attainment. The Working Committee will, therefore, continue to explore the means of arriving at an honorable settlement, even though the British government have banged the door in the face of the Congress. The committee must, however, resist, by the non-violent methods of the Congress, all attempts to coerce the people of India along paths which are not of their choice and everything that is against the dignity and freedom of India. The Working Committee appreciate and express their pleasure at the readiness exhibited by Congressmen for launching civil disobedience, should this become necessary. But civil disobedience requires the same strict discipline as an army organized for an armed conflict. The army is helpless unless it possesses its weapons of destruction and knows how to use them. So also an army of non-violent soldiers is ineffective unless it understands and possesses the essentials of non-violence. The Working Committee desire to make it clear that the true test of preparedness for civil disobedience lies in Congressmen themselves. 1 Vide Appendices Viceroy's Declaration, October 17, 1939, Sir Samuel Hoare's Speech, October 26, 1939, Viceroy's Broadcast Declaration, May 11, 1939, Viceroy's Prefatory Remarks on Correspondence with Leaders, May 11, 1939 and Lord Zetland's Statement, July 11, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 123. Spinning and promoting the cause of khadi to the exclusion of milk cloth, and deeming it their duty to establish harmony between the communities by personal acts of service to those other than members of their own community, and individual Hindu congressmen seeking an occasion for fraternizing with the Harijans as often as possible. The Congress organizations and congressmen should, therefore, prepare for future action by promoting this program. They should explain to the people the message and policy and implications of the Constituent Assembly, which is the crux of the Congress program for the future. Harijan, February 12, 1939 152. Testimonial to Manilal Anand Bhavan, Allahabad, November 23, 1939, 1 by Manilal has given me a good shave today and done it with great affection. His razor is village made and it needs no soap. M.K. Gandhi from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 7484-153. Letter to Subhas Chandra Bose Anand Bhavan, Allahabad, November 23, 1939. My dear Subhas, it is only today that I find a moment to acknowledge your letter and wire. As you know, I attend the working committee only when required and deal with only those matters that are referred to me. But having received a letter, I read it to them and told them that if they had no confidence in the present Bengal Provincial Congress Committee and had sufficient reason for it, I agreed with you that they should dissolve it. Any piecemeal measure would fail and only cause irritation. But I confess that your letter has appeared to me to be a challenge. You have evidently no confidence in the working. 1 from Gandhi 915-1948, a detailed chronology. 124. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Committee. You regard its ban on you as a vendetta. As you know, I am party to the ban which was voted unanimously. Who was to decide between you and the working committee? You have never submitted to the ban. As to action by the working committee, I dissent from you. Your way is not mine. For the time being you are my lost sheep. Some day I shall find you returning to the fold, if I am right and my love is pure. Ever yours, BAPU. From the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai. 154. Discussion with UPPCC Executive Council MEMBERS 1 Allahabad, November 23, 1939. To question, you seem to be placing an exaggerated emphasis on non-violence today. Surely you will not suggest that we were more ready or more non-violent in 1920-21 and in 1930? Or will you say that your standard has now gone up? Answer, both. There was not then so much violence as is to be seen on the surface today. And my standard too has gone up. I was not so rigid in my conditions then as I am now. If you accept my generalship, you have to accept not only my conditions but my judgment as to whether we are ready or not. It is quite likely that there is really no difference between the conditions of those days and of today. But it is equally true that I did not know then that I was walking on a mine. Today I am haunted by that consciousness and I cannot help it. Is there not a fear that, if we do not strike the nail while it is hot, we may never be able to do so at all? There is that psychology of readiness among the people. If we do not seize the opportunity, their enthusiasm may be damped and their readiness may vanish. The best thing, therefore, today is for you to suggest a program whereby we may prepare the field and yet keep up the spirit of the people. I have always been impatient of this kind of language. I cannot understand a readiness which would vanish if it was not availed of at once. That is no readiness at all. Ready is he who is ready at all times. 1. The discussion appeared under the title The Task Before Us, as summarized by Mahadev Desai. 2. Vide second footnote of letter to Jawaharlal Nehru, November 14, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 125. And at all places and ever and wherever he is called. The only meaning of readiness is readiness to carry out the command of the general. To use military language, we should be so prepared as to make war unnecessary. What is essential is the attainment of independence, not the time and the ways and means of civil disobedience. I expect from you enough faith and discipline to instinctively await and obey your general's word. Don't expect me to say anything more. Do not expect me to reveal how, if ever, I shall launch civil disobedience. I have nothing up my sleeve, and I will have no knowledge until the last moment. I am not made that way. I knew nothing of the Salt March first until practically the moment it was decided upon. This I know, that God has rarely made me repeat history, and he may not do so this time. There is one thing, however. I may, for reasons you may not reveal to me, be unfit as a general. In that case you must give me up, and I shall not in the least be sorry for it. Now for the last point in your question. You want a program which may be directly connected with civil disobedience. If you will not laugh at me, I will unhesitatingly say it is the program of universal spinning. Listening to the alarms and advice of the doctors, I had given it up for some time. I began it in response to Narenda's Gandhi's call, and I do not think I shall ever give it up, until of course my hands are paralyzed. So I would say that the more you spin, the better soldiers you will be. If that is my conviction, why should I be ashamed of declaring it? There cannot be two parts in my advice, one of which you may accept and the other you may reject. My condition is a vital one. It is likely that there may not be the necessary intellectual conviction, but it will follow faith as a necessary consequence. I say this because I have acted in that spirit. I have marched miles upon miles, through bush and briar and along unbeaten tracks, acting on the word of command, during the Zulu rebellion too. But as I have said, the whole thing may strike you as chimerical or quixotic. In that case you have but to give up my leadership. I have led for 20 years, and it may be well for me to rest on my oars. It is possible that you may be able to evolve some new technique of satyagraha. In that case, the moment I am convinced, I shall be ready to follow you. Whatever you do, do not accept my leadership with a mental reservation. You will by doing so betray both me and the country. If I get your cooperation, it must be full and hearty. I have argued the thing for 20 years. I can advance no fresh argument now. 1 on March 12, 1930. 2 inches natal. Gandhiji led an Indian stretcher-bearer corps. 126. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. We have proceeded on an altogether different ideology. Well, there's the rub. That is why I am repeating again and again my suggestion of a change in the leadership. But if the charkha is with some of us a symbol of your leadership and nothing more? No, it must be a symbol of non-violence and a specific condition of preparation for a non-violent struggle. I would suggest even a better course. I suggested one in 1934. Banish spinning and kati from the Congress program, so that I automatically drop out. If you do so, the mistake will not be yours but mine. For it is my duty to convince you that there is a vital connection between the charkha and non-violence too. What was the duty of the congressman when there was a riot going on? To die in quelling it. We had one Ganesh Shankar Vidyarthi too in 1931, and have had none to copy his example since. So many die during the riots, but they do not offer of themselves willing sacrifices. Those who do not accept this program should leave me. But must we allow them to hold up the movement assuming that there will be Hindu-Muslim riots? They cannot indefinitely do so. I have enough faith in Musalmans to hope that they would rebel against being an obstacle in the way of independence. There is enough love of freedom and democracy in them to make them ashamed of that state of things. In view of the little time at our disposal, could you tell us what you would regard as the minimum preparation necessary from the point of view of spinning? Why little time? Is it essential that we should start the movement in 3 months or 6 months? Let it take 6 years. What is essential is the preparation. I would ask you to get rid of impatience. The test for me is not a formal spinning by you all for half an hour or even an hour a day in order to satisfy me or to secure my leadership, but the universalization of spinning so that there may be no millcloth indigenous or foreign in your province. If I feel that we have made rapid strides in that direction, I shall be satisfied. You boast of several 100,000 Congress members. If all of these took up the program and became voluntary workers on behalf of the AISA, there would be no millcloth in the province. It should be part of one wide statement to the press, September 17, 1934. 2. Who was killed in the Kanpur Hindu-Muslim riots in March 1931. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 127. Your daily life. Just as an Afridi cannot do without his rifle, even so every one of you non-violent soldiers should not be able to do without your spinning. And all this, not because this old man wants it, but because you want independence. When you realize this, you will not come to me with questions like the one you have asked when Harijan, February 12, 1939, 155. Letter to Baron Ghosh, November 24, 1939. Baron Ghosh, the difference about the charkha is not immaterial. My whole life is wound up with it. If you cannot support it, you cannot wholeheartedly support non-violence. And of what use am I without non-violence? Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi, from the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai, 156. Fragment of letter to people of Mysore, November 24, 1939. You should do what you think is proper under the circumstances. I should not advise without first-hand knowledge. Here I have no intuitive opinion. You have shown your mettle, you have suffered and are prepared to suffer. The people evidently are trained in the art of suffering, and so I should not interfere in Mysore affairs too. Forced Satyagraha 3 I certainly did disapprove, for thereby we injure our own property. I led the campaign in cutting date palm trees and took fiendish delight in cutting down thousands of trees. Fiendish because I see now that I acted hastily. I would not now cut down a single tree. Gurneeravan, the trunk is useful for hedges, leaves for mats, tree requires no nurture, it grows by itself. I therefore swear by the palm. And even if this stopping of forced satyagraha affected one vide also baffling situation, November 28, 1939. 2 vide also letter to N.S. Hardikar, October 14, 1939 and October 21, 1939. 3 in these central provinces. 128. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Adversely, the number of jail-goers, you should not mind it at all. From the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai, 157. Letter to Saraswati Gandhi, November 25, 1939. Chi. Saro, I got your letter. I hope you are well. I am glad that Gandhi has arrived. Keep writing to me. I am writing this on the train. We shall reach Wardha today. Blessings from BAPU, from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 6176. Also CW 3450. Courtesy, Kantilal Gandhi 158. Letter to Maiden Mohan Malavia on the train, November 25, 1939. Sahib, Mahadev gave me your message overflowing with love. He also showed the sloka 1 in the 11th canto of Bhagavata. I had come to know of this sloka in South Africa. I was much impressed by the 11th canto. But I do not consider all the sayings in our Shastras as gospel truth. One who becomes lustful just by merely touching a woman is not a brahmachari. I believe that one who is not moved by passion even after intentionally touching a woman is the only brahmachari. And I have spent my brahmachari life like this. It is true that I am still not perfect. Kindly give your blessings that I become perfect in this life. My effort is going on every moment. Of course, this experiment will be judged only after my death. I have understood the meaning behind your message. I am cautious and shall try to be more so. 1 Presumably, 11, VIII. 13, which reads, a bhikshu may not touch even with his feet even a wooden figure of a woman. The elephant itself is caught through contact with an elephant cow. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 129. What shall I say about the message you have conveyed about women and menses? I have never observed or made anyone adhere to such restrictions. I do not consider it a sin to touch women during that period. My humble opinion is that there is room for change in our customs. I am with you regarding observing silence. I shall go on increasing the duration. Your indebted brother, Mohandas, from the Hindi original, Padmakant Malavia collection. Courtesy, National Archives of India 159. Letter to Amrit Kaur 1 Sagaon, Wardha, November 26, 1939. My dear idiot, your 3 letters. I gave all letters to Mahadov Desai. I can't account for the understamping and bad sticking. I am ashamed. Shall inquire. The rest of your letters I understand. We must leave some things in God's hands. I had no difficulty in Allahabad. Jawaharlal was quite nice. I had no particular talks. He was too busy for them. There was a good reply from Shami. Love. BAPU from the original, CW 3948. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7257. 160. Letter to Triambaklil Papatlil. Sagaon, Warda, November 26, 1939. By Triambaklil. I had got the Hunty for RS 4401-6-9. And now I have received another for RS 13-6-0. You should get an official receipt from Delhi. Shri Triambaklil P.O. Patil 121 Mughal Street RANGOON 2. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, CW 9830. Courtesy, Triambaklil Papatlil. 1 for Gandhiji's letter, Vide letter to Shamsher Singh, November 20, 1939. 2. The address is in English. 130. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 161. Swaraj through women. Now that the Working Committee has accepted one spinning as an indispensable condition of civil disobedience, the women of India have a rare opportunity of serving the country. The SALT campaign brought out tens of thousands from their seclusion and showed that they could serve the country on equal terms with men. It gave the village woman a dignity which she had never enjoyed before. The restoration of spinning to its central place in India's peaceful campaign for deliverance from the imperial yoke gives her women a special status. In spinning they have a natural advantage over men. Since the beginning of time there has been a division of labor between men and women. Adam wove and Eve span. The distinction persists to the present day. Men spinners are an exception. In the Punjab, when during 1920-21 I asked men to spin, they used to tell me that men considered spinning to be beneath their dignity and that it was solely women's occupation. Men nowadays do not object on the ground of dignity. There are thousands who spin for sacrifice. It was when men took up spinning from a patriotic motive that spinning was reduced to a science and inventions as great as in any other field were made. Nevertheless, experience shows that spinning will remain woman's specialty. I believe there is a good reason behind the experience. Spinning is essentially a slow and comparatively silent process. Woman is the embodiment of sacrifice and therefore non-violence. Her occupations must therefore be, as they are, more conducive to peace than war. That she is now being dragged down for purposes of violent war is no credit to modern civilization. I have no doubt that violence so ill becomes woman that presently she will rebel against the violation of her fundamental nature. I feel that man too will repent of his folly. Equality of the sexes does not mean equality of occupations. There may be no legal bar against a woman hunting or wielding a lance. But she instinctively recoils from a function that belongs to man. Nature has created sexes as complements of each other. Their functions are defined as are their forms. But a proof of the different functions of the sexes is unnecessary for my purpose. The fact stands, at any rate in India, that millions of women regard spinning as their natural occupation. The Working Committee's resolution automatically shifts the burden from one Vide Congress Working Committee Resolution, November 22, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 131. Men to women and gives to them an opportunity of showing their mettle. I would love to find that my future army contained a vast preponderance of women over men. If the fight came, I should then approach it with much greater confidence than if men predominated. I would dread the latter's violence. Women would be my guarantee against such an outbreak. Sagaon, November 27, 1939. Hagen, February 12, 1939. 162. Notes: why not Hindu Mahasabha? A correspondent writes, I have read your comments, one on the speech delivered by Lord Zetland in the Lord's debate on India, in which he declared the Congress to be a Hindu organization. I cannot help saying that the attitude of the Congress itself is partly responsible for the mistake into which Lord Zetland has fallen. If the Congress is a national organization, as it undoubtedly is, with what propriety did it enter into a discussion with the Muslim League alone, which is a purely communal organization, for solving the communal question generally and the Hindu-Muslim question particularly? The Congress ought to have remained neutral and permitted Jinnah Sahib to negotiate with Sri Savarkar, the president of the Hindu Mahasabha, or, if it was not practicable, to convene a conference of the representatives of the several communal organizations in the country and to play the role of umpire at such a conference. Any attempt on the part of the Congress leaders to have direct and exclusive talks with the leaders of a single community with a view to the solution of Hindu-Muslim problem was bound to give a handle to the opponents of the Congress, of which they could not be expected to be slow to take full advantage. In my opinion, this step on the part of the Congress has lowered the status of the Congress as a national organization. I have already admitted the force of the correspondent's argument. I have also shown how the Congress could not shirk a duty devolving upon it. I must dissent from the view that the status of the Congress has been lowered by its attempt to solve a difficult national problem. I invite all well-wishers to refrain from doing anything to invite interview to the Manchester Guardian, April 11, 1939, and Is Congress a Hindu Organization, November 13, 1939. 132. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi hinder the progress of the talks that are about to take place between Jinnah Sahib and Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Communal decision. Again, I gladly publish the following from Sri Radhakant Malavia. In your article Good and Bad One you have stated, I have very bitter memories of the award which was being hatched during the Round Table Conference. I regard the award as discreditable for all parties. But the Congress has loyally accepted it because I was party to the request made to the late Mr. MacDonald to arbitrate. Is it that, as immediately after your return from the Round Table Conference you were in prison, you are not aware of the subsequent developments in connection with the negotiations for the settlement of the communal question? The communal decision by Mr. J. Ramsay MacDonald is dated 17 August, 1932. That there was not to be an award but a decision by Mr. Ramsay MacDonald was made clear by His Excellency the Viceroy on 24 February, 1932. The proceedings of the Consultative Committee of the Round Table Conference held at the Viceroy's house at Delhi on 22 and 24 February, 1932, should be looked into. There in the proceedings you will find that in the committee meeting held on 22 February, 1932, Mr. Now Sir Zafrullah Khan stated that the difficulty could only be solved by a decision by the British government itself. Your Excellency might well press upon the British government the necessity of pronouncing an immediate decision upon those questions. Dr. Shafat Ahmad Khan stated, I have urged Your Excellency to ask the Prime Minister to give us a decision. Again, in the meeting held on 24 February, Dr. Shafat Ahmad Khan stated, the Muslim delegation never mentioned the word arbitration. We have said all along that it is for His Majesty's government to give a decision. Of course we have never asked for arbitration. Sir Teg Bahadur Sapra said, what was said was that the Prime Minister would give a decision. Dr. Shafat Ahmad Khan again stated, He Prime Minister will give a decision. We are not asking for his arbitration. We request the decision of His Majesty's government. Sardar Ujjal Singh stated, in the Minorities Subcommittee the Prime Minister undertook to decide that question if all the community submitted it to him for arbitration. That was entirely a different thing. Some members did send him letters on behalf of their respective communities, but the offer was not one via Good and Bad, October 30, 1939. The source, however, has Hindu-Muslim Unity. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 133. Accepted by all. There is not question of arbitration now. At the end, His Excellency the Viceroy, as chairman, stated, "I am advised that at that time the Prime Minister made an offer, as chairman of the committee, but that was not accepted. If you think it proper, you may publish this in an early issue of Harijan so that the wrong impression which has been created by your above remarks may be removed. I have admitted my lapse of memory. It does one good to record the facts which Sri Radhakant has narrated. They cannot be altered by any error I may have committed. It is fortunate that my error does not in any way weaken the force of my complaint against Sir Samuel Hoare. When is picketing peaceful?" A correspondent writes, "I find that here in Bombay this weapon of peaceful picketing is being misused on the ground that peaceful picketing, with whatsoever just or unjust objected may be resorted to, is no offence. The aggrieved party against whom such picketing is aimed at, fails to get any protection either from the police or law. For instance, A happens to be a shopkeeper. B, an employee of A, having no legal claim against A, threatens A with picketing his shop in case A does not accede to B's demands and actually, with the help of C and D posing as leaders, starts picketing A's shop, and misleads A's customers, with a view to dissuading them from patronizing A's shop. Would such picketing, even though there be no actual physical force used, be termed peaceful? I cannot speak about the legality of such picketing, but I can say that such picketing cannot be called peaceful, i.e., non-violent. All picketing without indubitably just cause is violent even though no physical force is used. Picketing without such cause becomes a nuisance and interferes with the exercise of private right. Generally no picketing should be resorted to by individuals unless it is promoted by a responsible organization. Picketing, like civil disobedience, has its well-defined limits without a strict observance of which it becomes illegitimate and reprehensible. Sagaon, November 27, 1939. Harijan, February 12, 1939. 1 Vide Notes, Subtitle, Award or Decision, November 14, 1939. 134. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 163. Message for Thakur Baba Birthday CELEBRATIONS 1 November 27, 1939. 2 I should have been present at the 70th birthday celebration of Thakur Baba, but I am physically unfit for such functions. It is my heartfelt hope that he may live 100 years. Baba was born only to serve the downtrodden, whether they be untouchables or Bhils, Santhals or Cassis. Even the appreciation of his service means some little service of these downtrodden. His services have carried India considerably forward towards the goal. 3 Harijan, February 12, 1939. 164. The pity of it. The following is taken from a letter by a wise and learned Englishman to an English friend who has forwarded it to me. Gandhiji seems to me to have completely departed from his original position, which was that he would not tolerate any bargaining with the British government, to which in this war he was prepared to give complete support. He seems to me now to have veered round completely to the Congress extreme position, namely, that unless complete and unconditional independence is promised to India now, they will not cooperate in any way with the government, but where they are in power will resign, thus to dissociate themselves completely from the government which has declared that India is at war with Germany. This seems to me to be sheer bargaining, the exploiting of British need, to secure not only Dominion status which has been promised in clear and unmistakable terms, but absolute independence. Further, I find it hard to reconcile Congress' assertion that it contemplates no constitution which does not carry with it the protection of real minorities to their satisfaction, and the complete failure of the Congress to come to an understanding with the Muslim League. Surely this failure gives little encouragement to the Muslims to believe and trust the Congress with the supreme power that Indian independence would give them. 1. The message is extracted from Mahadev Desai's article Bapa Jao Anti in Bombay. 2. From Bill Seva Mandal Seva Smriti Granth, 1966. Pages 16-3. Vide also Bapa Jao Anti, October 16, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 135. As I have stated before, 1. I have not departed a tittle from my original position, which was taken, as I then said, because I was an ardent believer in non-violence. In offering my sympathy I did not use the word support. I had the same end in view that the Congress has. I put my position before the working committee. It could not adopt it. Desiring independence, it could not take up any other attitude. The Congress position was good from its own, as from the premises. The Congress had a perfect right to know British intentions, if the British government desired its help prosecution of war. As a subject nation, India, if she was resolved upon securing her liberty, could not be expected willingly to help the dominant nation without knowing where she stood. If India was violently inclined and had the strength, she would be bound to take advantage of Britain's difficulty and declare her independence and defend it with arms if she was resisted. And she would have commanded the admiration of the world, including Britain, for seizing the opportunity. But the Congress has chosen the better way of non-violence, however diluted it is. I own too that India is not ready for armed revolt. But this is no matter of credit either for Britain or for India. India is too weak for armed revolt. Britain's connection has made her weaker. Her disarmament is a black chapter in British history. God has blessed me with a mission to place non-violence before the nation for adoption. For better or for worse, the Congress has adopted it, and, for the past 19 years, the Congress, admittedly the most popular and powerful organization, has consistently and to the best of its ability tried to act up to it. Hence the sting of forced disarmament has not been felt as it would have been otherwise. It is futile to guess what it would have done if it had not accepted non-violence as its chief means for the attainment of Swaraj. The Congress has allowed itself to be judged from the non-violent standpoint. It is possible to question the propriety of the Congress attitude only from that standpoint. Judged according to the ordinary standard, the Congress stands fully justified in the attitude it has taken. I hope the learned critic does not wish to suggest that as the Congress did not accept my position I should have dissociated myself entirely from the Congress and refused to guide it. My association enables the Congress to pursue the technique of corporate non-violent one-side source of my sympathy. November 9, 1939. 136. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Action. The writer seems to cavil at the demand for independence as distinguished from dominion status. Surely India cannot be satisfied with anything less if she is to rank as a free nation. I had thought that dominion status according to the status of Westminster was equivalent to independence. The expression dominion status has a special connotation. It refers to a commonwealth of whites who are themselves pillars of imperialism engaged in exploiting the non-European races whom they regard as uncivilized. India free will be no party to such exploitation. But there is nothing to prevent free India from entering into alliance with British for the protection of the freedom of all, whether black, brown or white. Therefore, if dominion status is less than independence, India cannot be satisfied with less. If it is synonymous with independence, then India has to choose how she would describe her status. The critic then condemns the Congress for not coming to terms with the Muslim League. It is a pity that even responsible Englishmen will not take the trouble to study questions which they judge freely. The Congress has never given up the effort to solve the communal question. It is even now engaged in the difficult task. But it is wrong to use Congress' inability to reach a solution for keeping India from her destined goal. British officials including viceroys have admitted that they have ruled by following the policy of divide and rule. The British established themselves by taking advantage of our internal quarrels and have remained by keeping them alive. It is unnecessary for my argument to prove that the policy is being followed deliberately. The British have made themselves believe that they are ruling because of our quarrels, and that they will gladly retire when we have ceased to quarrel. Thus they are moving in a vicious circle. The British rule must be permanent if the adjustment of a communal quarrel is a condition precedent to India becoming independent. It is a purely domestic problem which we are bound to solve if we are to live at peace with one another. May I remind the critic and those who argue like him that only a short while ago it was said that if the British withdrew, Hindus would be left to the mercy of the virile races from the north, that not a virgin would be safe or a moneyed man retain his wealth. Now princes and Muslims, who are able enough to protect themselves against the unarmed millions whom the Congress claims. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 137. Specially to represent, are sought to be protected by the British bayonet against the latter. Be that as it may, the Congress must pursue its even course. It must work for communal unity in spite of odds against it. It is a plank in its program. It is part of non-violent technique. Another English critic has put the problem in a truer way. He says among many other things, British people feel that Great Britain needs to carry the Muslim world with her at this time of immense struggle. I have no difficulty in sympathizing with this position. Only let us clear the issues. Great Britain cannot afford to risk defeat for the sake of doing justice. This is just what an overwhelming number of Indians feel. The Congress, before it can offer ungrudging support to Britain, wants to feel sure that hers is an absolutely just cause. The recent events have created a grave doubt about it. Absolute protection of the rights of minorities is a greater concern of the Congress than it ever can be of Great Britain. The Congress dare not seek and cannot get justice, if it is not prepared to do it itself. To be above suspicion is the only way open to non-violent organizations. But British policy may make a just solution impossible at the present moment. Sagaon, November 28, 1939. Origin, February 12, 1939. 165. Baffling situation. Jawaharlal, born Democrat as he is, had arranged for a free talk one between the Executive Council of the UPPCC and me. We had 3 such talks. I had expected that the talks would result in a parting of the ways. Among the congressmen whom I was facing there were some who had laughed at Charka and non-violence. But to my utter astonishment I found them reconciled to both. It is a baffling situation both for congressmen and me. I do not know whether I am wise in bearing the heavy responsibility of leading congressmen who only the other day had no faith in me. Are they not paying too great a price for my leadership in one vile discussion with UPPCC? Executive Council members, 23-111,939. 138. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. A battle? If they render obedience without faith, is it fit for them or me? Can I lead them to success? If I was not good enough in peace, how can I be good in war? There was no peace. The Congress is at war with Great Britain till independence is won. War had never ceased. Only civil disobedience had been suspended for better and greater preparation. Congressmen who did not obey instructions during the preparatory period were surely not fit soldiers on active duty. And yet I could not distrust the responsible men who faced me in Allahabad. What is true of them is true of the other congressmen in the other provinces. And so I am shouldering the burden. Let me then think aloud. I hope that congressmen will make it a point to read Harjan as if it was a weekly bulletin containing instructions for them. To the impatient congressmen I say, I see no immediate prospect of declaring civil disobedience. There can be no civil disobedience for the sake of embarrassing Great Britain. It will come when it becomes clearly inevitable. Probably it will come by the voting of the official world. I do not doubt the honesty of the Viceroy or that of the Secretary of State. At the same time I have no doubt whatsoever that they are in error because they cannot get out of the old rut to which they are used. We must give them time to collect themselves. We must do real propaganda by way of educating the public both here and abroad. We cannot all of a sudden dispel the surrounding misunderstandings, not merely on the part of the British people but of our own countrymen. There is no mistaking the fact that many non-Congress Muslims honestly think that the Congress ministers did not pay enough heed to Muslim complaints. Congressmen wedded to non-violence have to give special heed to the complaints of non-Congress Muslims. It is no use saying that they are frivolous. I know myself that many complaints have been frivolous, but we have to be patient and courteous enough to take them seriously and endeavor to show clearly that they are frivolous. I do not wish to suggest that pains were not taken to deal with them. I am just now concerned with the phenomenon that the complaints persist. We must, therefore, give time to demonstrating that there never has been anything in the complaints. If in the course of further investigation we discover errors, we must make amends. We must prove to the Muslim countrymen and to the world that the Congress does not want independence at the sacrifice of a single legitimate interest, be it Muslim or other. We may leave no stone unturned to. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 139. Carry the minorities with us. This meticulous care for the rights of the least among us is the sine qua non of non-violence. If it is true, as it is, that for the British government to plead want of communal unity as a bar to independence is wrong, it is equally true that this discord is, nevertheless, a serious handicap in our march towards Swaraj. If we had the Muslim League and others with us, our demand would become irresistible. So much for the external difficulties. Not till we have given sufficient time to their solution, can we possibly think of civil disobedience. The internal weakness is no less great. I see a vital connection between the Charka and non-violence. Even as certain minimum qualifications are indispensable in a soldier in arms, so are certain other and even opposite qualifications indispensable in a non-violent soldier, i.e., a satyagrahi. One of these latter is adequate skill in spinning and its interior processes. A satyagrahi occupies himself in productive work. There is no easier and better productive work for millions than spinning. What is more, it has been an integral part of the non-violent program since its commencement. Civilization based on non-violence must be different from that organized for violence. Let not congressmen trifle with this fundamental fact. I repeat what I have said 1,000 times that, if millions spun for Swaraj and in the spirit of non-violence, there will probably be no necessity for civil disobedience. It will be a constructive effort such as the world has not witnessed before. It is the surest method of converting the enemy. The working committee desires to appoint me as its sole representative to carry on negotiations that may be necessary and to conduct the campaign of civil disobedience if they failed. It was a burden I could not carry. Being boxed up in Sagaon, I have no direct touch with the people. I have no confidence, I should have none. In my unaided judgment require an accurate first-hand knowledge of many facts. I could only act with the constant guidance and direction of the work committee. I shall carry on no negotiations to finality. I should be pleased if I was relieved of the burden. But I shall not shrink from any responsibility, so long as I carry the confidence and affection of the working committee and congressmen in general, and so long as I feel that I have the requisite qualifications. Sagaon, November 28, 1939. Harijan, February 12, 1939. 140. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 166. Sindh riots. I have been following the riots in Sindh with painful interest. Many people delude themselves with the belief that I possess powers to remedy all wrongs. I wish I had them, though I am not sure that such possession will be an unmixed blessing. I should make people helpless if I made an indiscriminate use of such powers. And they would be of no use, if I might not use them freely. As it is, I use what powers I have to the fullest extent. Thank God, they are too limited to be harmful. My chief work, however, is to teach people to help themselves. Here is a pathetic wire from Shikarpur: riots, loot, incendiarism, succored district villages, Hindus mercilessly butchered, women and girls raped and kidnapped. Hindu life, property unsafe. Situation most critical. Government policy not firm. Pray send enquiry committee immediately to see situation personally. It is the third of its kind from Sindh. I took no notice of the first two mainly because I was preoccupied in Allahabad and I had no concrete consolation to offer. The Shikarpur pancake has come to the wrong person for help. For I am myself helpless. The Congress has not yet sufficiently advanced in non-violence to deal with riots and the like. It must develop it enough to deal with such situations if it is to retain its prestige. I suggested peace brigades, but the suggestion proved premature and not unworkable. No doubt the Sindh government should be able to protect life and property of the people within their jurisdiction. Evidently the matter has gone beyond their control. Sindh is nominally autonomous and to that extent less able to protect life and property than a preceding government. For it has never had previous training in the police or the military arts. I have shown in previous writings that the central government is able to prevent loss of life, property and worse during riots. It is able to check or spread and punish the wrongdoers when it wishes. It is organized solely for the protection of imperial trade and therefore for the maintenance of peace insofar as it is necessary for the safety of that. When the riots broke out on October 1, 1939, when Muslims at Sukkar launched a satyagraha with a view to securing possession of Manzalga, and, on November 20, the Sindh government had to meet the acts of violence by opening of fire. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 141. Trade. Hence it is ill-equipped for real protection of the people. Such protection involves the training of the people in the art of self-defense and securing their cooperation in quelling riots, etc. This would be putting imperial rule in jeopardy. Now the only effective way in which I can help the Sindhis is to show them the way of non-violence. But that cannot be learnt in a day. The other way is the way the world has followed hitherto, i.e., armed defense of life and property. God helps only those who help themselves. The Sindhis are no exception. They must learn the art of defending themselves against robbers, raiders and the like. If they do not feel safe and are too weak to defend themselves, they should leave the place which has proved too inhospitable to live in. Sagaon, November 28, 1939. Harijan, February 12, 1939. 167. Letter to Amrit Kaur, November 28, 1939. My dear Amrit, I have only a moment to send you a line. Mahadev has gone to Bombay for Bapa 1. I am over head and ears in work. Weather superb. Love. BAPU from the original, CW 3949. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7258. Want to participate in the 70th birthday celebrations of Amritlal V. Thakur. 142. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 168. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sagaon, Warda, CP, November 29, 1939. My dear idiot, strange, no letters from you for 3 days running. But I am putting the best construction possible, i.e., the post has been misdirected or sent too late and all is well. All's well here. The patients are keeping fairly well. I have some time today to overtake postal arrears. Love. Bapu P.S. Just received your 2 letters at the same time. Yours of 25th is in a sad mood, unnecessary. The cupboard you shall have, but it will be made or bought after your arrival. There is no dictatorship. What is as serious. I can't say that jail has been a willing party. Time will tell its own tale. Harijan is a true reflex of things. You really therefore do not need anything more. Love. BAPU from the original, CW 3950. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7259. 169. Letter to Bardhan Kumarappa. November 29, 1939. Dear Bardhan, herewith note for Kalapan if he is still there. Love. From a photostat, GN 3588. BAPU. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 143. 170. Letter to Amricore. Sagaon, Warda, November 30, 1939. My dear Amrit, today again I have two letters from you. This letter, one at the back with the appeal of which you have sent me copy from Hindustan Times, came to your address today by book post. Your note 2 I have kept. I shall see whether it should go in. I have kept your note 3 on education. I have not yet read it. If it is good enough it will go someday. You have to be patient with me. As to Nayakam 4 and Asha have to bear with one another. Mahadev has not yet returned. He should, tomorrow. He did extraordinarily well in Bombay, elected more than Rs 15,005. The person amounted to 1,17,000. Love. P.S. I hope your boil has disappeared. BAPU. From the original, CW 3951. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7260. One, it was an undated, printed circular signed by J. N. Wilson, Secretary, Christagriah Committee, inviting Christians to enlist in a crusade against the underlying causes of war and urging them to stand in this crisis against all oppression and exploitation. With it was also enclosed a manifesto to the Viceroy too. This was published under the title Christian Duty in Harijan, September 12, 1939. 3. This was published under the title A Lay Woman's Impression, in Harijan, December 30, 1939. 4. E.W. Ariana Yakim and his wife. 5. For the Thakur Bappa Purse. 144. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 171. Letter to Kankan M. Shah Sagaon, Warda, December 14, 1939 CHI. Kankan, I have your letter. What are you doing there? Return completely restored. Manala 1 has not yet returned. The kitchen is being looked after by Intel Salam. Zora 2 helped her. Ba has gone to Delhi. Kanu has gone to Raikat. Blessings from BAPUSMT. Kankan been CO'd by Lady Butler Hospital. Kan went from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 8287. Also CW 7065. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah 172. Letter to Lilavati Asar Sagaon, Warda, December 14, 1939 CHI. Leela, I have your letter. What shall I write? There isn't even a minute to spare. Mahadev was here to see me only recently. Now he is in Mysore. He left on Sunday. Probably he will return on Sunday. Babalo 3 has gone with him. Ba is still in Delhi. Lakshmi is better. All the patients are improving. Blessings from BAPUPS. Study attentively during the holidays and pass your examination. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 9378 1 G. Shah, addressee's husband to Dr. M. A. Ansari's daughter 3 Mahadev Desai's son Narayan. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 145. 173. Letter to Rukmini Bazai. Sagaon, Warda, December 14, 1939. CHI. RUKMINI1 I had your letter. Yesterday I got Radicus too. I learned more from it. May you have a safe delivery. SMT. Rukman ibn Coshri bin RC Bazai. Blessings to you both from BAPU. Thadri Bazar Benar City. From Gujarati, CW. 2829. Courtesy, Binar Silal Bazai. 174. The moral issue I released the following correspondence 3 between a Western friend and me as of general interest. 4. The Congress resolution calling upon the British to define their objectives, especially as regards the subordinated peoples of the Empire, and India in particular, seemed to me very fine. It put the moral issues squarely up to the imperial government, and made India stand forth with a wonderful dignity in the midst of the evil atmosphere of selfish and unidealistic expediency that seems at present to govern statesmen in their handling of world relations. I find myself 100% at one with the attitude and action of the Congress. But there are certain other matters in which I am unable to see quite eye to eye. To begin with, it seems to me that there has been a certain tendency to treat the question as if it were merely one of helping one Mahatma Gandhi's daughter, married to Binar Silal Bazai to addressee's younger sister. 3 only extracts from the correspondence letter are reproduced here. 4 dated September 14, 1939. Vide Appendix Working Committee's Manifesto, September 14, 1939. 146. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. British, and that, if the British wanted India to help them, it was up to them to give way to India's just demands. It has seemed implied that prevention of victory by the Germans was a matter primarily of concern to the British, and that, if India gave her wholehearted support, it would be a sort of favor that would only be given if she considered them worthy of it, a worthiness which they were to prove by demonstrating their bona fides in their relations with this country. I hold it is not their deservingness that we should look, or that their lack of it should in the slightest degree keep us from rendering all the help we can to the Western democracies at this juncture. It is not a question of our doing a favor to the British by helping them to win a victory over Germany. Rather, it is one of joining others to ensure that Nazi Germany does not win a world empire by the defeat of the only powers that, humanly speaking, can prevent her from taking it. We, at the present exploited and subordinated peoples of the world, cannot afford to have the Germans win, and I fear that, if she should, as a result of our refusing to do our share in obstructing her at this time, we could not escape our moral responsibility for the consequences to the world, and especially to the militarily weak non-European peoples of Asia and Africa, despite the fact that we are innocent of producing the situation which has brought about the war. Today I saw your communication lunch of the News Chronicle. How wonderfully you bring out the issues, and how very essential it is that these issues should be constantly confronting the West. Yet I feel that at the same time the future demands of us that we do not remain inactive at this critical time, waiting for the British to give way to our just demands. The outcome of the war may depend upon the line this country takes now, on what line she may ultimately take. I do not for a moment hate the Germans. On the contrary, I have profound sympathy for them. But I do hate and fear the present outlook on life of the Nazis, especially as it touches their relations with those which they look upon as inferior races. The German outlook has the most sinister implications for all of us, and I think it would be madness on our part to take any chances with it. Meanwhile, the precious days and hours are passing, and the sight of an India that has not definitely shown that she will not become a source of embarrassment to the British may encourage and strengthen the forces throughout the world that make for Nazism. This does not seem to me a one fine statement to the News Chronicle, April 12, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 147. Service to the non-European peoples or to the world. To this I replied as follows. I cling to an old superstition, if it may be so called. When in doubt on a matter involving no immorality either way, I toss and actually read in it divine guidance. I have no other scientific basis. To attribute residuary powers to God is scientific in my opinion. In this crisis, too, I have resorted to a kind of toss. If I had my way, you know what would have happened. That was not to be. The Congress way was not only not immoral, for it was the only moral way. Hence I kept myself with the Congress when my object was as ill as to push for the non-violent way as it was in my own proposal. The Congress way made room for the interpretation I've put upon it. But I do not regard it as a condition. It is a toss. If the British intention is pure, says the Congress, we plunge. The way to test the intention is to know the British mind about India. If it is pure, then it is clear that God wants the Congress to throw its whole weight on the side of Britain, so that ultimately the victory may go not to the strongest arms but to the strongest cause. What she wants is already at Britain's disposal. She draws men and money without let or hindrance. Unless violence breaks out, she will continue to get these. The Congress won't tolerate violence, let us assume. Then Britain has nothing to fear from the Congress in the violent way. And I hold it considered from the non-violent standpoint, which in my opinion is the only point worth considering. It would be immoral for the Congress to give her moral support to Britain unless the latter's moral position is made clear. I do not lay down the law as you do about Nazism. Germans are as much human beings as you and I are. Nazism, like other isms, is a toy of today. It will share the same fate as the other isms. I fancy I see the distinction between you and me. You, as a Westerner, cannot subordinate reason to faith. I, as an Indian, cannot subordinate faith to reason even if I will. You tempt the Lord God with your reason. I won't. As the Gita says, to God is the fifth or the unknown, deciding factor. In spite of our intellectual differences, our hearts have always been and shall be one. Sagayon, December 15, 1939. Harijan, December 23, 1939. One fine statement to the press, August 23, 1939. 148. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 175. Letter to Dilkush Diwanji. Sagayon, Warda, December 15, 1939. By Dilkush, your work seems so good that I should very much like to relieve you of all worry with regard to finances. But I feel that perhaps it would be better that you progress under the strain of such worries. In any case, Lakshmidas is there by your side. I do not have the least doubt that your weaving should be done there only. Don't mind if it takes time to train the men. It is necessary for the final success of Khadi that all the processes should be carried out in the same village. Shri Dilkush Diwanji Gandhi Kutir Karate Viaduct Navasari. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 2644. 176. Note to AB December 15, 1939. It is broken and also it belongs to Ra. Q1 What right have you to use it? BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 4332. 177. My HANDICAP1 I wonder if all journalists, having to write in English, feel the handicap which I do. The reflection arises from a stupid use I made of the verb cavil in my note on a learned Englishman's letter partly reproduced in Harjan of 2nd December 2 inches. My comment I said. 1. This appeared under notes. 2. By the pity of it, November 28, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 149. The writer seems to cavil at the demand for independence as distinguished from dominion status. The learned writer draws my attention to the meaning of the word cavil as implying captious criticism of which, he says, he was wholly unconscious. I take great care in the use of English words. With all my care, however, I cannot make up for my imperfect knowledge of a foreign tongue. I had never known the dictionary meaning of the word. I must have picked up the word in the course of reading or hearing. I had hitherto given it an innocent meaning and sense of strongly objecting. Knowing the writer as I do, I could never think of him as raising captious objection. I have apologized to him for the unconscious error. 3. It is good that he drew my attention to it. Heaven only knows how often, though wholly unconsciously, I must have offended persons simply because of my ignorance of the English language and its subtle idiom and usage. The language expands with the expansion of its people. I must struggle in the best manner I can and expect the indulgence of the English readers who, knowing my limitations, should believe that, where my language seems to offend, the offense is wholly unintended. Sagaon, December 16, 1939. Harijan, December 23, 1939. 178. Letter to Sharda G. Shakawala Sagaon, Warda, December 16, 1939. CHI. Babudi, what a shame. Why did you let Asma attack you? And even if it did, why did you get frightened? Don't you see you upset Shakribin's one program? You should keep in the house a kettle with this out, and also secure a rubber tube of sufficient length. That will serve your purpose. Get brass or copper kettle. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, CW. 10,019. Courtesy, Sharbin G. Shakawala. 1. Addressee's mother. 150. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 179. Letter to Kankan M. Shasagaon, Warda, December 16, 1939. CHI. Kankan, I am replying to you by returns of post. You will be able to go wherever you want. But you can devote your time exclusively to study only in Vithal Kanya Vidyalaya. Stay there as long as it is necessary. Come over when you feel inclined. See that your health does not suffer. My visit to Bardoli seems to be off for the present. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 8286. Also CW. 7066. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah 180. Letter to Kanu Gandhi Sagaon, Warda, December 16, 1939. CHI. Kanyo, Radhaban gave me the news about you. Wasn't it good that she was present? Did you suffer much? Do not be impatient. Till yesterday Ashadevi, with the Durga one, led the recitations from the Ramayana and the Bhajans. She left today, for about 10 days. We may, therefore, miss her in the evening. If Krishna holds the Tanpura too, we shall be able to carry on. Suben leads the morning recitations from the Gita and the Bhajans. Last time all Harjan work was finished on Tuesday. PRL typed the articles. I suppose you know that. The typewriter was lying with Kake Sahib. So there was no difficulty. Rukumar Ibn is likely to take some time still. Mahadavi is expected to return on Sunday or Monday. Blessings from BAPU from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/II. 1. Stringed musical instrument. 2. Stringed musical instrument used as a drone to accompany the musician. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 151. 181. Letter to Rayhana Sagaon, Warda, December 16, 1939. Daughter Rahana1, you have sent very happy tidings. I got a shock when I heard of mother's illness. God has been gracious. You two must be keeping fit. Tell Saro too that it was a shame to have taken ill at Warda. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, SN. 9676 182. To correspondence message seekers. 3. I have often enough said in these columns that I'm not in a position to read or acknowledge letters or send messages for numerous celebrations or functions. I have neither the time nor energy for the task. My helpers too cannot cope with the volume of correspondence that comes daily. Often there are pamphlets and reports accompanying the correspondence in the various languages of India besides English. The result is that only the correspondence that must be seen by me is placed before me. The balance is disposed of by Mahadev Desai, PRL and Raikumari Amritkaur, when she happens to be with me, or Dr. Sushilani when she has time from her medical work and when there is an overflow. In these circumstances I must ask my correspondents to spare me. Time was when I used to read every letter that was received and acknowledge most. That gave me an insight into the Indian mind that I would never have had otherwise. But I was then in possession of youth and health. Age has now overtaken me, and health requires a watchful care. Yet both the correspondence and the problems have increased. I would request correspondents to write only when there is something which, in their opinion, I alone can attend to. But what is more needed is forbearance on their part. If they do not receive answers or one daughter of the boss Taibji 2 Sarah Jeannie Nana Body 3 disappeared under notes. 152. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Acknowledgements, they should not take it amiss. I have an angry letter in my possession which has prompted this note. The writer had sent a pamphlet with his first letter. I was not able to cope with it. I had nothing new to say on it. I knew, moreover, that Pandit Nehru was dealing with the subject matter, and so I spared myself by not dealing with the matter. Very often letters are sent to me which are meant for members of the working committee. The public know that I'm not a member of the working committee. They should know too that I do not interest myself in its routine work. Only that part of its work comes to me in which it may need my advice. The best course, therefore, is not to write to me on any matter which the working committee can and does deal with. Correspondents should forgive me when they find that they receive no acknowledgement. It is sheer want of ability that prevents me from dealing with all the correspondence. As to messages, I should be regarded as unfit for sending them. My blessing must be assumed for all good work. Friends should help me to conserve what energy is left in me for the work God has called me to. Sagaon, December 17, 1939 Harjan, December 23, 1939 183. Independence. From a correspondence letter I take a following extract. While you ask for India's independence you promise nothing in return. Don't you think a promise of partnership would show a spirit of reciprocity and may well be given? Cooperation and interdependence is the law of life. India is in no position, even if it gets independence, to be able to retain it. An Anglo-Indian partnership is our best hope, and a constituent assembly on a wide franchise will only make confusion worse confounded. This work can only be rightly done by a few wise men. In the first place, the Congress has not asked for independence. It has asked for a declaration of Britain's war aims. Secondly, independence, when it comes, will come because India is ripe for it. Therefore there can be no consideration to be given for it. It is not a marketable thing. It is a status. This, however, does not mean a frog in the well status. There may or may not be an alliance with Britain. My hope is that there will be. So long as I have a share in the attainment of independence, it will be through non-violent means and Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 153. Therefore, a result of an honorable treaty or settlement with Britain, I must dissent from the correspondent's view that India is in no position, even if it gets independence, to be able to retain it. This is surely a contradiction in terms. The correspondent has involved himself in it because he thinks that independence can be a gift from someone. India will never have it until it is able to keep it against the whole world. The alliance with Britain will be not for India's protection but for mutual benefit. So long as she needs Britain's protection for whatever cause, her status will be less than independence. We see the mockery of it going on in Europe today among the small nations. Their independence is on the sufferance of big nations. I attach little importance to such independence. So long as the basis of society is force, smaller nations must hold their status on sufferance. I should not be interested in India being in such a position. And India is not a small nation. I would far rather have India engaged indefinitely in a non-violent fight for gaining her independence than be satisfied with anything less as her goal. She can settle down to peace only when she has independence which she can hold against any combination. This is possible only on a non-violent basis. It may be far off. It may not be realized in my lifetime. It may even take generations. I have patience enough to wait. Joy lies in the fight, in the attempt, in the suffering involved, not in the victory itself. 4. Victory implied in such an attempt. I see no difficulty in a constituent assembly elected on a wide franchise. But I do in an assembly of wise men. Where are they? Who will certify to their wisdom? Sagaon, December 17, 1939 Harjan, December 23, 1939 184. Faith v. Reason. Circumstances have placed me here in the midst of some ultra-modern, rational-minded young officers, who jeer at me, pooh-pooh me and consider me a brainless idiot for I cannot fall in with them and consider good and bad, vice and virtue as mere matters of social expediency. Something in me tells me that they are wrong and I am right. I still believe that a moral code on the basis of something like absolute good does exist. My friends argue with me to convince me that drinking of wine is as bad as drinking of tea or coffee. They insist that morality cannot depend on what a person eats or drinks. 154. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Further, and it is on this point chiefly that I would pray for your advice. Say that sex taboo was meant to keep the social structure safe. Their contention is that sex enjoyment, which harms no person and leads to no trouble, is perfectly natural and hence moral. Too much indulgence, they say, is as bad as overeating oneself and nothing more. A principle which is justifiable with one's wife cannot be inherently immoral with another person. Circumstances must decide, and it is always a question of more or less. There is nothing like an absolute code of morals. Though my faith gets a shock and I sense some flaw in argument, yet in actual combat they always corner me, and I have to take shelter under my sixth sense, which they call blind prejudice. In fact, they have smashed my intellectual comprehension of the matter, and I have begun to doubt the soundness of my position. Yet I told them I would prefer to be with men like you and go to hell rather than be with them and enjoy the kingdom of heaven. So please, Mahatmaji, save me from this intellectual and spiritual torment with a bit of your mind. I do hope you would not fail me. This is almost the whole of a young officer's letter. His case is typical of many. Those who have read my book of experiments 1 know how I had to pass through similar experiences. I would refer all who have difficulties like my correspondents to read the relevant chapters in those experiments. Reason is a poor thing in the midst of temptation. Faith alone can save us. Reason appears to be on the side of those who indulge in drink and free love. The fact is that reason is blurred on such occasions. It follows the instinct. Do not lawyers ranged on opposite sides make reason appear to be on their side? And yet one of them must be wrong, or it may be that both are. Hence faith in the rightness of one's moral position is the only bulwark against the attack of reason. The arguments advanced by my correspondent's tempters are plausible. There is no such thing as absolute morality for all times. But there is a relative morality which is absolute enough for imperfect mortals that we are. Thus, it is absolutely immoral to drink spirituous liquors except as medicine, in medicinal doses and under medical advice. Similarly, it is absolutely wrong to see lustfully any woman other than one's wife. Both these positions have been proved by cold reason. Counter-arguments have always been advanced. They have 1. An autobiography or the story of my experiments with truth. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 155. Been advanced against the very existence of God, the sum of all that is. Faith that transcends reason is our only rock of ages 1. I present it to all those who are in the same difficulty as this young officer. My faith has saved me and is still saving me from pitfalls. It has never betrayed me. It has never been known to betray anyone. Sagaon, December 18, 1939. Harijan, December 23, 1939. 185. A useful Publication 2 Sri Ariyanayam has just handed me a teacher's handbook of basic education through cardboard modeling by Sri Lakshmiswar Sinha, who had his experience in Europe. He was working in Santiniketan and had kindly come to Warda to introduce cardboard modeling in the training school. The book, like Sri Vinoba's on Spinning 3, is an original contribution. Sri Vinoba's original is in Marathi. It has been translated into Hindi too, for there is hardly a superfluous word in it. The volume before me is in a different style, but it is nonetheless attractive and instructive. It has 5 chapters and 2 appendices. The second appendix contains correlated lessons on preparatory models. As a specimen, I give below the lesson entitled Cubic Box. The chapters deal, among other things, with materials, classroom and equipment, fundamental techniques, a few suggestions about correlated teaching, and how to work with children. The book is profusely illustrated. The price is $12 only. It should be in the hands not only of every teacher of Neetaling but also of all teachers who would like their pupils to learn a simple craft. For every advanced student it provides a useful and instructive hobby which he can teach himself. Sagaon, December 18, 1939. Harijan, December 23, 1939. 1 from a hymn by A. M. Toplady. 2. This appeared under notes. 3. Mulayagatking 4. Mulayagatna. 156. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 186. Note to Krishnachandra, Monday, December 18, 1939. Valjabhai needs massage. He does not get it these days. Devote half an hour to the service. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 4333. 187. Who is a Sanatanist? A Sanatanist is one who follows the Sanatana Dharma. According to Mahabharata, it means observance of ahimsa, satya, non-stealing, cleanliness and self-restraint. As I have been endeavoring to follow these to the best of my ability, I have not hesitated to describe myself as a Sanatanist. But during the anti-untouchability campaign, my description of myself as a Sanatanist was resented by those who opposed me. They styled themselves Sanatanists. I did not engage in a quarrel over the name. And so I have described the opponents by the name they have chosen for themselves. Now a letter had been received by me from a correspondent writing on behalf of the Sanatana Dharma Pradnidhi Sabha, Punjab, protesting against my calling the opponents Sanatanist, which, they say, would imply that all Sanatanists believe in untouchability and take light in painting in black colors. The letter proceeds, to tell the truth, it has pained us very much, and we are afraid our religious and social work in Punjab will suffer. Mahatmaji, you being nearer to Deccan know more of the Sanatanists of the south than of us of the north. Here, in the Punjab, we have been advocating temple entry and other facilities. One truth, self-restraint, penance, purity, contentment, modesty, forbearance, uprightness, knowledge, serenity, compassion and meditation. His is the eternal Sanatana Dharma. freedom from malice towards all creatures, in thought, word and deed, kindness and charity. This is the eternal dharma of the good. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 157. To the Harijans. We have obtained Vivas this one to this effect from the All India Sanatana Dharma Pratinidhi Sabha Parishad. Our organization, with its 600 branches and 300 Mahavir Dals, has itself worked for this cause. In this 2. 3. province there are very few temples whose mahas and pujaris refuse the rites of 4 Deva Darshan. 2. Harijans. You can well imagine how your Article 5 can affect our work. The ignorant masses, who cannot differentiate between one Sanatanist and another, have taken us to be your opponents. Our statements and contradictions are of no avail. Your word has more weight than hundreds of our lectures. We are and have been working for the uplift of Harijans under the guidance of PTM Malavia and Goswami Ganesh Dattaji. I request you to find some other word for those who oppose the Harijan movement. The word Sanatanist does not fit in. My correspondent is wrong in thinking that I do not know the Sanatanists of the North. If Kashi may be considered to be in the North, Kashi has produced stubborn opponents of the reform. The correspondent would be on safe ground if he would confine his remarks to the Sanatanists of the Punjab. But I should not have thought that anybody could fail to understand the limited sense in which I was using the term. I hope that he has exaggerated the mischief done by my reference to the anti-reformists as Sanatanists. Surely, there should be no difficulty in the Punjab Sanatanists making their own position clear. In any case, they may use this writing in their support. Indeed, not all the Sanatanists in the South are opposed to the reform or to me. During the Harijan Tour 6 I discovered that the opposition was confined to a microscopic minority, no matter where I went. Their number has been further reduced during the intervening years. Rajaji could not have carried his Temple Entry Bill 7 if he was not supported by overwhelming Hindu opinion. Nor could the great temples of the South have been open to Harijans if the Sanatanist opposition had been at all extensive. When, therefore, I refer to Sanatanist opposition, it can only apply to the minority that delights to call itself Sanatanist and whose occupation is to oppose anti-1 injunctions, 2 religious heads, 3 priests, 4 visit to a temple, literally, site of deities, 5 via Temple Entry, September 18, 1939. 6 of 1933-34 7 The Temple Entry Authorization and Indemnity Bill was passed in the Madras Legislative Council on August 7, 1939. 158. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Untouchability, reform, and blacken my character. I can only pray that their eyes will someday be opened and they will range themselves on the side of reform, which is no less than purification of Hinduism of the taint of untouchability. Sagaon, December 19, 1939. Harijan, December 23, 1939. 188. Letter to Nalini Ranjan Sarkar after December 19, 1939. 1 Maulana Sahib told me that you had given up your portfolio in the Bengal cabinet. I think you have done a patriotic thing. The Hindu, December 26, 1939. 189. Telegram to Rabindranath Tagore 2. December 22, 1939. Your wire was considered by working committee. With knowledge. T.O. Lift. Ban. 3. They have. They are unable. My personal opinion is you should advise Subhas Babu submit discipline if ban is to be removed. Hope you ARUL 4. Rabindranath O. Subhas Chandra, pages 195. 190. The pledge. It is to be hoped that congressmen will learn by heart, not merely store up in their memory, the Resolution 5 of the Working Committee containing the pledge for 26 January next. The pledge won on December 19, 1939. The addressee had resigned as Finance Minister of Bengal. 2 inches reply to the addressee's telegram, dated December 20, 1939, which read, owing gravely critical situation all over India and especially in Bengal, would urge Congress Working Committee immediately remove ban against Subhas and invite his cordial cooperation in supreme interest national unity. 3. For the resolution declaring Subhas Chandra Bose ineligible for any elective post for 3 years, vide Congress Working Committee Resolution, November 8, 1939. 4. Vide also letter to C.F. Andrews, January 15, 1945. Vide Appendix Resolution on Independence Day Pledge, December 30, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 159. Was first taken in 19,301. 10 years is not a short time. If congressmen had honestly lived up to the constructive program of 1920, there would be Purna Swaraj today. There would be communal harmony, there would be purification of Hinduism and smiling faces in India's villages. These together would produce such a momentum that independence could not be resisted. But the painful fact must be admitted that congressmen have not carried out the program as they should have. They have not believed that the triple program is non-violence in action. They have not believed that civil disobedience could not be successfully carried out without fulfilling it. Therefore I have not hesitated to remark in these columns that our non-violence has been non-violent conduct born of impotence. Hence we witness the sorry spectacle of us confessing that, though this non-violence of the weak may bring us freedom from English rule, it cannot enable us to resist foreign invasion. This fact, and it is a fact, tells that, if the English yield to the non-violence, miscalled, of the weak, it would prove that they had almost made up their mind to surrender power and would not hold on to it at the cost of creating frightfulness. Congressmen should not be surprised if I would not declare civil disobedience unless I was morally certain that they had understood the full significance of non-violence and that they were carrying out the triple program with as much zest as they would offer civil disobedience, so-called. They would perhaps now understand why I call the 3 items of the program essentials of non-violence. What do I mean by communal fellowship? How is it to be obtained when the gin and merry talks have failed? They may or may not have failed. Pacts are meant to forbid people. They do not affect men in the street, but ground down millions. In cultivating fellowship among these, written pacts are not needed. Do congressmen cultivate goodwill towards all without political motive? This fellow feeling should be natural, not born out of fear or expedience, even as fellowship between blood brothers, not being born out of any ulterior motive, is natural and lasting. Nor is it to be applied only as between Hindus and Muslims. It has to be universal. It must be extended to the least among us. It is to be extended to Englishmen. It is to be extended to political opponents. Removal of untouchability again has deep significance. The very idea of high and low among Hindus should be rooted out. Caste solidarity should give place to national. 160. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Solidarity. In Congress ranks these distinctions should be relics of the past. Then the Charkha. For nearly 20 years now it has adorned the national flag, which is made of khadi. And yet khadi has not become universal. Khadi having been adopted by the Congress, congressmen may not rest till it has penetrated every home in the remotest part of India. Only then will it become a mighty symbol of voluntary cooperation and one purpose. It is a symbol of identification with the poorest in the land. Hitherto congressmen have played with khadi. They have not believed in its message. They have used it often unwillingly, for mere show. It must become a reality if true non-violence is to permeate us. Let congressmen note the preamble to the Working Committee's resolution on the pledge. Those who do not believe in it are not bound to take the pledge. Indeed, those who have not the belief are bound not to take it. For the pledge this time is to be taken for a definite purpose. A great responsibility rests on my shoulders. A vast organization like the Congress will not move in the direction of civil resistance unless I give the word. It is no matter of pride or joy to me. I should break under the weight of that responsibility, if I were not conscious of the fact that I'm nothing. Congressmen have trust in my judgment, which is dictated by the living law of truth and love, which is God. God speaks through acts of men and women. In this case, acts of congressmen and congresswomen have to speak. Sagaon, December 24, 1939. Origin, December 30, 1939. 191. What is neutrality? An American missionary writes, 1. Are you and the Congress generally neutral in regard to which religion a person belongs to? I believe the Congress claim to be neutral, but my contention is that they are not. Your friend, the late Prime Minister of Madras, sent a wire of congratulation to Christians who became Hindus. Is that being neutral? And just the other day, here near Bombay in Thana district, when about 50 hill people returned to Hinduism, the leaders in making them Hindus were the Congress leaders of then. One only extracts from the letter are reproduced here. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 161. District. So this plainly shows that the Congress leaders favor Hinduism under such a government. What chance would the small minority of Christians stand when Purna Swaraj is given to be monopolized by the Hindu majority? Are they to be placed at the mercy of anti-Christian leaders? Will it be possible for the Congress government to be impartial and neutral in religious matters as the British government has been? If not, we certainly would not hail it as a blessing. I am not aware of what Sri Rajagopalachari said. He's well able to take care of himself. But I can give my idea of neutrality. In free India every religion should prosper on terms of equality, unlike what is happening today. Christianity being the nominal religion of the rulers, it receives favors which no other religion enjoys. A government responsible to the people dare not favor one religion over another. But I should see nothing wrong in Hindus congratulating those who, having left them, may return to their fold. I think that the Christians of free America would rejoice at the return to their ancestral Christianity of Americans of the slums, if there are any in America temporarily calling themselves Hindus under the influence of a plausible Hindu missionary. I have already complained of the methods adopted by some missionaries to wean ignorant people from the religion of their forefathers. It is one thing to preach one's religion to whomsoever may choose to adopt it, another to entice masses. And if those thus enticed, on being undeceived, go back to their old love, their return will give natural joy to those whom they had forsaken. The missionary friend errs in regarding the Congress as a Hindu organization. It has on its roll perhaps 3 million men and women. Its register is open to all. As a matter of fact, it has on it men and women belonging to all religions. There is no reason why Christians or Muslims should not capture the Congress. It is true, however, that a national democratic government will represent the majority of Hindu voters in the aggregate. But owing to an equal distribution of population in the various provinces, Bengal, Punjab, Frontier and Sindh have a preponderance of Muslims, as the other provinces of Hindus. I hold that it is wrong to look at the question from the narrow sectarian standpoint. The only true standpoint is national. Therefore the American missionary seems to me to labor under a threefold mistake. He mistakes a natural joy for want of neutrality, regards the Congress as a Hindu organization, and views India as divided religiously into parts hostile to us and other. But economic and political aspirations of all the communities are surely the same, except that the privileged ones will find the privileges melting in the sunshine of freedom. It seems to me to be wrong too. 162. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Import religious differences into a political discussion. Common law should prevent any injustice. Sagaon, December 24, 1939. Origin, December 30, 1939. 192. Drills in India. I know of no other person who has done as much as Professor Manika, one who is popularizing drills and exercise with single-minded devotion. He has always insisted upon uniform terms of command in drills all over India. We often see people using a hodgepodge of English terms. Professor Manika has discontinued them and prepared a technical terminology of his own. He has now published them with their explanations in Gujarati. This compilation deserves to be read and studied by those interested in drills and exercise. It is priced 12 annas. From Gujarati Hardin Bandhu, December 24, 1939. 193. Letter to Manabin S. Materwala Sagaon, Warda, December 24, 1939. Chi. Manuti, I like the name Army. But choose a name approved by your mother's sisters. The final choice rests with you too, of course. Ramibin feels quite happy here for the present. Her little daughter also is becoming chubby. Rami says she can leave this place only after Kanvarji has completely recovered. It is alright if she stays on here. Why should you, too, go to a place where there is scarcity of water and thereby create more scarcity? But who can convince one's mother's sisters? Kindness demands that you should not go to Mecca unless it is absolutely necessary. Blessings to both from BAPUSMT. Manabin Asherwala Bakram, South Avenue, Santa Cruz, BB. And CIRLY. From a photostat of the Gujarati, CW. 2676. Courtesy, Manabin S. Asherwala 1 Rajaratna Gain and Yashvatamhain of Broda. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 163. 194. Spinning wheels 5 mills. Congressmen should not weary of my filling these columns with everything about the charkha and khadi. Hard peace among communities and reinstatement of will in every home are my politics, for I expect to gain the freedom of the country from political and economic bondage through these means in the place of red rebellion. The problem before every congressman is how to displace millcloth, whether foreign or indigenous. It is often believed in Congress circles that indigenous millcloth is as good as khadi and superior because of its cheapness. The cheapness theory in terms of the crores of artisans has been exploded. Millspun for these millions is dearer than handspun. The former means deprivation of their wages. Imagine what would happen if, on the score of foreign wheat being cheaper, the wheat grower was displaced. If the village spinners and weavers are to come into their own, and that quickly, every congressman has to become a master spinner and master weaver. He should be able to teach and guide the poor villagers. He has to be a khadi technician. He has to spin for the sake of the country. I have shown that khadi cannot be made cheap enough for the middle class unless there is enough sacrificial yarn or unless the spinner is put upon the old beggar one wage of 1 pice to 1 anna for 8 hours strenuous spinning. No congressman would put in the required labor and skill unless he believed that the indigenous factory mills had to be and could be replaced by the charkha and the handloom. If congressmen have this faith, all Congress organizations will become efficient spinning and weaving schools. I remember how in 1921 Congress offices used to collect indifferently spun yarn and expect it to be woven somehow. It was all a huge waste. Nobody knew how to deal with it nor what to do to ensure good spinning. Things are different now. Much knowledge and experience have been gained by the AISA. Some literature has also been published. Every Congress office should become a model laboratory and the spinning and weaving institute for the organization of villages. And, as I have suggested, khadi is the center around which other village industries should revolve and be organized. Congressmen will discover the tremendous possibilities of this kind of service. It is chiefly mental when forced labor. 164. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Lethargy that is in the way of quick and successful organization of villages. I suggest that, if India is to evolve along non-violent lines, it will have to decentralize many things. Centralization cannot be sustained and defended without adequate force. Simple homes from which there is nothing to take away require no policing. The palaces of the rich must have strong guards to protect them against dacoity. So must huge factories. Rurally organized India will run less risk of foreign invasion than urbanized India, well equipped with military, naval and air forces. Assuming then that congressmen have understood the meaning and implications of the charkha, they would, without a moment's delay, set about qualifying themselves for the service. Assume further that they are novices. Then they will procure some cotton, preferably grown in their villages, taluks or districts. They should gin it with a hand or at the most on a board with the help of a rod. They will keep the seed and, when they have enough, either sell it or use it for their cattle if they have any. They will card the cotton with a hand bow, costing next to nothing. They can improvise one themselves. This carded cotton should be turned into slivers. These will be spun on the tackly. When they have fairly mastered these processes, they can proceed to speedier ones. They will also put themselves and the members of their families right regarding the use of kadi. They will keep an accurate record of their daily progress and will learn the arithmetic of yarn. Congress committees will rearrange their offices with the help of the local AISA branch and convert them into spinning and weaving depots. I must warn congressmen against the fatal error of sending to distant depots their yarn for weaving. The economics of kadi require that from cultivation of cotton to the manufacture of kadi and its disposal all the processes should, as far as possible, be gone through in the same village or center. Thus, it is wrong to spin yarn in the Punjab, weave it in Bombay, and sell in Malabar the kadi thus manufactured. If congressmen committees attend to this simple rule when beginning kadi work, they will not find themselves appalled by the difficulty of the task. If they succeed in their own district, there's no reason why the other 249 districts should not be successfully organized. The reasoning is valid even if villages were treated as units. It must be confessed that we have not as yet one single village organized in that fashion. Certainly Sagaon is not, even though I am supposed to be living in it. My failure, however, need not dismay a worker who will make the organization of his own village his sole occupation. Sagaon, December 25, 1939. Origin, December 30, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 165. 195. Notes the late Acharya Ramdevji. The death of Acharya Ramdev removes from our midst a notable Arya Soma leader and worker. Next to Swami Shravananji he was maker of Kangri Gurukul. So far as I know he was the Swamiji's right-hand man. As a teacher he was very popular. Latterly he had thrown himself with his characteristic energy in the running of the Kenya Gurukul in Dharain and was the guide and supporter of Kumari Vidyavati. He was her own collector whilst he was alive. She did not have to worry over the financial side of the institution. I know what an irreparable deprivation his death is to her and her institution. The Gurukul should be beyond financial stress by those who knew the late Acharya, who valued female education, and who know the worth of Kumari Vidyavati and the institution. Such a collection would be a most suitable memorial to the departed Acharya. Sad news from Bihar. I had a wire from Bihar complaining that Harijans, who have hitherto had no complaints against congressmen, had not been put forward as they might have been as Congress nominees during the recent local board elections, and that those who had come forward had not received fair play. The wire further complained that Sri Rajendra Babu, who was informed of the fact, had interested himself but was not listened to. It seems that almost the same thing may be said about Muslims. There were honorable exceptions, no doubt. The complaint is that the Congress has failed to fulfill the expectations raised by it. Congressmen have to go out of their way to justify their claim for being national-minded and impartial. In a matter so simple as this, Rajendra Babu's energy should not be taxed at all. Self-seekers who want to serve their ends should have no place in the national organization. It is any better for the Congress to do without their influence. I suggest that even at this juncture, if the complaint has foundation, the bigger Provincial Congress Committee might redress the injustice by withdrawing some members to make room for deserving Muslims and Harijans. It is never too late to be just. Sagaon, December 25, 1939. Harijan, December 30, 1939. 166. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 196. A case for RELIEF1 inch. Many parts of India the competition of imported iron has killed the old village industry of iron smelting. All around the village of Thetpali and Chittor, for example, where 50 years ago the smiths were active, lie ruined iron kilns. Bizarre iron has successfully competed with the village iron of the Salahuva Vakalu of Mysore, and has killed the smelting industry of the Telugu Kumaras. In these central provinces, the small tribe of Agaryagans are in danger of suffering the same fate. The Agaryagans are an aboriginal tribe of charcoal burners, iron smelters and blacksmiths who live along the heights of the Maple Hills, mainly in the Mandla and Bilaspur districts, where excellent surface ore may be obtained. In their case it is not the competition of foreign iron but an unimaginative and excessive tax that has almost ruined their flourishing industry and brought its allied institutions to decay. In 1867 the Agaryas paid a sort of levy for annas a kilo. Today they have to pay 10 rupees, or 40 times as much. Now these people are among the poorest in the world. Innocent of possessions, undernourished, malaria-ridden, they cannot afford such heavy taxes. This is not only disastrous for the economic life of the tribe, but it has had serious repercussions on its religious and social institutions. For the iron kiln is the center, the living focus of the religion and traditions of the Agaryas. The disappearance of the kilns has had a depressing and disintegrating effect. If the process continues, it will mean not only the loss of useful village industry, but the extinction of a tribe. Government is spending vast sums of money on village uplift and on the reorganization of village industries. Here is an industry that can be revived immediately and at ridiculously small cost. As there are only about 100 kilns, this reduction of tax will mean a loss to government of under 500 rupees. Sure, this is not an excessive price to pay for the revitalization of a whole tribe. At a time when the world is spending crores daily on iron that is destined to destroy mankind, let us be liberal and generous to these poor and simple iron workers who know more than to be allowed to live in peace. I hope the required relief will be quickly granted and the poor Agaryagans will be saved from the impending disaster. Sagaon, December 25, 1939. Harijan, January 20, 1941. Only extracts from Verrier Elwin's article are reproduced here. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 167. 197. Letter to Nalini Ramjan Sarkar. Sagaon, December 25, 1939. DEAR Nalini Babu, I like your speech when you will come when you think it necessary. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 198. Letter to Jethalal G. Sampatsagaon, Warda, December 25, 1939 BHAI Jethalal. Only today I was able to read with care the article which you sent on October 3rd. The arguments are good, but there is nothing in the article to make it worthy of inclusion in Harjan Bantu. The arguments can be answered. I didn't follow one argument. You say that if milk is not exported, the people here cannot buy it. How are they to pay for it, you ask? How is this? People can exchange surplus grain for cloth. I am returning the article. How are you getting on? Do you make ghee? How do you meet your expenses? Blessings from BAPU from a copy of the Gujarati, CW. 9868. Courtesy, Narayan J. Sampat 199. Letter to Lakshmi Gandhi Sagaon, Warda, December 25, 1939 CHI. Lakshmi, what sort of a person you are? You go on falling ill and making one. The addressee had enclosed a copy of his statement in the legislature on his resignation. Vide letter to the addressee, letter to Nalini Ranjan Sarkar, after December 19, 1939. 168. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Us all anxious. Now take plenty of rest and get well. The weather is very good here if you would come here now. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 2135. 200. Letter to Rameshwari Nehru. Sagaon, Warda, December 25, 1939 DEAR Sister, I got your letter. I have read the Punjab resolutions and also the planning committees. I was a little unhappy to read the committees. Everything will be alright if a wise lady is not carried away by this current. I understand the other things. Keep writing to me. I hope you are well. Mahadev has gone to Madras. He ought to be back by now. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 7989. Blessings from BAPU. 201. Letter to G.B. Gurjail Sagaon, Warda, December 26, 1939 My dear Bhikshu, Mrs. Gurjail can come after the cold season if there is elbow room at the time. The place is crowded. Yours, BAPU from a photostat, GN. 1391. 202. Letter to Prabhavati Sagaon, Warda, December 26, 1939 CHI. Prabha, I have your letter. What is the point in my writing to you, since this is how you behave every time? I even wired as desired by you. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 169. Somebody will come to receive you at the station on the 2nd. Take care of your health. Ba is still in Delhi. Everything else is alright. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 3530-203. Letter to Valabram Vidya Sagaon, Warda, December 26, 1939 BHAI Valabram. I got your letter too late, but that is only an excuse. There was time enough for my message to reach you, but you must have seen in Harjan that I have reduced to the minimum writing letters and sending messages when I do still send messages where I cannot escape having to do so. Won't that too stop one day? The leprosy patient is doing well at present. See him when you happen to come here sometime. I shall tell you about Lakshmi Pati too when you come. Shri Valabram Vidya Danvatari Babanakashith Kuvas Pol Ahmedabad from Gujarati, CW. 2908. Courtesy, Valabram Vidya 204. Discussion with Nagpur Congress WORKERS2 Warda, December 27, 1939 One of the things that seemed to trouble the Nagpur congressmen was how, if it was wrong to offer satyagraha to an opponent in difficulty, we could ever offer it against the British government, for so long as the present war continued, they were bound to be in difficulty. 1 Vita Correspondence and Message Seekers, December 17, 1939. To Mahadev Desai's summary, from which this and the following item are reproduced, appeared with note, Gandhiji's talks to congressmen who came to Warda from surrounding places were not meant for publication. But as incomplete and inaccurate paragraphs have crept into the press, it has been thought advisable to give the foregoing summary. 170. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhiji, Satyagraha is a universal principle of which civil disobedience is one of the many applications. Satyagraha goes on no matter whether the opponent is in difficulty or not, for offered in the proper spirit it is service of the opponent. What is essential is that we should not embarrass an opponent who is in difficulty and make his difficulty our opportunity. That is why civil disobedience, which can be applied only under certain conditions and circumstances, may not be applied against an opponent in difficulty. Civil disobedience is not the law of life. Satyagraha is. Satyagraha, therefore, never ceases. Civil disobedience can cease and ought to when there is no occasion for it. Then there are two kinds of civil disobedience: aggressive and defensive. Defensive civil disobedience becomes a duty when insult or humiliation is imposed upon us by opponent. That duty would have to be done whether the opponent is in difficulty or not. An opponent in difficulty may not expect people to obey unjust or humiliating laws or orders. Aggressive civil disobedience embarrasses the opponent, whether we mean to embarrass him or not. Traveling in a railway train without a ticket, assuming for a moment that it is civil disobedience, which it is not, will be taboo, for it would be merely to embarrass the opponent. In brief, there is nothing which being normally justifiable and conducive to Swaraj would be taboo even if it seems to embarrass the opponent. To do what is morally necessary and beneficial is a duty and quite a different thing from that which may not be morally indefensible but calculated to vex and embarrass an opponent in difficulty. To make his difficulty one's opportunity is in no case justifiable. What do you mean by saying that direct action will be a prelude to the Constituent Assembly? Gandhi, I do not remember having either said or written this. It is likely that you have torn something from its context. All that I have said is that we may have to go through the era of civil resistance in order to win India's freedom, and even that I am straining every nerve to avoid. The Constituent Assembly is a prelude to independence and a natural prelude. It has been suggested as a means to obviate all clash of communal and class interest. Its main function is to draw up the Charter of Independence. Direct action would be necessary when all progress towards independence becomes impossible and all negotiations with the government prove fruitless. When the MLAs are now unemployed, why should they accept their monthly? Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 171. Allowance. Gandhiji, I have no doubt that they ought not to draw these allowances. It is no use our saying it is government money. There is nothing that belongs to government. There are people who when they go to jail make all kinds of demands and do not hesitate to misuse jail property. But they forget that the jails and everything there belongs to us, and that we have to make as sparing use of those things as we do what we call ours. I have, therefore, no doubt that allowances should not be taken and, if they must be, they should be handed to the Congress office. It is an essentially more question to be considered by every congressman. We would enhance our prestige if we decide not to draw these allowances. I have hitherto refrained from expressing my opinion because I felt that it might be against the general trend of Congress opinion. But now that you have raised the question, I would ask you to approach the Congress President and the Working Committee. These questions answered, Gandhiji said, I must now come to my favorite theme. To take the questions of communal unity first. The essence of it is to give to all communities what is their due without their asking or having to fight for it. Satyagraha, as I have said, is the law of life. It begins not by assertion of rights but by a correct recognition of the rights of our neighbors. As regards the Harijans, I would put up with their kicks and worse, if they should choose to resort to them. For it will take time for them to be convinced that, having used them ill for centuries, we shall now treat them as blood brothers. To come to the Charka, my pet obsession, I am not going to be content until you act truly. As I came in I heard you haggling about 640 yards or 640 rounds 840 yards. This will not do. We have to set the Charka humming in every home and Kadi must become universal. The sure proof that Sting has become universal will be afforded by the fact that Kadi becomes current coin. I am thankful that the country will not think of launching civil disobedience until I as general give the signal for it. I shall not give the signal until my conditions are fulfilled. We need 200 crores of rupees worth of cloth. How much do we produce today on our wheels and looms? Not more than a crore of rupees worth. How then can I be satisfied by you promise to spin 100 or even 200 yards a day? If people insist on wearing khadi exclusively, they will be. 172. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Content with even a loincloth if no more khadi is available. I should be content even with that predicament if we cannot produce all the cloth we need. But I am sure that, if the demand is there, there will be an automatic supply. The universalization will come if we are all true. But the fact is that those who profess to believe in khadi will not work for it. Maulana Mohandali, when he declared that our yarn cones were the bullets with which we would win Swaraj, uttered a great truth and explained for all time the meaning of winning Swaraj non-violently. When I will chant the khadi mantra as long as there is life in me, as I believe it will bring deliverance. Settle your internal difference, organize yourselves and carry on the constructive program of khadi, communal unity and Harijan Seva too. Addressing the women present, Gandhiji said, khadi has the unifying influence. So, sisters, devote yourselves to it, as you hold the key to Swaraj. On the question of picketing of liquor shops, he said that there should be no violence. He asked them to keep a watch at liquor shops, approach addicts, study their surroundings, and persuade them to give up the evil. I am a general, but a taskmaster as well. Hence, I appeal to you for complete devotion to the constructive program before the signal for a fight is given. Harijan, June 1, 1940, and the Hindu, December 28, 1939 205. Talked to Nagpur Congress workers Sagaon, on or after December 27, 1939, 3 Gandhiji asked them individually how many knew how to spin, how many were regular spinners and so on, and said, I am asking you all these questions because I want you all to be true. We have professed to believe in spinning all these years. We have the flag ceremony everywhere and on stated days. The flag is made of khadi and occupies the central place on it. We are disloyal 1. What follows is from the Hindu. 2. Service 3. According to the hate of Desai, the talk took place at Sagaon after the discussion at Warda. Vide the preceding item. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 173. To it so long as we do not strain every nerve to spread the message of the Charka. We have now to prove our loyalty by our concrete action. The general of a violent army insists on certain qualifications to be satisfied by his soldiers. May not I, the general of our non-violent army, insist on my soldiers being true to their creed? I suggest to you that, if you will all be true to the creed, there will be no surplus khadi in khadi shops, there will be no unemployment and there will be no milk cloth, foreign or indigenous. You do not want me to say anything more, do you? Harijan, June 1, 1940 206. Letter to Jawaharlal Nehru Sagaon, Warda, December 28, 1939. My dear Jawaharlal, I have your letter. I shall preserve the Chinese letter 1. The deliverance day 2 has received a full-page advertisement in the Times of India. But in truth, it seems to have fallen flat everywhere. Have you read Fazlul Haq's indictment 3? Should nothing be said or done about it? You have not sent me Kumarapa's 4 letters to which you had raised strong objection. He is here. I asked him and he says he sent nothing recently. Do please send me what you may have. Love. BAPU Gandhi Nehru Papers, 1939. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. When the addressee, in his letter dated December 25, had suggested that the letter from Chiang Kai-shek might be preserved at Maganwadi. Vide letter to Chiang Kai-shek, May 1, 1940. 2. Vide statement to the press, September 12, 1939. 3. Presumably this refers to the Bengal Premier's speech in the Assembly on December 18, alleging that it was the majority, the Indian National Congress, that had stood in the way of India's political progress. They are selfish lot. They are dishonest. 4. J.C. Kumarapa, Secretary, AIVIA. 174. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 207. Letter to N.S. Hardikar Sagaon, Warda, December 28, 1939 DEAR Dr. Hardikar 1, I think you have taken the right step. But I do not like your language. Read the marked passages. They betray anger and ill will. Much of the grace has gone out of the resignation. I hope Ms. friends have been keeping you informed of the events there. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from the original, N.S. Hardikar Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library 208. Letter to Nainabai Natruwala Sagaon, Warda, December 28, 1939 BHAINANA BHAI 2. I am writing this under the pretext of acknowledging your letter, for though I do inquire and get news about you, I seldom write to you. Today, therefore, I have scribbled these few lines. How nice it would be if you got well completely. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 6692. Also CW. 4337. Courtesy, Kenubai and Matrwala 209. Letter to Gandhi Sagaon, Warda, December 28, 1939 CHI. Kaneo, you are certainly lazy in the matter of writing letters. You know that at present I would expect letters from you. There has been one head of the Congress Sevadal to Mahatma Gandhi's father-in-law. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 175. Nothing from Radha, either, after 2 letters from her. Don't you think you have been hasty in resuming the use of your throat? If we consult a doctor and if his instructions are not contrary to Dharma, we should follow them. Now write to me in detail. Can you use your throat for all purposes? Do you find any difficulty in talking or singing? Remember that if there is scarcity of water, etc., it is the duty of all those who are not needed there to leave the place. I did not remember this, otherwise perhaps I would have dissuaded you from going to Raikot. Now keep this in mind while you are there. Inquire about Manjula 1 and find out how she is. Blessings from BAPU from microfilm of Gujarati, MU/II 210. Letter to Lila Vadiasar Sagaon, Warda, December 28, 1939 CHI. Leela, you should really not expect letters from me. There should be letters only when there's no other alternative. We should save even a minute if it can be saved. What does it matter if I do not write letters? And what is particularly significant if I write? What kind of love is it that needs the support of letters? You should think about nothing except your studies. Yes, you must also dodge the question of money. Being away from me you should reflect more and should become serious. You have taken up studies. All this should be included in it. Your speech should be marked with seriousness, greater firmness and restraint. Education without thoughts. You are not studying for the sake of the examination. Rather, you are using the examination as an inducement to study. The real purpose of education should be self-development. Therefore, concentrate well on your studies and come after passing your examination. Mahadev came the day before yesterday. Ba is still in Delhi. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, PRL Papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Beladevi Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar, one Vralo Gandhi's daughter who was unwell. 176. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 211. Letter to Kanu Gandhi after December 28, 1939, 1 CHI. Kaneo, you don't write anything. That is not proper. How is Manjula? Blessings from BAPU from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/II 212. Message JLL India or DCONFERENCE2 before December 29, 1939. 3. Every Hindu well-wisher of the country should learn Urdu and every Muslim well-wisher Hindi. The Bombay Chronicle, January 1, 1940 213. Letter to Jamnal Bajj December 29, 1939 CHI. Jamnal, I have had talks with Shastriji. A few revisions have been made. I have telephoned about Madalasa 4. God's will be done. Point 5. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 3007. 1. This appears to have been written some time after the preceding item. 2. The Urdu original is not available. 3. The conference began on December 29. 4. Who was unwell and due for her first delivery. 5. Text of the letter after this is not available. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 177. 214. Letter to Madalasa. December 29, 1939. CHI. Madalasa, what tricks are you up to? Let what will be, be. Don't worry. Make proper use of all the Bangas one you have learnt and all the knowledge that you have imbibed from Vinopa. Follow the doctor's instructions. From Gujarati. Blessings from BAPU. Panchvin Pachako Pukashirvad, pages 319. 215. Letter to Sampurnanand Sagaon, Warda, December 29, 1939 Bhai Sampurnananji. There has been no change in the pledge 2 of 1930. All that has happened is an addition 3 to the original. And the addition is also relevant. It can also be amended. Sometimes such amendment becomes imperative. The Committee 4 is not entitled to make changes in the original. Surely you will not say that suggestions may not be offered even in support of the original. There can be a difference of opinion regarding the usefulness of a suggestion. All I want to say is that it was necessary to offer the suggestion. Yours, M.K. Gandhi from the Hindi original, Sampurnanand collection. Courtesy, National Archives of India. 1 Marathi devotional poem to the Independence Day Pledge. 5 Things to Remember for 26th January 23, 1930. Vide also the Dissensions, January 16, 1940. 3 Vide Appendix Resolution of Independence Day Pledge, December 30, 1939. 4 Congress Working Committee. 178. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 216. Note to Sushila Nair, December 29, 1939. To keep you purely for my own sake would be a crime in my view and the denial of my whole life. But I want your presence for a number of reasons. These include the RL, you yourself, and looking after the sick. If along with these, you continue looking after my physical well-being, it will be acceptable to me. I cannot be concerned with your reason for staying. I can even understand that you can stay here only to serve me. For you it would even be creditable. In practice, it makes no difference so long as I am in Sagaon. But when I go out and feel that your presence is necessary here and you feel the opposite, you must give in to my view. This, as I see it, means that your duty lies in not leaving me. Since you consider serving me your primary duty, if there is any difference of opinion when I have to go out, you must bear with me. In that alone lie your good and my peace. BAPU from the Hindi original, PRLO papers. Near Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nair 217. Letter to Sushila Nair, Friday 9:39, 1 CHI. Sushila, I have received all your letters. You are making a grave mistake. I suspect myself. There is no remedy for suspicion. Wisdom suggests that notwithstanding this suspicion you should give me all the services that I need. How can the suspicion go when you are staying so far away? I do not want to beat about the bush. This much I know, that no matter what happens, you should not leave me and should be with me even if on my conditions. Even Dev's doubt or fear or whatever you call it would be dispelled if you stayed with me. So I say you should come over for my work. You will be rendering great help thereby and it is possible that if I have any illusion, it will be dispelled. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, PRLO papers. Near Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nair 1 from the contents the letter appears to have been written in 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 179. 218. Note to PRLO 1939, 1 What have you written for Harjan? Does it have an article by you this time? And does that mean you need not write anything more? Sushila told me last night while going to bed that you were preparing to give up everything within 8 days. That is a different thing. But you are not going to run away leaving me in the lurch, are you? I did not give it any importance when she told me about it. But I woke up half an hour ago and felt uneasy. Hence I woke you up. From the Gujarati original, PRLO papers. Near Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Beladevi Nair and Dr. Sushila Nair 219. Letter to Sushila Nair Sagaon, Warda, 1939 CHI. Sushila, I hope you got all my letters. Your letter of the 23rd causes some anxiety. As regards your mother, it is for you to consider what your duty and mine is because you alone know all the facts. On the other hand, I am counting the days for your arrival. Prakash is leaving tomorrow. She did a good job of checking the blood pressure. She accompanies me on my constitutionals, both morning and evening. She has mixed well with everybody. Yesterday Krishnadas came to stay. Manona is with him. Ann and Miolo arrived the day before yesterday. You have not acknowledged, nor even given me a hint of, the papers I sent you regarding Sankorn's case. Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, PRLO papers. Near Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nair. 1 This and the following 2 items have been placed in the source among letters of 1939. 180. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 220. Letter to Sushila Nair Sagaon Warda, 1939 CHI. Sushila, what is this I hear? You have fallen ill because of carelessness about food and insufficient sleep. Why was this and how? We had agreed that you would return from there after putting on some weight and gaining some energy. Why should you succumb if people press you to eat this and that? Do you not have the strength to refuse? Your article in the Statesman was good. Do you realize that you have tied yourself down in that article? The dairy, the cows, etc. have to be taken nearer to the well. The dairy has a pucca building. There is a proposal to set up a hospital for you there. Enclosed is Murabin's plan. Have a look at it and give it thought. Whatever has to be done will be done only after you return. Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, PRLO papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar 221. Letter to Katar Katha 1939. 1 Katar Katha 2 must not be a mere magazine, in addition to the unwanted monthly publications. It should be a true record of Qadi work from month to month. It should investigate causes of decline if there is any. And it should bring together all the Qadi workers. If they cannot work as one mind, universal use of the charkha must remain an empty dream. M.K. Gandhi from a copy, PRLO Papers. Courtesy, PRLO. 1. The source has this place in the 1939 file. 2. The Story of Qadi. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 181. 222. The will abides a collegiate from Baroda tells me that the high school and college students in Baroda rarely use Qadi. Hardly anyone spins. An earnest worker of bearer argues, do you not think that Swaraj is an impossibility if your condition about Qadi is seriously meant? Your second condition about fellowship too seems to be equally incapable of fulfillment. This friend is himself a lover of Qadi, spins regularly, and cultivates fellowship with everybody, but he had the honest doubt expressed above. The friend could have said with equal force the same thing about non-violence apart from the charkha. Perhaps he had no doubt about the charkha and goodwill being external and internal signs of non-violence. My answer to the collegiate and the bearer friend is the same. I am not blind to what they say. I know the difficulty of fulfilling the conditions within the implied time limit. I am helpless. I am not obstinate. For my own reputation, if for nothing else, I should prescribe other and more feasible conditions, if it were at all possible. But even as the condition of producing water is the presence of H2O, so are the charkha and goodwill conditions and signs of non-violence. Such being my fixed view, I have to insist upon the fulfillment of the two conditions before I can declare mass civil disobedience with confidence. My faith is in God and therefore in the people. If he wants me to put up another fight, he change people's hearts. The conditions prescribed by me are not physically impossible. If the people will it, they can take Destiny and Qadi today. If they will it, they can be good to the whole of mankind. The age of miracles is not past. But supposing that the conditions are not fulfilled, I shall cheerfully become the laughingstock of India and the world and descend from the pedestal of generalship. I shall have the supreme satisfaction of being true to myself. I shall read in the apparent failure a sign from God that the conditions were a hallucination produced by him to save the nation from a disastrous career. Thinking from the purely practical standpoint and even apart from my conditions, the Congress organization shows signs of disintegration. The Bengal Committee is frankly defiant. Orissa is split up into two camps. Things are no better than Karnataka. A Kerala correspondent says that the Provincial Committee does not believe in the present policy and command and is trying by every means to undermine the influence of 182. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. The Working Committee by ridiculing its program. Things are not rosy in the Punjab. I know things are, however, not beyond repair. I cherish the hope that they will themselves. But if they do not, I cannot lead an indisciplined army to victory. I must refuse to subscribe to the easy doctrine that I have but to declare war and everything and everybody will be found to be in order. Another view has been suggested. If there is indiscipline in so many provinces, may it not be that the fault lies with the High Command rather than with the different committees? I am not prepared to reject the hypothesis. But what is the High Command to do? They do what they think is their best. They cannot abdicate so long as a large majority continues to put faith in them. When during the Euro days of non-cooperation I had suggested abdication, Maulana Mahmud Ali said, how can we, if the people want us? Abdication would be cowardly. It will be bravery to be kicked out. I did not go the whole length with him then as I do not now. But there is much force in that argument. The Congress command has to be held lightly. There should be no wire pulling, no attempt made to hold on to office. There should be readiness to give up the command at a moment's notice. The Congress command is no command. It is an act of service. The President is the first servant. So far as I know the members of the Working Committee, I believe that they would be glad to be relieved of the responsibility. The fresh elections are on. The Congressman's choice is unfettered. Let younger men come forward to take charge. But if they will not and will still retain the old team, they should give them implicit obedience. The critical situation in the country demands courageous and decisive handling. Sagaon, January 1, 1940. Origin, June 1, 1940. 223. Sindh tragedy. I have before me several letters from Sindh and a longish report from Dr. Choithram, one over the recent riots, 2 into Sukkar and Shikarpur. The Sindh Hindus should remember that Sindh has a national government. Though for the sake of brevity I have often used the one Dr. Choithram Jadwani, Vice President of the Sindh Provincial Congress Committee to divide Sindh riots, November 28, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 183. Term Congress government. The proper expression is national democratic government as distinguished from foreign bureaucratic government, which it replaces. Whilst discussing domestic differences and party politics we have to speak of Congress and Muslim League governments, we must for all other purposes think and speak in terms of national government. And so those who feel aggrieved must appeal to the provincial national governments and cultivate public opinion in favor of justice and public tranquility. It would be wrong always to think in communal terms. I know that we may not shut our eyes to hard facts. But to attribute everything to the communal spirit is a sign of inferiority complex. It may well perpetuate what is yet a temporary distemper in the national life. But as I have already suggested, contrasted with irresponsible bureaucracy, national governments would be found to be weak in action because of their responsibility to the people in whose name and by whose goodwill alone they can rule. They can, therefore, deal with crimes with more or less success, but they will be found to be powerless to deal with popular upheavals which communal riots are. British military aid will not always be at their disposal. National governments will cease to be national if they have to depend on British military aid. Moreover, if the Congress policy of non-violence becomes universal among all parties, military and even police aid must become taboo. Before the other parties can be expected to become non-violent, congressmen have to express non-violence in ample measure in their daily conduct. Be that, however, as it may, I can only advise the afflicted people of Sindh in terms of non-violence. The question in Sindh is not really one between Hindus and Muslims. It is essentially one between weak people and strong. Muslims fight among themselves as badly as with Hindus. Hindus have also been known to fight among themselves. It will be wrong to weigh ferocity in golden scales. Hinduism has become a synonym for weakness and Islam for physical strength. Hindus, although they have been taught to believe in ahimsa, have not shown en masse the strength of ahimsa, have never shown its superiority when matched against physical strength. I have maintained that superiority over physical strength, however overwhelming, is the core of ahimsa, and I have further maintained that this non-violence can be exercised as well by individuals as by groups of them, yea, even by millions together. The experiment is still 184. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. In the making. Sufficient evidence has accumulated during the past 20 years to show that the experiment is worth making. Nothing can possibly be lost by continuing it, provided of course that non-violence is of the standard brand. Nothing has come under my observation to show that there was in Sukkur or Shikarpur even one person who believed in and practiced non-violence of the strong. Had there been one, we would surely have known of him as we know of Anesh Shankar Vidyarthi. One such person can any day give a better account of himself than one arm to the teeth. There are many congressmen in Sukkur and Shikarpur, but they are not non-violently organized. It is not their fault. They know no better. As I have been repeatedly saying nowadays, our non-violence has not been of the strong. Weak people cannot develop it all of a sudden. But I have no other drug in my chest. I can only prescribe what I have and what has never failed. I can only, therefore, say, try and try again until you succeed. In the composition of the truly brave there should be no malice, no anger, no distrust, no fear of death or physical hurt. Non-violence is certainly not for those who lack these essential qualities. Wherever there are such persons they should be able to cover the weak ones, provided of course that they would listen to their helpers. Let the weak one ever rely upon armed help. Such help will only make them weaker. If they have not capacity for non-violent resistance, they should learn the art of defending themselves. It does not require a strong body. It requires a stout heart. The African Negroes have become, or were 25 years ago, so terror-stricken that they could not face a white lad pygmy compared to the strong-framed Negroes. White children were trained from their infancy not to fear the Negroes. The first lesson, therefore, for those who will learn how to defend themselves is to shed the fear of being hurt or being killed. I would like them to observe the laws of the game. Just as there is such a thing as honor among thieves, there should surely be honor between combatants. One hears so often of children and old men being butchered, women being outraged. If men must become beasts, there might even then be some decency observed. Religion is one who was killed during the Hindu-Muslim riots in Canberra on March 26/27, 1931. Vice speech on Canberra riots, Subjects Committee meeting, Karachi, 27-31931. Telegram to Balkrishna Sharma, January 4, 1931 and notes, September 4, 1931. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 185. Outraged when an outrage is perpetrated in its name. Almost all the riots in this unhappy land take place in the name of religion, though they might have a political motive behind them. My chief point is that the existing situation is intolerable. Cowardice should have no place in the national dictionary. I have suggested Hijrat. I repeat the suggestion. It is not unpractical. People do not know its value. High and mighty have been known to have resorted to it before now. Planned Hijrat requires courage and forethought. The second book of the Old Testament is known as Exodus. It is an account of the planned flight of the Israelites. In exile they prepared for a military career. In modern times we have the example of the flight of the Daugavers from Russia owing to persecution. Theirs was no military career. On the contrary, they were non-violent. There is, therefore, nothing wrong, dishonorable or cowardly in self-imposed exile. India is a vast country. Though poor, it is well able to admit of internal migration, especially of those who are capable, hardworking and honest. The people of Sukkur and Shikarpur have all the three qualities. They must appeal to the government. Only they can give very little help. Apart from political past, local heads among Hindus and Muslims may meet with mutual profit. It can do nobody or party any good to promote mutual slaughter and consequent increase in the existing ill will. But if no honorable local settlement is arrived at, and if the local residents do not feel able to defend themselves and their families and possessions non-violently or violently, I have no doubt that they should vacate the place in which they live in perpetual fear of their lives and the honor of their womenfolk. Sagaon, January 1, 1940. Harijan, June 1, 1940. 224. K2ISMETIONU 1. My heartfelt sympathy to Hindu, March 1, 1940. On or before January 2, 1940, 2. In your terrible calamity 3 Gandhi. 1 President of Turkey, 1938-52. The reported state line Warda, January 2, 1940. 3 An earthquake had rocked Turkey on December 27, 1939, resulting in 30,000 deaths. 15 towns and 90 villages were reduced to ruins. 5 notes, subtitle Afflicted Turkey, August 1, 1940. 186. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 225. Letter to Leila Yasser. Sagayon, Warda, January 3, 1940. CHI. Leela, I had your letter. Do come after your work is over. One must finish what one has undertaken. Mahitav is at Baramati. He will return in about 5 days. Durga has gone to Surat. Sharda has given birth to a son. Kankan, who had gone out, has returned. All the patients are improving. SMT. Lilavita SAR New Year at School Hughes Road, Bombay 7. Blessings from BAPU. From a copy of the Gujarati, CW. 9934. Courtesy, Lilavati Asar. 226. Letter to Sharda G. Shakawala Sagayon, Warda, January 3, 1940 CHI. Babuni, at last you have become a mother. I never saw Govardhan's telegram. I learnt the news only when I got the letter today. The telegram was received, but PRL did not give it to me thinking that I must have heard the news. The telegram was received as late as yesterday. By the time you get this letter, you will have even become strong enough to be able to write to me. Be careful about food and keep yourself and the baby in fine health. Durgaban seems to have reached there quite in time. Here the place has almost been turned into a hospital. Blessings to all three from BAPU from the Gujarati original, CW. 10,024. Courtesy, Shardaban G. Shakawala. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 187. 227. Letter to Bur Krishna Chandiwala Sagayon, Warda, January 3, 1940 CHI. Bur Krishna, you may build a house in the Hajjan colony if Baba One and others approve. I have understood the other matters. Do whatever you think right. I understand what you say about spinning. Has the spinning program undertaken by the Congress helped Khadi work? I'm alright. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 2482-228. Letter T.O. Drive Barreto Sagayon, Warda, January 4, 1940 DEAR Dr. BARETO2. I sent you the message that Ashtadevi, being a member of my growing family of national beggars, was not to pay for your services. But I have discovered that not to pay would be an injustice to you. You will therefore please hold me responsible for your fees on the poor man's scale if you have 2 scales. Up to now I have carried the impression that you belong to the class of doctors who pay persons like me for sending them beggar patients. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a photostat, GN. 132. 100 Novitak, Secretary, Harjan Subik Sanjtu Dentist. 188. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 229. Telegram to Prime Minister of Udaipur. Prime Minister Udaipur. Sagayon, January 5, 1940. WIFE 1. OF. Monikal. Verma. Secretary. Marwar. Rajamandal says health of husband who is political prisoner seriously declining would urge prisoners released if no vital objection. Gandhi. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 230. Letter to Jawaharlal Nehru Sagayon, January 5, 1940. My dear Jawaharlal, your letter makes me sad too. You said in indignant tones that Guruppa was a wordless man. And this you did on the flimsiest testimony. I asked you for the correspondence and you said you had not it with you but would send it to me. Now I see you accepted the interpretation of others. My point is not that the interpretation was incorrect but that it was wrong to judge a co-worker on such hearsay. I suggest you're securing the correspondence and sending it to me. Here with my letter 3 to the Generalissimo. I have not released his to the press. You will do so if you think it necessary. Love. BAPU Gandhi Nehru Papers, 1939. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 1 Narayani Devi 2 inches. His letter dated January 3, 1940. The addressee had written about Kumarappa's correspondence with the Plan Committee. I was told by Ambalal and Dr. Nazir Ahmad that they had approached him for certain information in regard to cottage industries and sought his cooperation on some other matters connected therewith. Both of them were very much hurt at the reply received from Kumarappa, which seemed to them to refuse any kind of cooperation or help. Read by the following item. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 189. 231. Letter to Shanghai Shek. Sagayon, Warda, January 5, 1940. Dear Generalissimo, many thanks for your very kind invitation. If I could accept it, I would be fulfilling a long-cherished wish. But my present mission forbids my responding to your invitation. With renewed good wishes, H.E. Chiang Kai-shek. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. From a copy, Jawaharlal Nehru Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 232. Letter to Madalasa. Sagayon, January 5, 1940 CHI. Madalasa, how silly you are. Now that Shriman is coming, get well soon. Keep Ramanama engraved in your heart. He will see that everything ends well. Don't lose heart. You needn't reply. Shriman will do that. From Gujarati. Blessings from BAPU. Panchvin Pachako Bakuga Shervad, pages 319. 190. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 233. Letter to Jawaharlal Nehru after January 5, 1940. 1 My dear Jawaharlal, I have your letter. I know the possibility of misunderstandings. These and ignorant or interested criticism have never influenced me. I know that all would be well, if we are strong within. For the external affairs you are my guide. Your letter therefore helps me. You have made more than ample amends about Kumarappa. You will like to see his letter. You may destroy it after perusal. Yes, we have very few workers like him. Love. BAPU from the original Jawaharlal Nehru Papers, courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library 234. Discussion with Christian MISSIONERIES 2 before January 6, 1943. A professor. Will you under Swaraj allow Christians to go on with their proselytizing activity without any hindrance? Gandhiji, no legal hindrance can be put in the way of any Christian or of anybody preaching for the acceptance of his doctrine. The visitor was anxious to know whether the freedom they were having under the British regime would be allowed to them under the national government without any interference. I can't answer that question categorically because I do not know what is exactly allowed and what is not allowed under the British regime today. That is a legal question. Besides, what is permitted may not necessarily be the same thing as what is permissible under the law. All, therefore, I can say is that you should enjoy all the freedom you are entitled to under the law today. 1. From the reference to Kumarappa, it is evident that this letter was written after the letter to the addressee dated January 5, 1940. Vide letter to Jawaharlal Nehru, May 1, 1940. 2. Reproduced from PRL's article A Talk with Christian Friends dated January 6, 1943 Ibid. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 191. Some of us are under an apprehension that they may have hereafter to labor under disabilities. Is there any guarantee that such a thing would not happen? As I wrote in Harijan 1, you do not seem to realize that Christians are today enjoying privileges because they are Christians. The moment a person here turns Christian, he becomes a side blog too. He almost changes his nationality. He gets a job and position which he could not have otherwise got. He adopts foreign dress and ways of living. He cuts himself off from his own people and begins to fancy himself a limb of the ruling class. What the Christians are afraid of losing, therefore, is not their rights but anomalous privileges. The visitor admitted the truth of Gandhiji's remarks, but assured him that whatever might have been the case in the past, Christians as a class no longer wished to retain any exceptional privileges. Another missionary friend, recalling Gandhiji's well-known objection to the prevailing proselytizing practices, chimed in, "Why may not I share with others my experience of Jesus Christ, which has given me such an ineffable peace? Because you cannot possibly say that what is best for you is best for all. Quinine may be the only means of saving life in your case, but a dangerous poison in the case of another. And again, is it not supererogation to assume that you alone possess the key to spiritual joy and peace, and that an adherent of a different faith cannot get the same in equal measure from a study of his scriptures? I enjoy a peace and equanimity of spirit which has excited the envy of many Christian friends. I had it principally through the Gita. Your difficulty lies in your considering the other faiths as false or so adulterated as to amount to falsity. And you shut your eyes to the truth that shines in other faiths and which gives equal joy and peace to their votaries. I have not hesitated, therefore, to recommend to my Christian friends a prayerful and synthetic study of the other scriptures of the world. I can give my own humble testimony that, whilst such study has enabled me to give the same respect to them that I give to my own, it has enriched my own faith and broadened my vision." Gandhiji's interlocutor was silent. "What would be your message to a Vide, what is neutrality? December 24, 1939. To a westernized person. 192. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Christian like me and my fellows." The professor finally asked. "Become worthy of the message that is embedded in the Sermon on the Mount and join the Spinning Brigade." 1 Harijan, January 13, 1940. 235. Ashram Notes to January 6, 1940. Brahmadata has gently brought it to my notice that some persons shirk work. Everyone should humbly examine his criticism. No one should feel bad about it. It is likely that not being well acquainted with all the activities of the ashram, he has formed some wrong notions. If so, they should be removed. 2. I suggest that everyone should participate regularly in sacrificial spinning. We must be very particular in this respect. BAPU from Hindi, CW. 4674. 236. Letter to Jacob Hazen. Sagaon, Warda. January 6, 1940. Dear Jacob HASN3, your 2 letters show your deep anxiety for unity. I am working at it in my own way. The problem has become too complicated for an easy solution. Do, however, pass on suggestions whenever you have any. Jacob Hazen, Rutland Gate, Cathedral PO. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 1. The professor had brought for Gandhiji a khadi scarf made of yarn spun by his wife and his pupil's gift which Gandhiji much appreciated. 2. This and the following ashram notes are extracted from a notebook which Gandhiji maintained for the workers of Sagaon and in which he put down instructions as they occurred to him. 3. Ex-Minister, Public Works, Madras. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 193. 237. Letter to H.V. Kamath. Sagaon, via Warda CP. January 6, 1940. Dear Kamath, you are in a hurry, you are hard. Hurry because you have not read the pledge one carefully. It is regular spinning that is wanted, not daily too hard because there is nothing wrong in other spinning. This time the real test is to be whether khadi has become current coin. Tree H.V. Kamath Meherabad Organizing Secretary, Forward Block Worley, Bombay. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. From a facsimile in Mahatma, Vol. V. 1962 ed. Between pages 176 and 177. 238. Letter to Prabha, January 6, 1940 CHI. Prabha, I have your letter. It is enough for me that you reach there safe. We shall meet again when God wills. Go on doing the work without worrying. How is Rajendra Babu's health? Sushila has left. Raigwar has arrived but will go to Madras on the 9th and return after the 15th. Bye is well enough. I am of course alright. Blessings from the APU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 3540. 1 Appendix Resolution on Independence Day Pledge, December 30, 1939. 2 letter to the addressee dated January 30, 1940. 194. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 239. Interview to an English reporter once again, before January 7, 1940, to reporter, there seems to be a deadlock coming, indeed if one does not already exist. Cannot we take advantage of nominated group of a really representative character to come to some sort of an agreed solution? Gandhiji, a nominated group of a really representative character is a contradiction in terms. Such a group can only represent the nominator. For the purpose of discussion the nominator would be finally the viceroy. You will not call such a group one of a really representative character. If you have in mind a small number of representative, I for one would accept only one representative, say Jinnah Sahib, provided he is elected by the free vote of the millions as, say, is the President of the USA. Reporter, would you really? Gandhiji, why not? Is there any flaw in this statement? I claim to be the greatest Democrat of modern times. My faith is built on non-violence and therefore I have faith in human nature. Reporter, but while the minorities are deadly opposed to a constituent assembly, can you offer them this form of representation now with any hope of their accepting the position? Gandhiji, anyone who objects to the right thing puts himself in the wrong. British statesmen have induced the belief that they want to end the imperialistic system and treat those under them as free. Having induced that belief the Congress naturally wanted to test its sincerity. The answer must, therefore, be irrespective of what India wants or does not want. Now the question arises to whom is the answer to be given? If there were a rebel power trying to seize the reins of government, it would be the rebel power. But here there's no rebellion. The Congress is the main organization. But I confess that in view of rival organizations, power cannot be transferred to it. If then Britain is to make good her declaration, she can easily do it by summoning a constituent assembly of elected representatives and enforce the constitution framed by it. Representatives of minorities won the report by Amrit Kaur, Dateline Sagaon, January 7, 1940, appeared under the caption World Conscience the Supreme Arbiter. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 195. Will frame safeguards for their protection. It is possible that even the representatives may fail to reach a constitution acceptable to an overwhelming majority, including safeguards for minorities. Even so, Britain will have proved her bona fides. I hold, however, that a properly elected assembly is bound to produce a workable constitution. Reporter, supposing a referendum were taken and it was found that a constituent assembly was not wanted, would you accept the verdict? Gandhiji, I must. Reporter, if a generally accepted scheme is prepared by nominated persons, would you accept it? Or do you object to nomination as such? Gandhiji, there is no meaning in my acceptance or rejection. Acceptance to be valid must be by a properly elected body. It takes the place of the existing government or their nominee or nominees. Reporter, supposing you could be sure of achieving democracy through a nominated assembly, would you reject it? Why not wait and see what form of nomination could be offered? Gandhiji, I would always suspect nomination, for it can never satisfy all. Election is the only satisfactory method. In spite of Congress' claim and boast, the Congress is an organization representing only 3 million voters out of a population of over 300 millions. Therefore the Secretary of State would be justified if he said that the Congress was not representative of the whole nation, and therefore the Congress challenges all to go to the people. Even the princes can as individuals, and so can Europeans domiciled in India. That they will not is not our fault. Reporter, what place would you assign to the princes in democratic India? Gandhiji, I would give them a fat commission as trustees of their people. I would say to them, however, that they must work for this commission. They would have the same privileges as the British king enjoys. They are after all his vassals. They cannot be greater than he. The King of England can't hang a man. He can only act through proper channels. He's a private citizen, though the first one. If I can like monarchy at all, I would like the limited monarchy of England. And why should not the people of the states determine what they want? As far as justice for the people is concerned, I have already said that their supreme courts must be subject to the High Court of India. 1 to the Princes, August 7, 1939. 196. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Reporter, might it not be that the English form of democracy will be unsuited to India? Gandhiji, that is for the Constituent Assembly to decide. The time when self-styled representatives or nominees could decide for India is gone forever. Reporter, do you think the Assembly would suggest an economic form of democracy? Gandhiji, I give the Assembly credit for sanity. So far as I can see, this is the best method, but if a better can be produced, I would accept it. Reporter, may it not be that, while Britain is sincere, the delay is due to the terrible situation of war in which she finds herself today? Gandhiji, I have not lost faith in their sincerity, and that is why I am still wooing them. I am wooing my own people to build up their power. I am preparing for a fight, it must come, but I am doing my level best to stave it off. I believe that Britain's past is responsible for all the prevailing dissensions. Reporter, what if Britain lost the war? Gandhiji, I would be sorry if Britain lost. But I would not feel helpless. Supposing Russia, Germany, Italy and Japan formed a combination to seize India, I should not feel perturbed if India, as a whole, had accepted non-violence as her fifth policy. Through non-cooperation, India could defy any combination. So you see, my sympathy for Britain is absolutely selfless. If Britain is really right, God will inspire her to make the declaration about India and put herself right with India. I do not wish Britain to win right or wrong. If India were wrong, India must perish. I have often said that Hinduism will perish if Hinduism allows the practice of untouchability to remain. I would go so far as to pray for India's destruction if she went wrong, even as Stead prayed for England's defeat in the Boer War. In spite of all her great resources, it is wrong on Britain's part to strain too much her faith in her strong arm. I rejoice that she still prays to the god of love and not to the god of gunpowder, and therefore I still hope that she will call to her aid the moral support of a free India. She gets today material support from a British journalist who publicly prayed and invited others to pray that God might decree the English a defeat in the Boer War. Vive Satyagraha in South Africa, Chapter II. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 197. India because she's dependency. What I want Britain to do is to get the moral support of India and win. Would to God that the war ended on a moral issue and the conscience of the world became the final arbiter. That can only happen if Britain had the moral support of a free India. Anyway, that is my view. Origin, January 13, 1940 240. Letter to Manal G. Shah, January 7, 1940 CHI. Manal, I am not dissatisfied with you. I would indeed miss you if you were to leave this place. I know your virtues, but have become impatient to see that you get rid of your shortcomings. Get rid of them. My criticism was made good-humoredly, or didn't I say 9 hours? The facts which you have stated are correct. And now about the other letter. I will inquire about the damage to the books. That was a terrible thing. The money matter too was a terrible thing. I will inquire about that also. There is lack of order, no doubt. The blame for that is primarily mine. This is the simple truth. The disorder that you see is all due to me. I will see. If you recover your peace of mind, you can give me much help. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 8555. Also CW. 7070. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah 241. Letter to Jamna Gandhi, January 7, 1940 CHI. JAMNA1, if Kaneo stays there longer of his own free will, he has my permission to do so. Blessings from BAPU from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/II1 wife of Narendra Gandhi. 198. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 242. Letter to Kanu Gandhi, January 7, 1940, 1 CHI. Kaneo, if the elders are likely to be pained by your coming away so soon and if you feel like it you may stay on for some time. But then without the water scarcity, won't you have to stop both eating and drinking water? Water is required even for cooking. If you don't eat at all, an additional advantage will be that Narendas will be able to contribute to famine relief. Blessings from BAPU from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/I 243. Letter to Mithridates Trikanji Sagaon, Warda, January 7, 1940 CHI. Mithridates, son of 8, a Harijan, is a clerk in your office on the salary of Rs79. He is ABA, LLB. Is it possible to give him a promotion there? What are the reports about his behavior? As no Hindus are offering him any accommodation, he is staying with a Muslim family. Should not the corporation reserve a chawl or a building for such people? Would there be any opposition to it? It should not entail financial loss. But even if it does, I think we should bear it. Think about it from all points of view and write to me. I hope your mind is at rest and you are getting along well. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati Original, PRL Papers. Nair Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Beladevi Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar. 1. This and the preceding item are written on the same sheet. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 199. 244. A telegram. On or before January 8, 1940, 1. Deeply grieved. Give my condolence. T.O. Lala. Shamlis 2 family. The Hindu, September 1, 1940. 245. Message to Herdinath Kunzru 3 on or before January 8, 1940, for I loved Venkata Savaya. His death is a great loss to the country. To meet him was to love him. I have not known a more unassuming man than him. Will you please convey my deep sympathy to his people? The Hindu, January 15, 1940. 246. Notes another Harijan Sevak. I regret to have to report the death of Sri Venkata Savaya, an old member of the Servants of India Society. He was the secretary of the Madras Harijan Sevak Sanj. He was a most unassuming and conscientious worker. He never spared himself in anything he took up. He was of a retiring nature. His opposition to untouchability was uncompromising. His death is a distinct loss to the Harijan cause. I tender my condolences to the deceased reformer's family. Afflicted Turkey, the threefold calamity that has descended upon Turkey has commanded universal sympathy. President Anu has gracefully acknowledged numerous messages of sympathy sent to him from India. 6. Dr. Rajendra Prasad has issued an appeal for funds for the sufferers. It is to be hoped that the appeal will receive an enthusiastic one. The report is dated Lahore, January 8, 1940. 2. A Congress leader of the Punjab. 3. President of the Servants of India Society provide the following item. 5. Earthquake with rain and snow. 6. By cable to Smith Anu, on or before February 1, 1940. 200. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Response from the public. A correspondent has suggested the dispatch of a medical mission to Turkey in order to relieve the sufferings of the distressed Turks. The idea is worthy of consideration. If a mission is to be sent at all, it should be a national mission, not sectarian. In the face of the triple calamity, all differences of religion must be sunk. Human distress knows no distinctions. Such unprecedented distress as Turkey has experienced makes one realize the oneness of the human family. This visitation should humble and chasten us. It should enable Hindus and Muslims to sink their differences and make them realize that though they profess different faiths, they are all children of the same God, and as such it is theirs to live in perfect fellowships with one another. A wise step. The Hyderabad State Congress has had great difficulty in functioning. The state would not recognize it as a constitutional body so long as it continued to style itself Congress, although it had no affiliation with the Indian National Congress. The world is nobody's monopoly. It is a common word used by many organizations in the world. But somehow or other the National Congress has become anathema in many states. Therefore the word itself has become suspect in Hyderabad. The matter was referred by the leaders to me, and I had no hesitation in advising them that there was no virtue in merely fighting for the name if their lawful activities were not otherwise interfered with. The leaders, after correspondence with the authorities, have acted according to my advice and adopted the name Hyderabad National Conference. Thus all's well that ends well. I hope that the conference will concentrate on the many constructive activities that are helpful and necessary for mass uplift and consciousness. They should find the authorities cooperating wholeheartedly with them in such work. Their goal of responsible government under the aegis of HEH the Nizam remains the same as before. I am sure every activity that promotes cooperation among people, their education and their economic and social uplift brings them nearer their goal in the most solid manner one can think of. 3 items. The Hajjan Civic Sanchez has for some time issuing a monthly circular letter containing a brief account of the Sanchez activities. Like Papa, its secretary, the letter is businesslike. I take from the interesting letter for November and December the following. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 201. 3 most interesting items. 1. History was made at Banali, a Harijan village near Nanprayag, and a Harijan bride was carried in a dandy palanquin for the first time in the locality with the consent of the caste Hindus. 2. It is understood that the work of the committee appointed by the last Congress government for inquiry into the wages and living conditions of the sweepers has been suspended by the present governor's government. 3. The report of the Municipal Sweepers Inquiry Committee, appointed by the CP government in 1938 under the chairmanship of Sri A.V. Thakur, has been published. Among the important recommendations are 1. A minimum wage of 4 as per day, 2. An 8 hours working day, 3. Employment of welfare officers for big municipalities, and 4. Granting of privilege, casual and sick leave, and half holiday on weekends. Regarding the housing of sweepers, the committee recommends as follows. 1. It should be obligatory on the municipal committee to provide houses to sweepers. 2. The government should provide Nazal one man for the purpose. The report costs Rupee 1 and can be had from the government press, Nagpur. When the taking of a Harijan bride and a dandy makes history, we know how far we are from root and branch removal of untouchability. For the expiation of their sin against humanity, the so-called caste Hindus should make it a point of themselves carrying in dandis Harijan brides in villages in all parts of India. I hope the report in the item 2 is wrong, or that there is a sound reason for suspending the inquiry. One had hoped that no lawful activity inaugurated by the Congress ministries would be stopped or suspended by the interim governments. The recommendations item 3 of the Municipal Sweepers Committee CP are so sensible and moderate that there should be no delay in their being carried out in their entirety. The report should not share the fate that befalls many such reports, i.e., of being shelved. It should be remembered that Thakur Bobs was a labor of love. He does not put his hands to anything praise or show. Sagaon, January 8, 1940 Harijan, January 13, 1940. 1 belonging to government. 202. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 247. Congress MLAS and remuneration MLA. From UP writes a letter which I abridge as follows. In UP we are getting Rs 75 a month. During the 2.5 years in which the Congress was in power, the assembly sessions were sometimes concluded in 6 days, at others they lasted 2 months. Addition, there are meetings of select, special and regular committees. Some of these are still working and constitute a heavy demand on our time. Moreover, no one knows when the assembly may be summoned again. Touring our constituencies entails an expenditure of Rs 200 a year. There are cases in which the constituencies are more than 200 miles away from Lucknow. Taking an average of 3 tours in a year, a member has to spend 6 weeks for this purpose. While at Lucknow, every member has to entertain people from his constituency. He also pays Rs 4 per month to the Congress Legislature Party and the Provincial Congress Committee. In these circumstances, business or professional life has to be sacrificed, and it is clear that unless a member has pride means he is totally unable to give whole-time work without some remuneration. This question has come up many times before the UPMLAS. Many of us feel that either the allowance should be raised or the poor among us will have to go out, leaving the field to the rich. You were pained to know that the assembly members were using the allowance for their own use. But I have put for you another side of the picture so that you may guide us. It must also be remembered that many of us borrowed money to fight elections under order of the Congress. The second point to which I wanted to draw your attention is the question of corruption in the Congress ranks. Along with other causes, the lure of MLA-ship is a very strong one for the average Congress worker and often leads to underhand methods in the attempt to displace the sitting member. It would be a good thing if it were understood that members who have acquitted themselves well will be renominated. Such a policy would ensure a trained body of workers for legislative work. Members will further realize that constructive work outside the legislatures is also required of them. 1 Via discussion with Nagpur Congress workers, December 27, 1939. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 203. The third point on which I will humbly request you to enlighten us is the strong trend, even among important congressmen, towards Western modes of living, thought and culture. In spite of putting on khadi, many of them are absolutely strangers to their own culture, and to them all that comes from the West. The letter leaves me unconvinced, so far as remuneration is concerned. Of course there will be hard cases everywhere. But hard cases make bad law. It should be remembered that the assemblies are not Congress monopolies. Many parties are represented on them. The Congress convenience cannot be the sole consideration. My correspondent assumes that every member devotes his whole time to the national service with special regard to legislative activity. This means that the legislators become professional politicians and the legislators become their special preserves. If I had my way, I would manage these things through the parties. I know that the question bristles difficulties and requires a thorough and quiet discussion. But the point I have raised is quite small. Why should the members draw anything while the assemblies are in virtual suspension? If a census were taken, it would be found that many members were not earning before what they are earning as legislators. It is a dangerous thing to make legislatures a means of earning more than one's market price. Let the responsible men in the provinces put their heads together and come to a decision worthy of the Congress and the cause they represent. The question raised by the correspondent as to making the present members permanent incumbents is beyond me. I have no experience in this matter. It is one for the working committee to probe. As to the habit of looking to the west for light, I can give little guidance if the whole of my life has not provided any. Light used to go out from the east. If the eastern reservoir has become empty, naturally the east will have to borrow from the west. I wonder if light, if it is light and not a miasma, can ever be exhausted. As a boy I learnt that it grew with the giving. Anyway, I have acted in that belief and have, therefore, traded on the ancestral capital. It has never failed me. This, however, does not mean that I must act like a frog in the well. There is nothing to prevent me from profiting by the light that may come from the west. Only I must take care that I am not overpowered by the glamour of the west. I must not mistake glamour for true light. The latter gives life, the former brings death. Sagaon, January 8, 1940. Origin, January 13, 1940. 204. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 248. Adulteration of G1 Sripanal II, an old member of Sabarmati Ashram, is a lover of cattle. He has for years been a lay farmer and dairyman. He has tried to study the cattle question. Very few people realize that conservation of cattle wealth in India is a major economic problem beside many complexities. Adulteration of ghee has always been one of them. During the last few years it has become a growing menace owing to the import of cheap vegetable oil miscalled ghee because of its having been congealed and otherwise processed so as to look like ghee. Shri Panal says that middlemen and sellers of dairy products profusely adulterate real ghee and thus undersell the farmer or cattle keeper. He says that it is impossible for farmers to hold out against this competition if the mischief continues for any length of time, especially as such vegetable ghee is being manufactured in Bombay and elsewhere on a large scale. Shri Panal rightly adds that agriculture without dairy and cattle breeding for draft purposes will be an impossibility if real ghee disappears from the market. Cattle keeping will then become a luxury instead of a paying occupation. Shri Panal, therefore, suggests that drastic measures should be taken to prevent adulteration. I heartily endorse the suggestion. There should be a well-regulated public agitation against adulteration, and preventive legislation should be passed if necessary. In addition to the economic, this adulteration has a medical aspect which is no less important than the economic. It is well known that vegetable ghee has much lower protective value than ghee. From the health point of view, doctors say vegetable ghee can never be a substitute for real ghee. This is, therefore, a question for corporations, medical men and humanitarian leagues to tackle without delay. If corporations have not adequate powers, they should have them. Shri Panal says, 3. It is quite feasible to make it compulsory by law to add some edible color or flavor to each and every tin of vegetable ghee, whether imported or produced in India. This will readily distinguish the vegetable product from the genuine ghee and make detection easy. Sagaon, January 8, 1940. Origin, January 20, 1940. 1. This appeared under notes. 2. Panal Jhaveri 3. Only an extract is reproduced here. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 205. 249. Letter to Nirmala and Ramdas Gandhi, January 8, 1940. CHI, NIMU, what girl you are. Now that you have found a home you have completely forgotten Sagaon, haven't you? You want me to believe that you don't get a minute to spare in a week. How is that? CHI. Rama, how hard-hearted you have grown. Ba is in Delhi. Lakshmi is unwell. It is as if I have opened a hospital here. You know about Vajpayee, Kanvarji, Durandas, Kisharalabhai and Krishnadas. I have also admitted a woman from a nearby village. And there is one more recommended by Paratur Shastri. All persons are improving. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, Nirmala Gandhi papers. Courtesy, near Memorial Museum and Library 250. The Tark of the East bowed low before the blast and patient disdain. She let the thundering legions pass and plunged in thought again. One, I congratulate the socialists, the royists too, and others who have spoken out their minds on spinning. The situation that faces the country is most serious. If civil resistance is declared in right earnest, there should be no suspension unless there is a proper settlement. It therefore follows that, if the fight is to be non-violent, the non-violence must be unadulterated. I must not be weak in my statement of the requirements. If I hesitate, I would betray the national cause. I dare not lead an army that does not answer the qualifications which I regard as essential for success. No half-hearted allegiance will do. Divided allegiance will lead. 1. Matthew Arnold 2 of the Radical Democratic Party of M. N. Roy. 206. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 2. Disaster. The critics should realize that I have not imposed myself on the Congress. I'm no dictator, though I have been given that nickname by unkind friends. I have no sanction for imposing my will on any person. Therefore I call myself truly a servant of people. The public should know that I have not even been formally appointed Generalissimo. Not that the working committee would not give me the formal appointment. But I suggested and the members agreed that there was no necessity for it. Thus if ever there can be a bond of unmixed love and confidence between a general and his men, this is such a one. There is nothing to prevent the Congress from ignoring me and passing any resolution it likes. There is nothing so far as I am concerned to prevent any person or any province or district from declaring civil disobedience at his or its own risk. They will be guilty of indiscipline towards the Congress. But I can do nothing in regard to such insubordination. Hence it should be unnecessary for me to argue out the case or spinning. It should be enough that it is a requirement that every satyagrahi has to fulfill. But I must continue to argue till I convert opponents or I own defeat. For my mission is to convert every Indian, whether he is a Hindu, Muslim or any other, even Englishman and finally the world, to non-violence for regulating mutual relations whether political, economic, social or religious. If I am accused of being too ambitious, I should plead guilty. If I am told that my dream can never materialize, I would answer that is possible, and go my way. I am a seasoned soldier of non-violence, and I have evidence to sustain my faith. Whether, therefore, I have one comrade or more or none, I must continue my experiment. The first thing I would like co-workers to realize is that I have no hate in me for a single Englishman. I am not interested in driving him out of India. I am interested in converting him into a servant of India instead of his being and believing himself to be a ruler or a member of the ruling race. I feel towards him precisely as I feel towards an Indian, no matter what his faith may be. Therefore those who do not share this elementary quality with me, cannot become co-satyagrahis. My love of Englishmen is not of the drawing room type. No one has painted their imperialism in more lurid colors than perhaps I have. But then I have done likewise in my domestic as also political. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 207. Circle. The love of my conception, if it is as soft as a rose petal, can also be harder than flint. My wife has had to experience the hard variety. My eldest son is experiencing it even now. I had thought I had gained Subhas Babu for all time as a son. I have fallen from grace. I had the pain of wholly associating myself with the ban pronounced on him one time was when Dr. Kerr and Veer Nariman used to say that my word was law for them. Alas, I can no longer claim that authority. Anyway, I was party to the disciplinary measures taken against them too. I maintain that I have acted towards them as I have acted towards those who are considered nearest and dearest to me. In all my dealings love has dictated my actions. Even so have I acted towards Englishmen. Of course they have called me all kinds of names when I have fought them. Their bitter criticism of me had as much effect on me as their praise. I say all this not to claim or expect any certificate of merit. I want to show that because I have said hard things about British rule and methods, ill against Englishmen must not be imputed to me. Those, therefore, who are filled with ill will against them will find me a misfit in the end. I am enunciating no new ideas here. They are to be found in Indian Home Rule Hind Swaraj, which was written in 1983 when the technique of Satyagraha was still in the process of formation. The Charkha had become part of this program of love. As I was picturing life based on non-violence, I saw that it must be reduced to the simplest terms consistent with hiking. Food and raiment will always remain the prime necessities of life. Life itself becomes impossible if these two are not assured. For non-violent defense, therefore, society has to be so constructed that its members may be able as far as possible to look after themselves in the face of invasion from without or disturbances within. Just as a domestic kitchen is the easiest thing in such circumstances, the tackle or at most the spinning wheel and the loom are the simplest possessions for the manufacture of cloth. Society based on non-violence can only consist of groups settled in villages in which voluntary cooperation is the condition of dignified and peaceful existence. A society which anticipates and provides for meeting violence with violence will either 1 Congress Working Committee Resolution, November 8, 1939. 2. They were debarred from holding any position of trust and responsibility in the Congress organization, K.F. Nariman in November 1937 and Dr. N.B. Kerr in July 1938. 3. A slip for 1909. Vide Hind Swaraj, November 22, 1909. 208. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Lead a precarious life or create big cities and magazines for defense purposes. It is not unreasonable to presume from the state of Europe that it sees its monster factories and huge armaments are so intimately interrelated that the one cannot exist without the other. The nearest approach to civilization based upon non-violence is the erstwhile village Republic of India. I admit that it was very crude. I know that there was in it no non-violence of my definition and conception. But the germ was there. All I have said may be pure folly. It behoves me as a faithful servant of the nation not to hide my folly. There is no doubt that we are on the eve of a big change. I hope it will be for the better, but it may be also for the worse. I must have the courage to share with my co-workers my innermost thoughts even though I may risk the loss of their cooperation. To resume the argument. It is from that germ that I have developed the technique of non-violence. If the Charkha can bear the ample interpretation I have put upon it, it becomes the most effective weapon in the armory of Satyagraha. The weak thread from the wheel binds the million in an unbreakable cord. 1 yard of the thread may be useless, but millions of unending threads spun by willing and knowing hands will make a cord strong enough to bear any strain that may be put upon it. But between 1908 and 1914 the idea remained dormant. The whole scheme was conceived for India. Nevertheless, the spirit of it was worked out even in South Africa. The life of the Satyagrahis there was reduced to simplest terms. Whether their sisters or others, they learned the dignity of labor. They accepted voluntary poverty as their lot in life and identified themselves with the poor. On my arrival in India I began single-handed to work for revival of the Charkha. In 1921 Khadi became one of the chief items of the constructive program of the Congress. The Charkha occupied the center of the Congress flag with its vital connection with non-violence. I am, therefore, today saying nothing new. But as has often happened, people have passed by what I have said until they have been compelled to take action. I have great regard for all the comrades who have been writing against the Charkha and its implications. They are rendering a service by guiding the country according to their lights. I do not want for mechanical assent to my requirements. I should take it if it served the national purpose, but I know that it cannot. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 209. I must here consider Sir Chamanal Seethavad's letter 1 to the Times of India. I know we have had political differences practically since my return to India in 1915. He is an eminent lawyer. But that no more entitles him to give an authoritative opinion on the economy of the Charkha than on the use of infantry in modern warfare. I invite him to study the literature that has grown around it. I promise that he will revise his opinion on its potency. May I also remind him that I claim many mill owners among my friends? They know my views about mills. They know too that I have had a share in promoting the prosperity of our mills in relation to foreign mills. Sir Chamanal should also know that I am guiding the policy of the largest and most powerful labor union to inches all India. My opposition to the mills is unending and uncompromising. But it is wholly non-violent, and I made bold to say that the mill owners will be the first to give me that certificate. My connection with the mills is so happy and complete illustration of non-violent resistance. I need not be reminded that they pamper me because they know that my activity cannot touch them. I flatter myself with the belief that they know better. They know that, if with my fixed views about mills I had violent intentions about them, my activity could cause so much trouble that they would be obliged to treat me as an enemy and to summon the assistance of the law against me. But I like Sir Chamanal's challenge to the ex-ministers. Let them speak. Sagaon, January 9, 1940. Origin, January 13, 1940. One wherein referring to Gandhiji's article Stingal v. Mills, he wrote, "One is amazed at this pronouncement, which implies that if Mr. Gandhi had his way, the mechanized textile industry of this country would be abolished in order that the village spinners and weavers might come into their own. Mr. Gandhi may as well advocate the abolition of railways, airplane services and motor cars in order that the bullock car may come into its own. The Congress ministries have again and again professed their concern for the development of large-scale industries so that India may become self-sufficient. A committee presided over by Jawaharlal Nehru is functioning to evolve the plan of industrial and economic development in the country. One would like to know what the Congress leaders think of this latest pronouncement of Mr. Gandhi. At any rate, those engaged in the mill industry, which is at present the outstanding industry of India and especially of this province, are entitled to know whether the Congress ministry, if and when it comes back to power, would work to attain the goal laid down by Mr. Gandhi of suppressing the mill industry of this country. Will any of the ex-ministers of Bombay answer? To Major Mahajan, the Textile Labor Union of Ahmedabad. 210. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 251. Letter to Jamal Bhaj, January 9, 1940 CHI. Jamal, just now you cannot give up the treatment and go to Jaipur. Write a letter to the Maharaja. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 3008-252. Talk with Bhai Paramanand once again, January 9/10, 1940, to Gandhiji. I have come across plenty of revolutionaries during my lifetime. I have been arguing with them ever since I wrote Indian Home Rule and ever since the murder of Curzon Wiley III when I was in England. They come to me knowing that they would get a patient hearing from me, and that in confiding their secrets to me they have a friend whom they can trust. As a result, quite a good number of them are today to be found fully converted and among my co-workers. So Prithvi Singh's case 4 was not the first one of the conversion of a revolutionary to non-violence, and it is my hope that it is not going to be the last. Assuming that Hinduism sanctions violence, one great contribution of Hinduism to the world is its Varnashrama Dharma, not the travesty we see today which confines the use of arms to Kshatriyas only. Therefore, to teach 350 millions of people how to wield the sword is a stupendous, almost an impossible task apart from the wrong and frightfulness of it. Universal violence as a means of getting independence is certainly not easier than my way, as you say. One reporting the talk under the title Talk with a Revolutionary, Mahadev Desai writes, one could see from the talk what a havoc long and solitary confinement in prison works on people, and how instead of breaking their spirit it makes many of them all the more bitter and irreconcilable. To date and identity of the interviewer are from the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. 3 on July 2, 1909. Vide London, after July 17, 1909. For Vide Statement to the Press, May 20, 1938. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 211. Because mine is traditional and natural to India apart again from the fact that mutual aid is the law of life and not mutual slaughter. If the latter had been the law, society would not have survived it. By Paramanand, but why not take in as many as possible in a fight which must be decisive? Oh yes. This must be the last fight, if we fight at all. It will be the last fight in any case. That makes it all the more necessary for me not to begin it unless I am sure that my army is fit to undergo the fiery ordeal in a completely non-violent manner. Think what would happen if all the 17 lakhs of the members in UP were to pass my test, which after all is eminently simple pinning and wearing khadi. But why must they believe that khadi will bring Swaraj? They will spin because they want your generalship and must yield obedience to you. If they render implicit obedience to the general, they should believe with him that khadi will bring Swaraj. Mere mechanical action will not bring the results by which I will have to judge their obedience. Khadi panders to be emptied and unemployment to be liquidated. That cannot happen without the belief in the Charkha. If there is no such belief, I will not call it real obedience. But I will not blame them. I will blame myself if I do not carry conviction to them. The fault will lie entirely with my defective ahimsa. As I have often said, if there is one true satyagrahi it would be enough. I am trying to be that true satyagrahi. Not one of his thoughts would be in vain. I know that many of my thoughts do not go in vain, but I also know that what I have thought and said about khadi has not gone home. I know the cause. I am full of ahimsa. Though I can suppress my anger, the fact remains that I am liable to anger. I have been a conscious and persevering observer of the vow of Brahmacharya since 1906, but I am not the perfect Brahmacharya I want to be. For with me perfect Brahmacharya is the attainment of sexlessness or impotence, but the state of Urdhvareta in which the sexual energy is completely sublimated into spiritual energy. If I had attained that Nirvikara passionless state, I should have but to think a thing and it would happen. I would not have to argue. But God is Nirvikara, free from all passions. Why does he not make us act as we ought to? His influence must be all-powerful. How do we know that he does not act? But do not bring God in this discussion. He has neither truth nor untruth, neither violence nor non-violence. 212. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. But it is due to him that we have vicarious actions. If it is wrong to have passions, he would not have filled us with them. Oh yes, he had given us all that and yet endowed us with a sense of right and wrong and also given us a certain amount of choice. He chose between right and wrong, between good and evil. But so far as we can judge, you are free from passions and comparatively perfect. No, I must be allowed to judge my limitations. If I was perfect, as I told you, I would not have to argue with you. My thought would be enough. I have fought many a fight. If anything, I was less perfect then than I am today. I had then to cover the length and breadth of India. I had to speak and argue day in and day out. Now if a fight has to come, you may be sure that I shall lead it from Sagaon. I am speaking and arguing much less than I used to do. But the fact remains that I am far from my ideal yet one. If there are so many volunteers ready, why should there have been so many rights? That is because they are provoked by the third party. That is not the answer. Even if they were engineered, non-violent volunteers should be able to make them impossible. But what about you? I have had accounts of you which are far from complimentary. I have never in my life, even when I was an active revolutionary, countenanced violence. Let anybody prove that I advised anyone to strike police or government officials down. In fact, I used to denounce all such acts and attempts. Did you? Yes. Do you know Baba Ramachandra? Don't I know him? You do. Then do you know that Baba Ramachandra would not ask anyone to kill another? But he believed that to pour boiling water down a man's throat was not violence. You may have preached non-violence of that kind. No, but I have explained to the people the teaching of the Bhagavad Gita. The following talk took place on the succeeding day. Mahadev Desai reports. Somehow the thought of thousands of satyagrahis in battle array obsessed by Paramanand. Apart from the test of spinning, Gandhiji put another test before him. VOL. 77, 6 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 213. Have told them that Lord Krishna himself has said that nor does the slayer slay nor is he whom he slays slain. Well, no. That's all you have said. The friend laughed at the absurdity of his own claim of non-violence. But, he persisted, does not Lord Krishna say it? That does not mean that you or I may say it. If I kill a man, I should have the gallows. My saying I have not killed won't save me. But if you want us to forget the teaching of the Gita, do tell us so. We will then not take the name of the Gita and will follow a different precept. No, there is no different precept to follow. You have to relearn your Gita. You have misread it all these years. Origin, January 20th, 1940. 253. Letter to Amrikaya. You are January 10th, 1940. My dear Amrit, return well and fully able to share burdens to love. BAPU from the original, CW. 3664. Courtesy, Amritkor. Also GN. 6473. 254. Letter to Kasturba Gandhi. January 10th, 1940. BA, I have your letter. Prabha has given in her letter all the news. Tell Devdas that I don't at all like his falling ill. He doesn't take care to put in enough exercise. If he did that and kept regular hours for meals he would not fall ill. You may stay there as long as necessary. From a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/XXIV. Blessings from BAPU. 1 bag of Gita, 2nd 1902. The addressee had gone to Indore. 214. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 255. Letter to Manal and Sushila Gandhi. January 12, 1940. CHI. Manal, Sushila, I got your letters. I do make every possible effort to write, but there's so much work every day that something is always left over. I have already written to you about your fighting there. I will write more when I get time. That one letter is lying with me. I have nothing special to write. The final responsibility rests on you. His Sharalapai is staying here at present. There are hopes of his improving. Girandas also is here. He is very much better. Kanvarji is gaining weight rapidly. Thus Sagaon has turned into a hospital just now. I am not likely to start a stroll here immediately. Ba is in Delhi. Lakshmi is very weak. She is improving. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 4907. Blessings from BAPU. 256. Letter to Bardhan Kumarappa. January 14, 1940. My dear Bardhan, even though the medicine might have been or was given to me personally, I cannot trace it. Please procure another sample and literature. I can't draft the resolution. I began it and saw that it was not for the AIVIA to pass a resolution, it was for me to deal with it in origin. This I shall do too. I have the money. Love. BAPU from a photostat, GN. 3589. 1 Sharendra Med. Divide the following item. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 215. 257. Why only coffee? One Professor Kumarappa has a grouse against me that although I am the author and guide of the AIVIA, I seem to treat it as a stepchild. I have retorted that grouse is due to superficial reasoning. He will not take a defeat lying down. He has returned to the charge again and again, and refuses to be satisfied till I proclaim to the world that the other village industries stand on the same with coffee. For me the proposition was so self-evident as not to need any enunciation. But Professor Kumarappa is right so far as practical application is concerned. People are not governed by theory. Thus several people have recently complained to me that they know men who use khadi but use no other village articles. They suggest that many congressmen wear khadi because it is required by the Constitution. But having no belief in it, they never think of anything but their convenience so far as other articles of use are concerned. This I call fulfilling the letter and killing the spirit. And where spirit is killed, the letter is as much use as a body from which life has ebbed away. I have often said that khadi is a central sun around which the village industries revolve like so many planets. They have no independent existence. Nor will khadi exist without the other industries. They are absolutely interdependent. The fact is that we have to make a choice between India of the villages that are as ancient as herself and India of the cities which are a creation of foreign domination. Today the cities dominate and drain the villages so that they are crumbling to ruin. My khadi mentality tells me that cities must subserve village when that domination goes. Exploiting the villages is itself organized violence. If we want Swaraj to be built on non-violence, we will have to give the villages their proper place. This we will never do unless we revive village industries by using the products thereof in place of things produced in city factories, foreign or indigenous. Perhaps it is now clear why I identify khadi with non-violence. Khadi is the chief village handicraft. Kill khadi and you must kill the villages and with them non-violence. I cannot prove this by statistics. The proof is before our eyes. Sagaon, January 14, 1940. Origin, January 20, 1941. This appeared under notes. 216. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 258. No suppression. A Bengali friend came to me during the week and said that though Bengal was ready for battle, the working committee and especially I were suppressing it and thus damaging the nation's cause. This is a serious charge. The working committee can take care of itself. So far as I know, it has suppressed no province and no person. But I can say as the sole authority on Satyagraha that I have never suppressed any body or organization. Satyagraha does not admit of such suppression. Thus, though I have been ignorantly accused of suppressing the people of Raikot, I never suppressed them. They were at liberty, as they are now, to civilly resist authority. Even one person could do so if he had the conviction. If he is wrong, he can only harm himself, not his opponent. Hence it is that I have called Satyagraha the most harmless, if also the most potent, remedy against wrongs. What, however, I did in the case of Raikot was to use the authority the Satyagrahis of Raikot had given me to suspend civil resistance. It was open to them to reject my advice. He could hardly be dignified by the name of command. If they had, and if they had got responsible government, they would have received my congratulations. Some readers may remember that the working committee had refused to sanction civil resistance in Sharala Parala 1 but had left the Sharala people to declare it at their own risk. Likewise it is open to Bengal, as also to any other province, on its own initiative at its own risk, to offer civil resistance. What it cannot have is my approval or support. And if the Bengal Provincial Congress Committee wholly repudiates the authority of the working committee, it can, with all the greater force and propriety, do as it likes. If it succeeds, it will cover itself with glory, overthrow the present leadership, and rule the Congress organization as it will deserve to. I have prescribed the conditions of successful civil resistance. But if the Bengal Provincial Congress Committee thinks that the Muslim masses are with the Congress, if it thinks that both Hindus and Muslims are ready for the fight, if it thinks that neither non-violence nor the Charkha is necessary or that non-violence has no connection with the Charkha, and if it fails to declare war, it will then be untrue to itself and to the country. What I have said applies to every province and part of India. But as the most experienced Satyagrahi I must be allowed to utter a note of warning to all concerned that whoever declares civil resistance will invite Sharala Parala, August 25, 1921. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 217. Without the proper training and a full appreciation of the conditions of Satyagraha is likely to bring disaster to the cause he espouses. Sagaon, January 14, 1940. Origin, January 20, 1940. 259. A voluntary labor tax. If all primary members of the Congress also become spinners. For Swaraj, how would it affect khadi? I asked Sri Krishnadas Gandhi to answer the question for me, and he has produced the following figures. 1. The number of primary members. 40 lakhs. 2. The value of their annual donation, say, 12,000 yards per member, can be reckoned at Rs1-2-0 per head, but to be on the safe side is taken at 1 per head. 3. The value of khadi produced from the sub. Rs 40 lakhs. Stride yarn. Rs 48 lakhs. The annual sale of khadi for 1939 is estimated at Rs 75 lakhs. Therefore, the total value of the AISA khadi is equal to Rs 75 lakhs plus Rs 48 lakhs. Rs 123 lakhs. The cost to the AISA Rs 123 lakhs Rs 40 lakhs. Rs 83 lakhs. This would mean in the production of khadi an increase of 84%. Or, in the sale price of khadi, a possibility of production of 32.5%. Or, in the alternative, the possibility of increasing the wages of spinners by 80 to 100%. 2. There is a provision in the rules of the AISA, which allows subscribers to purchase back their subscribed units value A1, me. Thus the value of the cotton RS5 that is, 11 RS. If all members exercise this privilege, the AISA will realize in cash Rs 27.5 lakhs. Consequently, the cost price of the remaining stock of cotton with the AISA will be Rs 75 lakhs Rs 27.5 lakhs. Rs 47.5 lakhs. This will enable the association to reduce the sale price by about 37%, instead of 32.5% mentioned in the first calculation. If the total amount of yarn contributed be worth Rs 40 lakhs, each member will pay out of pocket not more than 8 as per annum, it being the 218. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Price of cotton and the cost of carding, when the member is not a carder. If he self-cards his own cotton, as he is expected to, the out-of-pocket expenses will be still further reduced. It must be remembered that the higher the count of yarn, the less is the price of cotton and the greater is the contribution in the form of labor. Those who are not prejudiced against cotton will find ample food for thought in the foregoing. Let them work out what it would mean if all were high, if all spun not the miserable 33 yards per day but at least 100 yards. The price of cotton can be lowered donating this to the AISA or, which is the same thing, the poor learning the art of spinning for their own needs. This donation will be a kind of a voluntary labor tax. Sagaon, January 14, 1940. Origin, January 20, 1940. 260. English opinion on Indian struggle. A friend forwards the following 2 cuttings from the Cambridge Review. 1. The signatories are distinguished men and women of letters. I publish them to show that thoughtful English men and women who used to be indifferent about India are now studying Indian affairs and are unreservedly supporting the struggle for Indian independence. Sagaon, January 14, 1940. Origin, January 20, 1941. Eileen Power, Susan Stubbing, M. H. Dobb, David Hardman, H. L. Elvin, Harold J. Lasky, Joseph Needham and J. Robinson had in a letter expressed their keen sympathy with the Indians in their struggle against indescribable poverty, the persistence of feudal anomalies and their eagerness to extend their active cooperation to the Indian people. They had welcomed the setting up of an Indian Independence Committee in Cambridge to provide information about India and to explain and advocate the Congress policy. In another letter, R. Pittam and M. J. C. Hoggart had protested against the policy of the national government towards India. The Indian people, they wrote, demand freedom and democracy in order to overcome the economic and political backwardness which 150 years of foreign rule has done little or nothing to alleviate. No formula which does not grant these things can be satisfactory, nor can it produce anything but conflict and disorder. The writers, advocating the proposal of the Indian National Congress to introduce universal adult franchise, had said, no minority in India which genuinely believes in freedom objects to this, and it is a demand with which the British people are in full sympathy. Also, in their opinion, Dominion status was meaningless, for the Indian people have no cultural, religious or racial ties with Britain. VOL. 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 219. 261. Letter to Lord Linlithgow. Sagaon, Warda, January 14, 1940. DAR Lord Linlithgow, I have read and reread your Bombay speech when I write this, however, to put before you my difficulties. Dominion status in terms of the Statute of Westminster and independence are taken to be equivalent terms. If so, should you not use the term that fits India's case? I have no doubt you had very good reasons for the way you have dealt with the question of minorities. But I have serious doubts about the implications of your reference to that question. I do not at all understand the reference to the scheduled castes. If you think that you would like to see me, you have but to wire or write to. I shall be with the working committee till perhaps the 22nd inst. I am, yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. From a copy, CW 7835. Courtesy, G.D. Burla 262. Letter to Sharda G. Shakwala, January 14, 1940. CHI. Babudi, Sushila wrote to me about your baby. I have dictated a letter to Gangabin and she will now write to you direct. You also may write to her. The best thing is that you should eat enough fruit and greens and take enough milk. If you do that, your milk will be nourishing and that will help the baby. Mix sago with milk. 1 for the Viceroy's speech dated January 10th. Vide Appendix Viceroy's speech, October 1st, 1940. 2 inches reply dated January 17th. The addressee invited Gandhiji for talks any day after January 29th. 220. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. My yarn has still not been woven. If you want finer cloth still, I will send some from my doties. Both of you must be fine. Take complete rest. Blessings from BPU from the Gujarati original, CW. 10,025. Courtesy, Sharda G. Shakwala 263. Discussion with English BACIFISTS 1 Sagaon, before January 15, 1940, 2. Whilst the pacifists appreciated the position taken up by India, their difficulty was how, if Gandhiji accepted the Allied cause as just as said that he would pray for the victory of Britain, he had advised the Congress not to offer its cooperation to Britain. Gandhiji explained that any cooperation or non-cooperation that the Congress could offer would be moral and not material. Materially, Britain's position would not be affected by either attitude, for the contribution in men and money that Britain exacted from India as a subject nation would continue. When a non-violent India wished Britain victory, it was not victory for Britain, right or wrong, but victory for Britain, which in going to war against Germany was less in the wrong and more in the right. But if there was no satisfactory declaration of the war aims regarding India, the moral support that Britain would gain would not be forthcoming. The result would be quite different if the Congress were indifferent as to means. She would in that case foment a rebellion and offer effective obstruction. Q. Now it would be mental violence and not physical violence? A. Maybe. But the non-cooperation that may come would be non-violent. Mental violence no potency and injures only the person whose thoughts are violent. It is otherwise with mental non-violence. It has potency which the world does not yet know. And what I want is non-violence of thought and need. Such non-violent support can be available to Britain only if her cause is demonstrably just, even though from a pacifist standpoint her means are violent and therefore bad. Her cause will not be just if she is not just to India, that is, if of her own accord and without reference to the one reproduced from a Hate of Desai's article of Pacifists Outstate January 15, 1942 Ibid. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 221. Parties in India. She does not wash her hands clean of imperialist exploitation of India. Therefore, non-violent India's prayer will be for Britain's victory when she declares in unequivocal terms that India is a free nation in action now, and in law as soon as possible, maybe even during the war. This she'll do from the heart only when she begins to rely more on the efficacy of moral support of non-violent India than on her own strong arm. If England can take the step, the war will end in peace through moral force, rather than through superiority of arms. Origin, January 20, 1940 264. A welcome move on the Deliverance Thanksgiving Day declared by Jinnah Sahib when I had the following wire from Gurdwara Muslims. Deliverance Day greetings, Quaid-e-Azam Jinnah Zindabad. I took it as a message sent to ruffle my feelings. The senders little knew that wire could not serve its purpose. When I received it, I silently joined the senders in the wish long live Quaid-e-Azam Jinnah. The Quaid-e-Azam is an old comrade. What does it matter that today we do not see eye to eye in some matters? That can make no difference in my goodwill towards him. But the Quaid-e-Azam has given me special reason for congratulating him. I had the pleasure of wiring him congratulations on his excellent A-Day broadcast. And now he commands further congratulations on forming pacts with parties who are opposed to the Congress policies and politics. He is thus lifting the Muslim League out of the communal run and giving it a national character. I regard his step as perfectly legitimate. I observe that the Justice Party and Dr. Ambedkar's party have already joined Jinnah Sahib. The papers report too that Sri Savarkar, the president of the Hindu Mahasabha, is to see him presently. Jinnah Sahib himself has informed the public that many non-Congress Hindus have expressed their sympathy with him. I regard this development as thoroughly healthy. Nothing can be better than that we should have in the country mainly two parties, Congress and non-Congress or anti-Congress, if the latter expression is preferred. Jinnah Sahib is giving the word minority a new and good content. The Congress majority is made up of a combination of one fine statement to the press, September 12, 1939. 222. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Caste Hindus, non-caste Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Parsis and Jews. Therefore it is a majority drawn from all classes, representing a particular body of opinion. And the proposed combination becomes a minority representing another body of opinion. This may any day convert itself into a majority by commending itself to the electorate. Such an alignment of parties is a consummation devoutly to be wished. If the Quaid-e-Azam can bring about the combination, not only I but the whole of India will shout with one acclamation, long live Quaid-e-Azam Jinnah. For he will have brought about permanent and living unity for which I am sure the whole nation is thirsting. Sagaon, January 15, 1940. Origin, January 20, 1940 265. My sin the following is a summary of a long indictment from a Muslim official of Punjab Congress Committee. Your public statements show that you are deeply distressed over the differences among the major communities of India. Apart from the natural fear of the Mussalmans of a dominant majority at the center, it is chiefly your personality which is forcing the Mussalmans to ally themselves with the imperialist government and thus array themselves against the Congress. The student of current events has thank you for driving the brave and liberty-loving Mussalmans into the reactionary fold. You claim that from its very commencement the Congress has been a wholly political organization and never communal. It has proved its claim repeatedly and on every relevant occasion. You have written, the Congress has refused to represent any but the national cause. Of course the Indian National Congress was organized as a non-communal body for the political emancipation of India. But when you say that if untouchability exists Hinduism cannot survive, you admit that the uplift of the Harjans is a purely Hindu cause and is a question of the life and death of Hinduism. In spite of this, for the 20 years of your life in India you have used the Congress platform for the removal of untouchability and have included it in the constructed program of the Congress. The Mussalmans do not grudge you the right to work for the uplift of the Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 223. Harjans provided it is on the separate platform. But why should you include what you yourself admit to be a purely Hindu cause in the constructive program of the Congress? You have thus made the background of the Congress so aggressively Hindu that it requires little effort to keep the Mussalmans away from the Congress. The misfortune is that most of the congressmen have been infused with the same narrow-mindedness and indiscretion as have characterized your leadership. To most of them freedom of India means going back to an age 2,500 years old and thrusting their religion and culture on 8 cores of unwilling Mussalmans. But the communal question seen from the right perspective is not as insoluble as it appears to be. Even now prudence coupled with large-heartedness may undo the wrong done to the cause of national unity. The Constituent Assembly is not only an expedient for the political problem facing India but is under the present circumstances the best and the only way out of the communal muddle. An article from UN and Origin 1 is not sufficient. It is necessary to incorporate in the Resolution 2 on the Constituent Assembly a clear-worded clause assuring the Mussalmans that the representatives to the said assembly would be elected on separate electorates, and that regarding matter relating to their religion and culture the decision of a two-third majority of their representatives would be accepted without hitch or hindrance. Then again mere resolution passed to the above effect would not suffice. It would be necessary to carry on continuous, systematic and intensive propaganda in order to bring home to every Mussulman the implication of the Constituent Assembly, especially of the clause dealing with the election and powers of the representatives of the Mussulmans. Only in this way can the Congress gain the confidence of the Mussulman masses and cut the ground from under the feet of those who try to mislead them by creating the bogey of their religion and culture being in danger. India can free itself the very day the Congress succeeds in winning the confidence of the Mussulmans. Britain dare not hold in bondage a united India. Therefore the fight for freedom should take the form of adopting measures for and putting into practice the ideal when by the only way. November 19, 1939. To Ibid. 224. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Of Hindu-Muslim unity. Perhaps one thing has become clear to you now, namely, that Hindu-Muslim unity cannot come about by negotiating with the Muslim League or any other organization. I have left out nothing relevant from the letter. The charge coming from a responsible congressman is amazing. The program of non-cooperation was passed in consultation with the Ali brothers too at a time when the Congress had the full hard cooperation of the most influential Muslims. The program contained removal of untouchability by Hindus. Should not non-Hindus rejoice in the purification of Hinduism? Why may not Congress allow and encourage social and religious reform from the Congress platform? Non-violent politics cannot be divorced from moral uplift. And why does the correspondent forget that Caliphate itself was a purely religious cause? There were non-Congress Hindus then as there are now who thought and think that it was a grave mistake made by the Congress in taking up the Caliphate wrong. I have no doubt whatsoever as to the correctness of the Congress step. And if a similar thing occurred again, I should not hesitate to give my life in aiding my Muslim brethren. A friend in need is a friend indeed. I hope, therefore, that my correspondent and those who think like him will correct their thought and believe with me that every act of purification in any sect or community promotes the well-being of the whole, of which they form a part, and therefore deserves encouragement from all platforms. As to the Constituent Assembly, everything the correspondent says has been conceded by the Congress. Propaganda is also going on. But congressmen and especially Congress Muslims may not sit with folded hands and expect the working committee to carry on the work. The working committee's function is to supervise, guide and advise the organization and to administer its routine work. Propaganda can only be carried on if thousands of congressmen interest themselves in it. If the program mapped by the Congress is insipid, congressmen can turn out the present guides in a moment. This is true especially because the Congress has accepted nonviolence as its policy. Its success is dependent on the wholehearted co-one on December 30, 1920. Vide Appendix Congress Resolution on Non-Cooperation, December 1920. To Muhammad Ali and Shaukat Ali. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 225. Operation of every single congressman. In that sense the Congress is the largest instrument of political education in the country. Everyone who comes on the Congress register becomes a candidate for political education. There should be a handbook to impart such education. And since many congressmen are illiterate, it might be necessary to take up adult literacy and have a special department for carrying on the work. I commend this suggestion to my correspondent for adoption. He can commence with his own district in which he is vice president. Let him not distrust members of the Muslim League. They are both his countrymen and co-religionists. We need not be one of those enemies because we have different ideas or different policies. Sagaon, January 15, 1940 Harijan, January 20, 1940 266. To correspondents and message seekers 1 inch spite my notice 2 inches Harijan of December 23, those who can spare me continue to write and ask for messages. I would refer them to the notice for further explanation. I know several intimate friends have not received acknowledgments or messages. They will forgive me. I have to harden my heart if I am to cope with the responsibility I am carrying. And what can be better than that I should commence with known friends? Sagaon, January 15, 1940 Harijan, January 27, 1940 267. Letter to C.F. Andrews Ward S.C.P., January 15, 1940 My dear Charlie, if you think it proper tell Guru Dev that I have never ceased to think of his wire 3 and anxiety about Bengal. I feel that Subhas is behaving like a spoiled child of the family. The only way to make up one this appeal was repeated in Harijan, March 2, 1940. October 2, 1940 and February 17, 1940. 2 Vi to correspondents and message seekers, December 17, 1939. 3 dated December 20, 1939. Vi first footnote of telegram to Rabindranath Tagore, December 22, 1939. 220. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. With him is to open his eyes. And then his politics show sharp differences. They seem to be unbridgeable. I am quite clear the matter is too complicated for Guru Dev to handle. Let him trust that no one in the committee has anything personal against Subhas. For me, he is as my son. Hope you are well. Love. Mohan from a photostat, GN. 8750-268. The dissensions Sri Jayaprakash Narayan 1 and Sri Samparan 2 have spoken in no uncertain terms against the addendum to the pledge to be taken on the 26th inst. I have great regard for them. They are able and brave and have suffered for the country. I should count it a privilege to have them as companions in arms. I should love to win them over to my viewpoint. If the battle is to come and I am to lead it, I should not be able to do so with half-convinced or doubting lieutenants. I am not spoiling for a fight. I am trying to avoid it. Whatever may be true of the members of the working committee, I wholly endorse Subhas Babu's charge that I am eager to have a compromise with Britain if it can be had with honor. Indeed, Satyagraha demands it. Therefore I am in no hurry. And yet if the time came and if I had no follower, I should be able to put up a single-handed fight. But I have not lost faith in Britain. I like the latest pronouncement of Lord Linlithgow for I believe in his sincerity. There are undoubted snags in that speech. Many I's have to be dotted, many T's have to be crossed. But it seems to contain germs of settlement honorable to both nations. Those, therefore, who work with me have to appreciate this side of me. Perhaps from the standpoint of the dissensions this compromising nature of mine is a disqualification. If it is, the country should know it. Shri Jayaprakash Narayan has done well to clear his and the Socialist Party's position. He says a conservative program, 1 General Secretary of the All India Congress Socialist Party to ex-Minister, Education, UP. 3 Vice Appendix Resolution on Independence Day Pledge, December 30, 1939. 4 Vice Appendix Viceroy's Speech, October 1, 1940. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 227. We have never accepted it as the only or even as an adequately effective weapon in our struggle. Our views regarding these matters have remained unchanged. Rather, they have been strengthened by the helplessness of national leadership in the present crisis. Let students come out of their schools and colleges on that day and let workers lay down their tools. If the majority of congressmen entertain the views that Shri Jayaprakash propounds on behalf of the Socialist Party, I can never hope to lead such an army to success. He has no faith either in the program or in the present leadership. I suggest to him that he has quite unconsciously discredited the program he would carry out merely because the nation's high command desire it. Imagine an army marching to battle without faith in the weapons to be used and in the leaders who have prescribed them. Such an army can only bring disaster to itself, its leaders and the cause. If I were in Shri Jayaprakash's place and if I felt able to tender discipline, I would advise my party to remain indoors and silent. If I could not, I would preach open revolt and frustrate the designs of an ineffective leadership. Again, he would have his students come out of their colleges and schools and work and lay down their tools. Now this is a lesson in discipline. If I had my way, I would invite every student to remain in his school or college unless he got leave or the principal decided to close the college or school in order to take part in the celebration. I should give similar advice to the workmen. Shri Jayaprakash complains that the working committee has given no details about the work to be done on the Independence Day. I thought that with the program of fraternizing and khadi there was no need for detailed instructions. I should expect Congress committees everywhere to arrange spinning demonstrations, khadi hawking, and the like. I observed that some committees are doing so. I had expected Congress committees to make preparations from the day the working committee resolution was published. I shall measure the strength of a nation's response not merely by the quantity of yarn spun but mainly by the khadi sales throughout the country. Finally, Shri Jayaprakash says, we advanced for our part a new program, that of labor and peasant organization, as the foundation of a revolutionary mass movement. I dread the language used. I have organized both but not perhaps in the way Shri Jayaprakash has in mind. The sentence demands further elucidation. If they are not organized on the strictly peaceful footing, they may damage non-violent action as they did during the Rowlatt Act. 228. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Satyagraha 1 and later during the Hartal in Bombay over the Prince of Wales's visit 2. Shri Sampurnanand has raised a spiritual issue 3. He thinks that the original pledge should not have been tampered with though as he says, and rightly, it was discursive. I was its author. I wanted the people not merely to repeat the mantra of independence but to educate the people as to its why and wherefore. It was later amended when certain portions of the original had become meaningless. I admit the sacredness of the mantra of independence. That was given to us when the Lokmanya for first uttered, Swaraj is my birthright. It was caught by thousands and is gaining strength from day to day. It is now enshrined in the hearts of millions. I hold that the addendum this year was necessary. It adds to the sacredness of the original and tells the people how everyone can contribute to the realization of national freedom. I feel, therefore, that Shri Sampurnanand's objection really arises from his disbelief in the effective program. Thus he says, if making it an integral part of the pledge means that we are definitely committing ourselves to a policy of village industries as opposed to mass production, then I, as a socialist, cannot accept it. Of course I cannot give the legal interpretation of the pledge. It can only be given by the working committee. But as the general responsible for declaring and conducting a non-violent war I am bound to say that this mentality must interfere with mass propaganda. A leader like Sampurnanand can either throw himself wholeheartedly in the struggle or not at all. He will create confusion in the mass mind by being half-hearted in his exposition of the addendum. If khadi has not an abiding place in the national program, it should have no place in the addendum. If there is anything more effective, it should be put before the nation. There need be no hush-hush policy because a big fight is said to be impending. It is not necessary for all to be of one mind. But it is absolutely necessary that those who have to be in charge, as you would have to be, have a living faith in the program they have to work out. No make-believe will answer the present requirements. 1 in 1919. 2 on November 17, 1921. 3 Vide Letter to Sampurnanand, December 29, 1939. 4 Balgandad Arthilak. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 229. It has been suggested to me by a congressman wielding great influence that as soon as I declare civil resistance I would find a staggering response this time. The whole labor world and the citizens in many parts of India will, he assures me, declare a simultaneous strike. I told him that, if that happened, I should be most embarrassed and all my plan would be upset. I must confess that I have no positive plan in front of me. Let me say that God will send me a plan when he gives the word as he has done before now. He has been my unfailing guide and has sustained me throughout my stormy life. This, however, I know that no plan that I may put before the country will admit of unregulated and sporadic strikes, because that must lead to violence and therefore automatic suspension of the non-violent struggle. It would amount my dismissal. I am sure that socialist leaders and other dissensions do not expect me to embark on the struggle which I know beforehand is likely to end in disaster. I ask for lieutenants and men who will act out in mind. Even if somehow or other we achieve nominal independence, we cannot conduct national affairs with any degree of success unless we have won the struggle in the manner prescribed by me. Without real non-violence there would be perfect anarchy. I hope I am not expected knowingly to undertake a fight that must end in anarchy and dread ruin. Sagayon, January 16, 1940. Origin, January 20, 1940. 269. Letter to M. Agent of January 16, 1940. DEAR Quaidism. I hate to write MR before any Indian name. It is so unnatural. Hence I have been writing of you as Janab Jinnah Sahib, according to the usage taught to me by the late Hakim Sahib. But Amshul Salam tells me that in the League circles you are always called Quaidism. And you will see from the enclosed how the finishing touch was given by a telegram I received from Virga. I hope you will accept my assurance that what I have done has been done in good faith and out of regard for you. If, however, you would have me address you otherwise, I shall respect your wishes. The purpose of writing this letter is to send you the enclosed. 230. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Advance copy of the article when I have sent to the Origin. I have written it to further thee and I have read in your recent messages and actions. I know you are quite capable of rising to the height required for the noble motive attributed to you. I do not mind your opposition to the Congress. But your plan to amalgamate all the parties opposed to the Congress at once gives your movement a national character. If you succeed you will free the country from communal incubus and, in my humble opinion, give a lead to the Muslims and others for which you will deserve the gratitude not only of the Muslims but of all the other communities. I hope that my interpretation is correct. If I am mistaken, you will please correct me. It is a purely personal, private, friendly letter. But you are free to make public use of it if you think it necessary. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from Photostat, C.W. 11340. Courtesy, Rizwan Ahmed 270. Letter to Lord Linlithgow, January 17, 1940. Since writing to you on the 14th instant I have had reports of the interviews you gave to Shrees B.H. Desai 3, Moon Chief 4 Anchor 5. These reports convey an impression different from the one made by a study of your speech 6. If they are a correct reflection of your mind, a settlement may be more difficult than your speech has led me to believe and perhaps the time has not arrived for our meeting. But of this you shall be sole judge. I do not want to put you in a false position by your inviting me to meet you because of my letter of the 14th instant. Somehow or other I feel that when we meet we should do so to come to a final settlement. But I must not anticipate 7 from a copy, CW. 7836. Courtesy, G.D. Burlow 1 Vida Welcome Move, January 15, 1940. 2 from the addressee's letter dated January 21 3 Bhulabhai Desai, leader of the opposition party in the Central Assembly, who was granted an interview on January 13 4 for the text of the interview with K.M. Munshi on January 12, vide Appendix K.M. Munshi's interview with Lord Linlithgow, December 1, 1940. 5 B.G. Kerr, ex-premier of Bombay 6 vide Appendix Viceroy's speech, October 1, 1940. 7 vide letter to the addressee, letter to Lord Linlithgow, January 23, 1940. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 231. 271. Letter to Yo Drive Choithram Jadwani before January 18, 1940. 1 Mahatma Gandhi in a communication to Dr. Choithram Jadwani has contradicted the statements of the Secretary of the Sindh Hindu Mahasabha that he Mahatma Ji had called Mr. Virumal Begrai and Mr. Bhajrai Ajwa and I, President and Secretary of the Hindu Mahasabha, Sucker, respectively, to order to hear from them the Hindu viewpoint on the Sucker riots. Mahatma Gandhi states that he had invited nobody from Sindh to meet him. The Bombay Chronicle, January 19, 1940. 272. Letter Sardal Singh Kavishar Sagaon, Warda, January 18, 1940. DAR Kavishar, I am surprised at Janiji so hopelessly misunderstanding me. What I said was that you never claimed to represent Sikhs in the sense that you were above sectarianism. What was said by way of a compliment to you. But you do not cease to be a Sikh even as I don't cease to be a Hindu because I refuse to represent those Hindus who believe untouchability to be part of Hinduism. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL 273. Letter to Vijayanapan Kohli Sagaon, Warda, January 18, 1940 CHI. Vijaya, I have your letter. You did well in paying a visit to Baba. This place has become a hospital. Girandas, Kanvarji, Kajurel and Valjarpai are ill. They seem to be improving. Ba has not yet returned. Lakshmi is weak. Devdas was ill. Kanu will return on the 22nd. Perhaps I may have to go to Santiniketan. Nothing has been. When the report is Dateline Bombay, January 18, 1940. 232. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi, fixed yet. Blessings to you both from APU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 7122. Also CW. 4614. Courtesy, Vijayanapan Kohli 274. Letter to Abdul Khalil Sagaon, Warda, January 18, 1940 H.A. Abdul Khalil, I could read your letter only today. If what you write is true, it is regrettable. I shall make inquiries. M.K. Gandhi by Abdul Khalil C.O. Munshi Abdul Wahab Sahib Ajnath Para Riper C.P. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 6861 275. Letter to Leela Yasser Sivakram, January 19, 1940 CHI. Leela, I received your letter. I have taken so much burden upon myself that it is difficult to cope with letters from persons like you. But sitting here I am doing whatever needs to be done. Do not lose heart. What appears difficult will become easy and interesting with effort. I have no desire at all to go to Pune. Come during the holidays. Give up any craving. Your duty is to study. We shall see about nursing, etc. Right now, the issue is the immediate examination. Learning never goes waste. Blessings from BAPU. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 233. P.S. The rest from Mahada's letter. Sri Lilitabnadeshi Kanchi Keetsi Petrolyas 65 Mint Road BOMAY Fort from the Gujarati Original, PRL Papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library Y. Courtside, Balade Vinayar and Dr. Sushla Nayar. 276. Letter to Jayaprakash Narayan before January 19, 1940. To your opposition 1 is proper and you have expressed it in a language of restraint. You could not have done anything else. The Hindu, January 19, 1940. 277. Telegram to Valabram Vidya. Valabram Vidya Ukas H. at H. Kuwani Pali Hyderabad. Warda, January 19, 1940. Examine Shankar Banker Report. Wire if necessary. Ailing. From CW. 2912. Courtesy, Valabram Vidya. Dystopia and Gandhi. 234. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 278. Letter to Ramdas Gandhi and Family Sigaon, Warda, January 19, 1940 CHI. Rama, I am satisfied to read your handwriting. Let us live as God wills. CHI. And I am you. After reading your letter I had only asked for a line from you on a postcard. You can certainly have the time every week. CHI. Sumi, I will say your letter's good. But you must use ink. And each letter should be like a pearl. CHI. KNAM, when you satisfy me with your studies as also with everything else you are sure to find sweets in your pockets. CHI. USHA1, improve your handwriting. There are quite a number of patients here. Tell whoever from Valjapais is there not to worry about him. He is being properly looked after. And he also is cheerful. Ba is still in Delhi and will remain there for some time. Blessings from BAPU Sri Ramdas Gandhi Dakshin Murli Bhavnagar, Kathy Hour from the Gujarati Original, Nirmala Gandhi Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library 279. Letter to Prabhavati Sivagram, Warda, January 19, 1940 CHI. Prabha, I have your letter. Vijaya's address is, Ambulavya Sangar, Kathiawar. One daughter of Ramdas Gandhi. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 235. Your work will not suffer in the least if you stay here for a month. What would happen if you were bedridden, or if you had to go to help father? It would be better to come here now and improve your health than to be forced to come here after it has already broken down. If you ask Rajan Babu, he too will give you the same advice. As to your question how you should work there, the answer is simple enough. If you get even 1 or 2 women who will spin willingly and sincerely, you should labor for them as best as you can. You should also go from door to door selling as much khadi as possible. Get a few women together and form a Asian party and teach them how to read and write. Go among the poor women also and spread literacy among them. Go to the Harijan quarters and meet the women there. Thus you can widen the sphere of your work as much as you wish provided your health remains good enough. By and by other women also will join you. But the fact is that your health is not strong enough. Nor can you make adequate preparation. It appears to you that you have no work because you have not chopped out a program. We had a lot of rain here. Sasha is in Delhi. Blessings from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 3543. BAPU. 280. Letter to Keshavam Trivedi. January 19, 1940. By Keshavam, I am very late in replying to your letter. You should consult Lakshmidas Pai 1. Keshavam Ram Shankar Trivedi Sasadra Wala Shukati Pandar Nasari BB. And CIRLY. From a microfilm of Gujarati, MMU/XXII. Blessings from BAPU. 1 Lakshmidas Purushottam Master, an ashram inmate and khadi expert. 236. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 281. Notes imperialism dies hard as I do not read newspapers but merely glance through the headings now and then. PRL collects for me cuttings from various sources. These I read when I get odd moments. I chance upon one which contains the following instructions for bowing for those who were to receive decorations at the hands of HE the Governor of the United Provinces on the 16th instant. When your name is read out by the Secretary you will kindly move on to the edge of the carpet and you first bow to His Excellency. Then advance to the center of the carpet and bow again. Then advance to the foot of the dais on which His Excellency will be standing and bow again. You will then be invested by His Excellency. His Excellency will then shake hands with you. Then you should bow. Then proceed for his backwards and bow again. Then turn about and proceed to your seat. All officers, military or police, attending in headdress will salute and not bow. And P. He bow should be made by bending the head forward only and should not be made from the waist. Sir Samuel Hoare says imperialism is dead. Every congressman knows that it is dying. These instructions show that it will die hard. I never knew that this process of humiliation still continued. Decorations themselves are a symbol of imperialism. They are a means of overawing and bribing people, a reward for so-called loyal services and sometimes for gaining the applause or the silent approbation of distinguished men and women. When these decorations are accompanied by humiliating ceremonial, they excite angry feelings and mad passions of those who come to know about them. It is to be hoped that, while a move towards real democracy is being made, those who are in charge will make it a point of removing everything that savours of superiority and the humiliating spirit. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 237. The Congress have letters complaining that the Cody Clause 1 of the Congress Constitution is honored more in the breach than in the observance. The correspondent's chief complaint is that, in selecting Congress candidates for municipalities and local boards, the Congress officials do not enforce the Cody Clause. One correspondent says that the obligation to wear Cody is waived because the Congress officials do not find competent enough candidates among Cody wearers. This would be, if the dearth of proper men can be proved, a sound reason for altering the clause, surely not for committing a deliberate breach of the Congress Constitution. A writer justifies the waiver by arguing that there is no connection between Swaraj and Cody. This again may be reason for changing the Constitution but not for disregarding it. Every congressman is a potential civil resistor. The right to civil disobedience accrues only to those who perform the duty of voluntarily obeying the laws of the state, or the laws of their own making. Therefore congressmen are taking grave risks when they commit willful breaches of the Constitution. And is there no connection between Swaraj and Cody? For congressmen who made themselves responsible for the Cody Clause in the Constitution so dense that they did not see the fallacy which is so obvious to some critics. I have not hesitated to say, and I make bold to repeat, that there is no Swaraj for the millions, for the hungry and the naked and for the millions of illiterate women without Cody. Habitual use of Cody is a sign that the wearer identifies himself with the poorest in the land, and has patriotism and self-sacrifice enough in him to wear Cody even though it may not be so soft or elegant in appearance as foreign fineries, nor so cheap. Sion, January 22, 1940. Origin, January 27, 1940. 282. The Independence Day. The questions regarding the forthcoming Independence Day pledge should be properly addressed to the Congress Secretary, and though the President alone can give authoritative answers, they are continually being addressed to me. And as I have undertaken the duty of declaring civil resistance and leading the army, should struggle when five Constitution of the Indian National Congress Qualifications, October 28, 1934. 238. The collected words of Mahatma Gandhi become necessary, it becomes incumbent on me to answer certain questions before 26 January 1. Let it be remembered that, if civil resistance is to be declared, it will have to be more civil and more non-violent than ever before, if only to show the warring nations of the earth that a big people like that of India can fight non-violently for regaining their freedom. Therefore I shall resolutely refuse to fight unless I have sufficient confidence that congressmen will render implicit obedience. 2. There is as much valor in self-denial as there is in rushing into the furnace, provided that the motive is the same in either case. 3. The Independence Day is an annual feature in the Congress program and is unconnected with civil resistance. Hence the forthcoming celebration must not be mistaken for declaration of civil resistance. Nevertheless it would serve as an index of discipline among congressmen and those millions who have hitherto answered the Congress call. There should on the one hand be the largest demonstration of all the previous ones we have had, and on the other it should be of a character so peaceful as to disarm all criticism and to enable women with babes, little children and aged people to join the demonstration. Such was the demonstration on 6th April, 1919, in Bombay 14. Students had asked me what they should do. I would expect them individually to take the pledge, for it means their determination to win independence for India through truthful non-violent means symbolized in the constructive program in which the Charkha is the central activity. The other items are harmony among different communities and eradication of untouchability. These do not constitute the struggle, but their fulfillment is indispensable for it. If the struggle comes, the students will not strike. They will leave their schools or colleges for good. But the students will not strike on the 26th. It will be good if the authorities themselves, as they well might, close their institutions and lead their staff and students in processions and other items of the program. The same thing applies to labor. Those who without leave absent themselves from their work will in my opinion be guilty of indiscipline and render themselves unfit for enlisting as soldiers in the Satyagraha army. Non-violence is all. 1 by speech on Hindu-Muslim friendship, Bombay, June 4, 1919. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 239. Discipline, wholly voluntary. It is clear from the foregoing that those who do not believe in and use Cody cannot take the pledge. 5. The pledge is not designed, as some fear, to eliminate strikes and no tax campaigns. But I must at once confess that I have in my mind neither strikes nor no tax campaigns as part of the forthcoming struggle, if it comes at all. In my opinion, the present atmosphere is not conducive to non-violent strikes and non-violent no tax campaigns on an extensive scale. 6. I expect the whole weight of the Congress organization to be devoted to popularizing Cody and clearing the existing stocks. 7. Free Satyagraha is a method of self-purification. The word was first used in the AICC resolution of 1921. The constructive program has been designed for that purpose. Though the word has fallen into disrepute, I as the author of the program must have the courage to repeat it. We began Satyagraha with the 24 hours fast in 1919. I propose to observe one myself on the 26th beginning in the evening of the 25th. And those who believe in its efficacy will do likewise. 8. Though I am preparing myself in the best manner I am inviting the country to join me for a struggle for the overthrow of the imperialistic spirit and all it means, I am making a desperate effort to avoid the struggle. I believe the best mind of England, nay, of the world, is sick of the exploitation by the strong of the less strong. I believe in the sincerity of Lord Linlithgow. In the immediate carrying out of policies it is the individuals who count. I have worked with faith and hope. And I have not lost hope that we shall have an honorable settlement without a struggle which, no matter how violent, must involve considerable suffering. I therefore invite all communities, all parties, including Englishmen, to join the effort. Sagaon, January 22, 1940. Origin, January 27, 1940. 283. Ashram notes. Sagaon, January 22, 1940. I had two shameful dreams yesterday and the day before. In one, I saw robbers and screamed in fright. Screaming woke me up. Angel Salam was pacifying me. Yesterday, I saw a scorpion near my 240. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Hand. It was running away from my hand. I called for Manalo and woke up with a scream. Both these dreams are a matter of shame for me. My ahimsa was disgraced. I have noted that I can hurt my colleagues with my words as I have hurt Nurban and others too. Thirdly, this morning I was not very careful and slipped into speech. This does happen, though it ought not to. All this reveals that my Siddhana is quite imperfect. I have therefore decided to observe silence as far as possible. I need introspection. I shall of course talk when nursing the sick or meeting officials, etc., and in connection with public work. Everyone must observe restraint in eating. There should be a limit to the quantities of wheat, ghee, milk and vegetables that one consumes. 8 ounces of greens at a time should be deemed sufficient. All should observe silence, as far as possible, while working. Silence is obligatory at meals. It is uncivil and a form of violence to criticize while eating any badly cooked item of the food. Such criticism should be made to the manager in writing after the meal. If some item is half-cooked, it should be rejected. Eating a little less will do no harm, but in no case should one get angry. All work should be done with the utmost care. It must be informed with the feeling that all of us form one family. From Hindi, C.W. 4674-284. Letter to Condovan Katapaya Sagaon, Warda, January 22, 1940. My dear Deshabakta, I have your letter. Your decision is correct. I think you should withdraw from all organizations and devote yourself to such service as you can render from your seat. May God keep you for many years. Love. BAPU from Mafodasat, GN. 3224. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 241. 285. Letter to Manal G. Shah, January 22, 1940. CHI. Manal, what shall I write to you? Everybody complained that you talk too much. You should sit alone somewhere and spin. You may sit in that room only for doing library work. I have taken to prolonging my silence. It gives me joy and happiness. It is the only remedy for you. Wherever you go, you will find human nature the same. Whether we are happy or otherwise depends entirely on ourselves. Valjeepai is to be sent tomorrow to get his teeth extracted. Will you accompany him? It may take about a week. Do see today's ashram note. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 8554. Also CW. 7071. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah 286. Note to PRL January 22, 1940. CHI. PRL look into the mystery concerning the Qadi article. How was it left out? And how did it appear on your cushion today? See my note in the ashram notebook. Lately I have been mostly observing silence. Did you send a letter to Gajnan? BAPU from the Gujarati Origin Al, PRL Papers. Nehru Memory Al Museum and Library Y. Courtside, Balade Vinayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar. 242. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 287. Ahimsa in practice thus writes Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia 1. Does the Independence Pledge necessitate belief in a social order for free India which will be based exclusively on the Charkha and the present constructive program? I personally feel that it does not. The pledge is inclusive of the Charkha and village crafts, but it is not exclusive of other industries and economic activities. Among these industries may be mentioned those of electricity, shipbuilding, machine making and the like. The question of emphasis still remains. The pledge decides it only to the extent that belief in the Charkha and village crafts as an integral part of the future social order is essential and cannot be superseded by other belief. Does the pledge immediately necessitate abandonment of every other action except such as is based on the present constructive program? I personally feel that it does not. Agitation against land rents, taxes, interest and other economic obstructions to the advance of our people appears to be permissible. It is not, for instance, impossible that you should yourself decide upon a no rent and no tax campaign when you choose to start Satyagraha. Whether you actually do so or not is not so important from the viewpoint of the pledge as the fact that you may do it. At any rate, agitation on economic lines is today permissible. These two questions arise in so far as the negative aspect of the pledge is concerned. A third question arises in regard to its positive aspect. It is undoubtedly necessary that anyone who takes the pledge must be ready to express his positive faith in the principle of decentralized economy. The actual forms of this faith may, however, be decided by the march of history. Only in regard to the Charkha it should be possible for anyone who takes the pledge to believe that the complete decentralization of the textile industry is possible and that it should be attended. I have not at all referred to irregularities of conduct due to indolence and similar causes. That happens in regard to all pledges and faiths. Only the wish must be there to remove these irregularities. I do not know if this interpretation of the pledge is correct and can meet with your approval. I do not also know if my socialist comrades will approve 1910 to 1967. Joined the Congress Socialist Party in 1934. Secretary, Foreign Department of the AICC, 1936-38. General Secretary, Progress Socialist Party, 1953-54. Author of Marx, Gandhi and Socialism and other works. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 243. Of it. It might perhaps be worthwhile for the country to know soon your opinion. Perhaps it is already too late for the Independence Day. I need hardly repeat what I have said often, that the legal and authoritative interpretation of the pledge can only come from the Working Committee. My interpretation has as much authority as my questioners choose to give it. On the whole, I can say that I have no difficulty in accepting Dr. Lahia's interpretation. Whatever the ultimate outcome of the Congress effort, the discussion that is going on of the pledge provides healthy political education for the public and crystallizes the opinions that rule the various schools of thought in the country. Though I am in general agreement with Dr. Lahia, it will be well for me to give the interpretation in my own language. The pledge is not exhaustive. It represents the limit to which I could carry the Working Committee with me. If I can convert the country to my point of view, the social order of the future will be based predominantly on the Charter and all it implies. It will include everything that promotes the well-being of the villagers. It will not exclude the industries mentioned by my correspondent so long as they do not smother the villages and village life. I do visualize electricity, shipbuilding, ironworks, machine making and the like existing side by side with village handicrafts. But the order of dependence will be reversed. Hitherto the industrialization has been so planned as to destroy the villages and village crafts. In the state of the future it will subserve villages and their crafts. I do not share the socialist belief that centralization of the necessaries of life will conduce to the common welfare when the centralized industries are planned and owned by the state. The socialistic conception of the West was an environment reeking with violence. The motive lying behind the Western type and the Eastern is the same: the greatest welfare of the whole society and the abolition of the hideous inequalities resulting in the existence of millions of have-nots and a handful of haves. I believe that this end can be achieved only when non-violence is accepted by the best mind of the world as the basis on which a just social order is to be constructed. I hold that the coming into power of the proletariat through violence is bound to fail in the end. What is gained by violence must be lost before superior violence. India is within an ace of achieving the end, if only congressmen will be true to 244. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Their creed of non-violence and live up to it. The working of the constructive program is the test. Those who play upon the passions of the masses injure them and the country's cause. That they have noble motives is irrelevant. Why will not congressmen work out the program fully and faithfully? It will be time to consider other programs when we have come into our own. But like the fabled men quarreled over the division of the buffalo before it was bought, we argue and quarrel over our different programs before Swaraj has come. Decency requires that when a program is approved by the majority, all should carry it out faithfully. Most decidedly, the pledge does not necessitate the abandonment of the other items that have hitherto adorned the Congress program and are adverted by Dr. Lahia. Agitation against every form of injustice is the breath of political life. My contention is that, divorced from the constructive program, it is bound to have a tinge of violence. Let me illustrate my point. My experiments in ahimsa have taught me that non-violence in practice means common labor with the body. A Russian philosopher, Bondorf, has called it bread labor. It means closest cooperation. The first satyagrahis of South Africa labored for the common good and the common purse and fell free like birds. They included Hindus, Muslims, Shias and Sunnis, Christians, Protestants and Roman Catholics, Parsis and Jews. They included the English and the Germans. By profession they were lawyers and architects, engineers, electricians, printers and traders. Practice of truth and non-violence melted religious differences, and we learned to see beauty in each religion. I do not remember a single religious quarrel in the two colonies when I founded in South Africa. The common labor consisted of printing, carpentry, shoemaking, gardening, house building, and like. Labor was no drudgery, it was a joy. The evenings were devoted to literary pursuits. These men, women and boys were the vanguard of the Satyagrahi army. I could not wish for braver or more loyal comrades. In India the South African experience was continued and, I trust, improved upon. Labor in Ahmedabad is by common consent the best organized in India. If it continues to work along the lines on which it began, it will ultimately own the mills in common with the present holders. If that is not the natural outcome, its non-violence will be found to contain flaws. The One Phoenix Settlement and Tolstoy Farm. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 245. Peasants of Bardoli who gave Vallabhai the title of Sardar and won their battle free, and of Borsadwan and Kita too who did likewise, have for years been working constructive program. They have not deteriorated as satyagrahis by working it. I am quite certain that Ahmedabad labor and the peasantry of Bardoli and Kita will give as good an account of themselves as any other in India if there is civil resistance. 34 years of continuous experience and experimenting in truth and non-violence have convinced me that non-violence cannot be sustained unless it is linked to conscious body labor and finds expression in our daily contact with our neighbors. This is the constructive program. It is not an end, it is an indispensable means and therefore is almost convertible with the end. The power of non-violent resistance can only come from honest working of the constructive program. Sagaon, January 23, 1940. Harijan, January 27, 1940. 288. Unity 5. Justice. A visitor came the other day and said, "You have done an irreparable injury to India by saying that there is no Swaraj without communal unity. You should say instead that there is no Swaraj without justice between and to different communities." I reasoned with my visitor, he would not console. He said, "You have offered to sell your soul to win the favor of your Muslim friends." I protested and said, "Surely you know, the world knows, that I would not sell my soul to buy India's freedom. And if I want Muslim friendship, it is not for personal gratification but for India's sake. You are unjust to me." My visitor retorted with some passion, "I know your love for the country. If I had not known it, I would not have come to you specially." But your love has blinded you to the mistake you have made and are making. You do not know what Hindus say and do. For fear of offending Muslims, they suffer because they believe in you. I do beseech you to replace unity with justice. It was no use my arguing with my friend. And I had no time. I promised to deal with the question in these columns. The promise suits him. 1 in 1923. Vide Gujarat's efforts, June 4, 1924. 2 in 1918. 246. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. I do not know that my answer will. My belief is unshaken that without communal unity Swaraj cannot be attained through non-violence. But unity cannot be reached without justice between communities. Muslim or any other friendship cannot be bought with bribery. Bribery would itself mean cowardice and therefore violence. But if I give more than is due to my brother, I do not bribe him nor do I do any injustice. I can disarm suspicion only by being generous. Justice without generosity may easily become Shylock's justice. I must, however, take care that the generosity is not done at the expense of the very cause for which it is sought to be done. I cannot, therefore, drop the idea of unity or the effort for it. But what is wanted is not so much justice as right action. Quaid Jinnah's reply to me, as published in the press, however, dashes to the ground all hope of unity if he represents the Muslim mind. His repudiation of the natural meaning I put upon his action in making common cause with the different political groups what has created a unique situation. His of India as a continent containing nations counted according to their religions, if it is realized, would undo the the Congress had been making for over half a century. But I hope that Quaid Jinnah's opinion is a temporary phase in the history of Muslim League. Muslims of the different provinces can never cut themselves away from their Hindu or Christian brethren. Both Muslims and Christians are converts from Hinduism or are descendants of converts. They do not cease to belong to their provinces because of change of faith. Englishmen who become converts to Islam do not change their nationality. I hope Quaid Jinnah does not represent the considered opinion even of his colleagues. Sagaon, January 23, 1940. Harijan, January 27, 1940. 289. To Gujaratis I do not forget even for a day that I should address at least something to you through Harjavantu. Although a lover of the language, I could never cultivate my love fully. I had entertained very one fine welcome move, January 15, 1940. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 247. High hopes. Swami Anand would have had me express my views solely in my mother tongue if he could have his way. But neither he nor I could do anything. I had hoped to write equally for both the journals. But man proposes, God disposes. I will not admit that my love for my mother tongue was any the less. I have been idly thinking that the Lord wanted me to do something else. This is only a preface to what I have to say. I had undertaken to stay at least for 1 month in Gujarat. I would love to fulfill Sardar's desire. But I wavered when the responsibility of planning for the struggle devolved on me. I wanted the solitude of Sagaon. It is my experience that I get real inspiration at the place where I am permanently settled. Normally, however, wherever I stay I have formed a habit of making it my home. However, after the introduction or discovery of Satyagraya, I have established ashrams at various places and I practice its disciplines there. I hesitate to call Sagaon an ashram. I wanted to lead a solitary life at Sagaon. But it has become an ashram without any rules and regulations. New buildings are springing up every day. I have made it into a hospital these days. I have humorously called Sagaon a home for invalids. I'm already an invalid in body and mind and I have collected quite a few invalids like myself. I have also compared Sagaon to a madhouse. This too is an apt simile. The statement that Swaraj can be achieved through the spinning wheel can come only from the mouth of a madman. But madmen are not aware of their madness and so I look upon myself as a wise man. Had I gone there, you would have heard me talk only of the spinning wheel and village industries. But do you still need to be told about all this? And even if you do, Sardar is already there. Isn't he? I would consider it as failing if you need my presence when he's among you. So had I come, I would have come for the pleasure of it. You know very well that I like to be with you. But this is a time neither for pleasure nor for doing what we like. It is the duty of all of us to do God's work by staying wherever he casts us. You should, therefore, rest assured that I have remained here solely as a matter of dharma and refrain from going there, again as a matter of dharma. But remember that though I am away, I entertain very high hopes of you. Some of you might remember what I had said in 1916, namely, I would venture to launch Satyagraya on the strength of Gujarat alone and win Swaraj. Today I can repeat the statement with 248. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Greater force. I am an optimist. I would build high hopes of a satisfactory settlement only when I am confident of our preparedness for the struggle. He whose base is not sound has nothing to stand on. What can such a person hope for except a flower in the sky? When I have built the castle of my hopes on the foundation of the India, more particularly on Gujarat. But ultimately yours, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi Sagaon, January 23, 1940 from Gujarati Harjan Bandhu, January 28, 1940. 290. Sardar Prithvi Singh Sardar Prithvi Singh has eschewed violence and taken to ahimsa. But he says it is a new experience for him. He is making efforts like Bajarathri to pass the test. The future alone can reveal what the outcome will be. A field for his experiments had to be chosen. During his underground days he worked to spread physical culture activities. Exercise may be either for violence or for non-violence. Ahimsa cannot grow to its full stature in an emaciated body. A vigorous body is essential for the expression of pure ahimsa. Up to a point the same kind of exercise can be useful for both types of body but finally a distinction has to be made. It is Sardar Prithvi Singh's job to explain how to do it. He proposes to start with Gujarat. I wish him success in his efforts. Sagaon, January 23, 1940 from Gujarati Harjan Bandhu, January 28, 1940. 1. A metaphor for an absolute impossibility. 2. This appeared under my notes. 3. A mythological hero who succeeded in bringing the Ganga down to the earth. Volume 77, 16 October, 1939-22 February, 1940. 249. 291. Letter to Lord Linlithgow Sagaon, Warda, January 23, 1940 DEAR Lord Linlithgow, I thank you for your 2 cordial letters, for the last having just come in. I heartily endorse the sentiment I write in your letter that even if we fail to reach an agreement during the forthcoming talks, we must try again. I can reach Delhi any day after the 4th February. I must leave Delhi on 11th at the latest to attend a meeting of the Harijan Civics and Sagaon. I would appreciate a telegraphic reply, if you can conveniently send it when I am, yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a copy, C.W. 7838. Courtesy, G.D. Perla 292. Letter to Gladys Owen Sagaon, Warda, January 23, 1940 My dear Gladys, your delightful letter. Your fault that you came only to hurry away. But I understand. You will keep me informed of your progress. Keep well and you will do well. Love. BAU from a photostat, GN. 6196. 1. The addressee replied, we meet at 11 a.m. on Monday 5th February, or Tuesday 6th February, and may be more convenient. 250. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 293. Letter to G. Ramachandran Savagram, January 23, 1940 DEAR Ramachandran, yours to hand. Don't think that I'm neglecting Travancore. He was due to come here today. Now he says he will come a little later. I don't want to say anything in Harjan for the time being too, as if funds, I must harden my heart. What shall I do? You must lose in the end if you have to beg for funds. I can beg, but I should be harming your cause if I did. Don't use me for raising funds for the struggle. There is something wrong somewhere if the struggle collapses for want of funds. Love. BPU from a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL 294. Letter to Manal G. Shah, January 23, 1940 CHI. Manal, I was brief in order to save time. Try again. Don't lose heart. I know that there is a lot of suppressed anger in AS. All of us are imperfect and should, therefore,